Welcome back to Audible Archives. I'm Rob, your host, and tonight we embark on a journey unlike any other. Through hidden portals, forgotten worlds, and a boundless imagination of the curious mind, meet little Baron Trump, a boy of wit, wonder, and endless courage, and his faithful companion Bulger, whose loyalty shined brighter than gold. Together, they'll travel beyond the maps of men, through time, mystery, and marvel. This is Travels and Adventures of Little Baron Trump and His Wonderful Dog Bulger by Ingersoll Lockwood. Before we set forth, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe, because every great adventure begins with the courage to turn the first page. Chapter 1. In the heart of North Germany, where the winds whisper tales of valor and adventure, there once lived a young man whose story has been celebrated for centuries. Born to an ancient and honored family, he was a talk at the court, known for his strength and bravery. But this young man, named the Armless Knight, was born without arms, yet his spirit was as fierce as any warrior. One fateful morning, as he sat at his father's table, the news of King Coeur de Lion's crusade against the infidels reached their ears. The young man's eyes blazed with fervor, and he cried out, "Gracious parent, may I join the crusaders and aid in the destruction of the enemies of our holy religion?" His father, his heart heavy with concern, replied, "Alas, poor boy, thou wert not intended for the terrible conflicts that await our cousin Coeur de Lion. Thou lackest every means of wielding the battle sword, of couching the lance. 'Twould be murder to set thy defenseless body before the uplifted scimitar of the merciless Moslem. My dear son, banish such thoughts from thy mind, and turn thee to poesy and philosophy. Thou shalt add new luster to our family name by thy learning." But the young man's voice was firm, his eyes burning with determination. "Nay, gracious parent, hear me," he urged with eloquent eloquence. "True, nature has denied me arms, but she has not been so cruel as might be supposed. For, as compensation, she has given a giant strength to my lower limbs. Dost not remember how last month I slew a wild boar with one blow from the heel of my hunting boot?" With these words, the Armless Knight set forth on a journey that would change the course of history. He joined Coeur de Lion's crusade, not with a sword, but with his incredible strength and unwavering bravery. Together, they crossed the sea to the Orient. The young man's feats on the battlefield were legendary. At the walls of Joppa, he single-handedly defended the fortress, his legs propelling him with such force that he threw boulders over the ramparts with ease. His presence alone was a formidable deterrent, and his courage inspired his fellow crusaders. One of his most brilliant exploits was during a fierce battle when the crusaders were facing overwhelming odds. With a fierce roar, the Armless Knight leaped over the walls, his legs churning with incredible speed. He face-outed himself in a personal duel, their weapons clashing in a spectacular display of strength and skill. Despite Saladin's formidable reputation, the Armless Knight's sheer determination and power overwhelmed his opponent. In a moment of fierce battle, the young man's strength was so immense that he shattered Saladin's sword with a single kick. The Armless Knight's bravery and strength were not just on the battlefield. He also made history by marrying a noble woman in the presence of King Coeur de Lion and Saladin. The ceremony was a testament to his valor and the respect he earned from both Christian and Muslim leaders. As the Crusaders returned to England, tales of the Armless Knight's exploits spread far and wide. His legacy became a symbol of courage and determination, a reminder that true strength lies not in physical form, but in the heart and soul. And so, the Armless Knight's story endures, a testament to the power of the human spirit and the indomitable to overcome all odds. The grim old Baron smiled, his eyes twinkling with pride and a hint of something more. "I do," he answered, his voice steady. "But—" "Pardon my interruption, noble father," came the young man's voice, filled with resolve. "I shall go into battle doubly armed, for to each stirrup shall I affix a sword, and woe betide the Mussulman who dares meet me on the battlefield." The old Baron's tears trickled down his battle-scarred cheeks as he looked at his son. "Go then, my son," he cried, his voice choked with emotion. "Join our royal cousin Coeur de Lion, and if thou, armless, canst withstand the fury of the infidel, another glory will be added to the name of Trump, and in this ancestral hall shall hang a portrait of the armless knight, upon which for all time the lovers of valiant deeds shall rest their wondering eyes. The young man's joy knew no bounds. Scarcely staying to make needful preparations for his journey, he rode from the castle yard amid the plaudits of thousands of fair women who had gathered from the neighboring city to wish Godspeed to the armless knight. The cheering and clapping filled the air, a symphony of encouragement. The young man felt the weight of crowd support on his shoulders, his heart swelling with determination. With a handful of trusty retainers, he mounted his horse, the sword strapped securely to the stirrups. The crowd's cheers echoed his ears, a steady rhythm of encouragement. It was not until the famous battle under the walls of Joppa that my ancestor had an opportunity to give an exhibition of his bravery, his extraordinary strength, and the resistless fury of his onslaughts. The battle raged on, the sound of clashing swords and the roar of battle filling the air. The armless knight's legs churned with incredible speed, his feet striking the ground with such force that he could topple soldiers with a single kick. The battlefield was a blur of motion and sound. His legs moved with a grace and power that belied his lack of arms. He leaped over the walls, his legs repelling him with a force that sent boulders rolling down the ramparts. The enemy soldiers recoiled in awe and fear as he charged forward, his legs a blur of motion. In the heat of the battle, he faced a formidable opponent, a skilled warrior from Saladin's army. The clash of their swords was like thunder, the sound reverberating through the battlefield. The young man's legs churned faster, his strength overwhelming his opponent. With a final, resounding kick, he shattered his opponent's sword, sending it flying into the air. The battle raged on, but the armless knight's presence alone was a formidable deterrent. His courage and strength inspired his fellow crusaders, and his legend grew with each passing moment. As the battle drew to a close, the armless knight stood tall, his legs a testament to his indomitable spirit. The crowd's cheers echoed again, a symphony of admiration. The young man had proven his worth, his bravery and strength shining through in the most desperate of circumstances. The portrait of the armless knight would hang in the ancestral hall, a reminder of his valor, and the indomitable would overcome all odds. What now? In the aftermath of this epic battle would be the next chapter of the armless knight's story. Not one, not five, not 10 common soldiers dared face the armless knight. Whole squadrons recoiled in terror before this mysterious avenger of the wrongs of Christendom, who, without arms, struck down the Moslem warriors as the grain falls before the blast. Again and again, Saladin sent a flower of his men against the armless knight, whose strength and valor had already made his name a terror to the superstitious soldiery. Little realizing the terrible fate awaiting him, the Moslem warrior would rush upon my ancestor with uplifted scimitar. With one blow of a sword-armed stirrup, the armless knight would cleave the breast of his foeman's horse, and then traply infill the death as he rolled upon the ground. It was now high noon. From his vantage point on an eminence, Saladin watched the tide of battle, his anxious eyes scanning the field. The slaughter of his finest troops was devastating. Already the name, rank, and nationality of my young ancestor had been made known to the Moslem leader. "La, Illinois la, Mahomed Obi Kala," he cried, stroking his beard. "Blessed is the man who can call that Christian warrior his son. How many of the prophet's children has he slain this day?" 659 was the answer given. 659, echoed Saladin, "and it is but noonday." When nightfall came, the number had been increased to 1,007. The battlefield was a scene of carnage, with the bodies of Moslem warriors littering the ground. Upon hearing of the terrible day's work of the armless knight, Saladin's great heart bled, and yet he could not withhold his admiration for such wondrous skill and bravery. What will be the next move of this enigmatic warrior? How will Saladin respond to his formidable opponent? "Go!" cried a magnanimous info chieftain. "Go! Take from my household that beauteous slave Kohelet, her with oars of lustrous black, the very blossom of grace and flower of queenly beauty. Lead her to the armless knight. With royal greeting from Saladin, his valor makes him my brother, Giora though he be. Away!" When the beautiful Kohelet was led into presence of my young ancestor, and the announcement made to him that Saladin had sent her as a present to him, the armless knight felt a surge of indignation. With a wave of his hand, he motioned her retinue to leave his tent. At that moment, however, Kohelet raised her large and lustrous eyes and fixed them full upon the young man's face. It was more than a human heart could stand. Motioning her retinue to leave his tent, he advanced her aside with a respectful mien and said, "Kohelet, a strange fate has sent thee to me. The messenger of the great Saladin imparts to me knowledge of thy goodness, thy amiability, and thy gifted mind, which holds within its store most delightful imagery and useful knowledge as well. He informs me that thou standest the direct line of descent from that famed princess of your land, Scheherazade, who for 1,001 nights held the thoughts of the Sultan of the Indies, so enthralled by the play of her brilliant fancy, as to turn him aside for his terrible project of vengeance. Dost think, Kohelet, that thou canst forget thy false god and love only the true one?" The words hung in the air, a challenge and a plea. Kohelet's eyes sparkled with a mix of curiosity and resolve. "I must think upon it," she replied softly, her gaze unwavering. The tension in the tent was palpable, the silence stretching like a stretched cord. The young man's heart raced, his breath caught in his throat. What would be the outcome of this meeting? Would Kohelet choose to follow the path of her ancestors in the tales of Scheherazade, or would she remain loyal to her faith? What will Kohelet choose? Will she forsake her false god for the true one? "Aye, my lord," murmured the gentle Kohelet. "If such be my lord's pleasure." A smile spread over the handsome face of my young ancestor. He would prefer more resistance in converting the fair infidel to the true faith, but though he searched that beautiful face long and closely for any sign of subtlety, he saw none. "'Tis well, Kohelet," he continued, "and now answer me and speak from thy heart. Art thou willing to become my wife, according to the rites of the Christian Church and the laws of my native land?" Again the beautiful Kohelet replied, "Aye, my lord, if such be thy pleasure." The following day, a truce was proclaimed. In the presence of the two great leaders of the opposing armies, Coeur de Lion and Saladin, both surrounded by the most glorious retinues, my young ancestor and the Princess Kohelet were joined together as man and wife by the royal confessor. The armless knight towered above the surrounding multitude in his glittering coat of mail, like a column of burnished silver, when he advanced to meet his dark-eyed bride. With the marriage ring held between his lips, a mighty shout went up from both armies. Saladin stroked his beard, his expression unreadable. Coeur de Lion made the sign of the cross, his eyes filled with a mixture of awe and reverence. In a short half-hour, the leaders had returned to their camps, and war had resumed its awful work of destruction. To this union of my renowned ancestor, the armless knight, with a Moslem maid, I attribute my possession an almost oriental exuberance of fancy. What will be the next chapter in the epic tale of the armless knight? Will this union bring peace or more conflict to battlefield? Chapter 2. The elder Baron was uncertain as to the exact locality of my birth. This would be explained later. At the time of my birth, my parents were traveling in Africa, and my father had just successfully accomplished one of the most wonderful feats in mountain climbing. He had reached the loftiest peak of the Mountains of the Moon, a place of great mystery and challenge. My father had climbed to the summit after days of terrible privation, suffering both hunger and thirst. It was a peculiarity of the atmosphere above a certain height that the muscles of the face and throat became paralyzed, leaving the traveler in the presence of delicious fruit and cool, limpid water, yet unable to partake of them. My father pushed forward alone, guided by an indomitable spirit, and finally reached the summit. After his ascent, my father found himself abandoned by his guides at a particularly dangerous spot. Yet, with sheer determination, he pressed on and reached the top, where he stood alone, victorious, in the land of the melodious sneezers, a place of extraordinary wonders. My parents were received with great honor by the king. The king of the melodious sneezers was renowned for his peculiar habit of sneezing melodically, each sneeze a symphony of sound. The king conducted my parents to his palace, where they were treated with the utmost respect and hospitality. The palace itself was a marvel, with walls adorned with the most exquisite carvings and floors made of shimmering, iridescent stones. The king's court was filled with musicians who played the most delightful melodies, and the air was fragrant with the scent of rare flowers. My parents spent a memorable time in the land of the melodious sneezers, their days filled with wonder and joy. The king's hospitality was boundless, and his kindness left an indelible mark on my parents. At the time of my birth, the elder baron could only say that I was either born in the center of a great lake, on an island, upon a peninsula, or on the top of a very high mountain. As for specific spot, the elder baron could not pinpoint it with certainty, having only recounted what it often explained to me. Let suffice, then, gentle reader, for the present, for me to inform you that my parents were traveling in Africa when I was born. My father had just successfully ascended the mountains of the moon, overcoming incredible challenges and facing peculiar atmospheric conditions that paralyzed the muscles of the face and throat. His remarkable feat was a testament to his unyielding spirit, and the indomitable would overcome even most daunting obstacles. What now? In the aftermath of these incredible experiences will be the next chapter of my story. Upon rejoining my mother, who had accompanied him as far up the mountainside as the best trained and most sure-footed mules could find foothold, they proceeded to make their way, as they supposed, to the valley from which they had first set out. An impenetrable fog now shut them in, and they soon found themselves hopelessly and helplessly wandering about. On the morning of the third day, the fog had even increased in thickness, closing around them like a pall, almost shutting out the light of day. My father and mother were lost. The only sounds a gentle rustling of the fog and the distant echoes of their own voices. While groping about, my father had come into contact with the two beasts of burden that had served them in the easier parts of the ascent. They were quietly and unconcernedly browsing upon the sweet and tender shrubs which grew on the mountainside. Suddenly, an idea came to my father. It was born of that desperation which makes a man think long and hard before lying down to die. He reasoned, if these animals are permitted to eat their fill whenever their appetites demand, they would be quite willing to stay where they are, especially when they find themselves surrounded by such excellent pastures. In addition, they would be quite relieved from all toil. However, if they feel the pangs of hunger, or better yet, starvation's tooth at their vitals, their thoughts will at once revert to their homes, their masters, and their feeding troughs. They will lose no time in setting out for the village where they belong. With the energy of despair, my father hurriedly bound a piece of canvas over their mouths so they could neither graze nor drink, and awaited the results of his experiment with bated breath. The tears and groans of my poor mother, whose strength was fast ebbing away, smote him to the very soul. After a few hours, the animals rose to their feet and became very restive, and in another hour, their hunger had so increased that they were making frantic efforts to feed, as my father could easily tell from the jerking of the line, which he'd been careful to attach to their headstalls. After the fourth hour, there was a long silence during which the animals seemed to be deliberating as to what course they should pursue. The fifth hour came. My mother had sunk to rest, weak and weary, in my father's arms. Suddenly, there was a tightening of the guiding lines. Gently, my father aroused a sleeping mate, whispering a few words of comfort. Again the lines tightened. The animals were restless, their movements growing more frantic. My father's heart pounded with hope and fear. The canvas had worked. The mules were hungry, and their thoughts were turning to home. After a moment, the lines tightened once more, and the mules began to move. Slowly at first, then with increasing urgency, they began to pull their way down the mountain. My father and mother watched in silence, their hearts filled with relief and gratitude. What now? In the aftermath of this miraculous escape would be the next chapter of our journey. My parents were now on their feet, peering into the depths of the impenetrable fog which shrouded them about and made them even invisible to each other. Hist! The animals move again, with a sudden impulse, as if their minds had at last solved the problem which had been bewildering them for several hours. The beasts, with violent snortings, turned from the spot, pushing to the shrubbery and causing my parents to face quite about. Evidently, there was a complete accord between conclusions reached by their intelligence or instinct, for not once did they pull apart or come to a halt, except when restrained by my father. And thus, my dear parents were saved. All that day and part of the next, they pursued their dreary way. The fog at last lifted, and it was at once apparent to my father that, although the animals were guiding them towards human habitations, it was not the land he'd quitted upon starting out upon the journey to the mountain peak. The path now became so plainly visible that my father removed the improvised muzzles from the two animals and allowed them to satisfy their hunger, which they proceeded to do with the keenest relish. So worn out was my mother that she sank helpless to the ground. Refreshing her with draught of spring water and the juice of some wild grapes, my father hastily prepared a bed of soft foliage, upon which they were both glad to throw themselves after their long and weary tramp. They had soon fallen into a deep and most delightful sleep. How long they lay on their leafy bed, wrapped in their refreshing slumber, they knew not. It certainly was from many a long hour, for when they awoke, hunger was gnawing at their stomachs. Fain would they have at once proceeded to gather fruit, had not their ears been suddenly saluted with most extraordinary noises. They rubbed their eyes and looked about and at each other, deeming themselves a sport of some merry jack-a-dreamer. But no, they were wide awake and in full possession of their senses. Again the strange sound were heard, and this time they were nearer and clearer. There's a rise and fall, a swelling out and then a dying away. The sounds are jerky and snappy, like the snapping of twigs and the rustling of leaves. There is a singular music in them. Nearer and still nearer they come. Louder and still louder they grow. "Wild beasts," whispered my mother, half inquiringly. "Nay," falls from my father's lips. "Now unless human beings may be so wild as to merit the name of beasts." "Hark again," murmured my mother. The sounds grow louder, more urgent. The air is filled with the snapping, the rustling, and the distant voices. My father and mother stand still, their hearts pounding. The sounds are unmistakably human. Voices, footsteps, and the rustled clothing. What now? As the sounds draw closer, will the next chapter of their journey? Will they meet strangers, friends, or foes? There was no mistaken sounds any longer, for, like a chorus of many voices, shrill and piping, deep and grumbling, soft and musical, harsh and guddling, all in a sort of rude and wild harmony, mingling in one mighty strain, now low and scarcely audible and now breaking out with fierce and seemingly threatening vigor. The singers, chanters, howlers, or what they might be, rushed into the valley below them in a wild and yet half-regular disorder. They were human beings in savage garb, with painted faces and clubs swung lightly across their shoulders. Whether pausing or advancing, they still kept up their wild and mysterious chant, choppy, jerky, and snappy, like 1,000 people were just drawn plentifully from 1,000 snuff boxes. "Save me, husband!" cried my mother with a pale face. "We shall be put to some awful torture by these wild children of the forest." A smile, so gentle and yet so calm that it could not fail to be reassuring, spread over my father's features. "Never fear," said he. "I know them. I've been seeking them. What has been denied many a traveler stronger and bolder than I has been accorded to a member of the Trump family in the most miraculous manner. When we return to Europe, every monarch, every learned society, will hasten to bind a medal on my breast. For, dear wife, your husband is the first white man out of the land of the echoed my mother, leaning forward and grasping her husband's arm. "Melodious sneezers." "Melodious sneezers," repeated my mother, wide-eyed and amusement seated in every feature. Mel, but she could get no further. To my father's infinite amusement, she fell into a violent sneezing fit. In such rapid succession did the sneezes flow that it sounded exactly like a diminutive engine under full headway. At last, the fit seemed to have passed. Mellow, but in vain, she could not reach the second syllable. And now, in his turn, my father started off, slow at first but going faster and faster. Strange to say, their sneezing soon began to catch the rhythm of the country and blended thoroughly, keeping time in spite of their efforts to check it. "Know then, dear wife," cried my father panningly when his fit was over, "that those strange people stretched on the greensward below are the melodious sneezers, that they are not only perfectly harmless, but gentle, kind, and peaceable to an astonishing degree. Fear them not. Their clubs are only for game." "But why?" asked my mother warily, lest another fit should take her. "I understand thee," was the reply. "Listen, know that in this valley and in the greater ones below, the air is always filled with myriads upon myriads of insects of infinitesimal size. Only the strongest microscope can give proof to your sight of their actual existence. For countless generations, these peaceable barbarians here have been subjected to the tickling sensations which you and I have. Again, my poor parent fell into another sneezing fit, in regular and musical cadences, up and down, deep and shrill, now fast and faster, now slow and slower until silence reigned again. "Just experienced," resumed my father, "until it has rendered the effort of sneezing quite as easy as breathing, and taking advantage of results which they soon discerned could not be avoided. These children of nature were not slow to lay aside their usual speech and literally talk by sneezes. With them, a sneeze is capable of so many intonations, so many inflections, that they find no difficulty in expressing all the necessary feelings and sensations, cutting off as another sneezing fit begins, at least necessary for them in their simple lives, as you shall see later on. Fain would my poor mother here express her passing wonder, but she dare not open her mouth. "Come, dearest mate," cried my father gaily. "Courage, let us descend into this beautiful valley, for as yet we are only standing upon the borders of the land of the melodious sneezers, called in their soft and musical tongue Laola." The pronunciation of this word again threw my poor parents into a perfect whirlwind of sneezes. But nothing daunted, they advanced to meet the natives, who at first sight fell prostrate on their faces, and for several moments kept up a low plaintive hum of sneezes, with their noses thrust into the grass. By degrees, however, my father succeeded in convincing them that he was quite as peaceably inclined as they were, whereupon the melodious sneezers performed a most singular and withal pleasing dance of joy, their feet keeping perfect time with their chorus of sneezing. As my father afterwards learned, the dance was to express their intense gratitude to the white spirits for not having eaten them alive. The march homeward was now entered upon, my father walking hand in hand with the king Chichilo, and my mother escorted by a score or more as wives. The favor of the royal house was named Chea, and each successive one, according as she occupied a less lofty place in the king's affections, had a shorter name until at last Chulos signified little better than a mere serving maid. My father found that the villages of the melodious sneezers, on account of frequency and the violence of inundations in the network of rivers which completely shut in their land, consisted of houses or habitations built in the trees or upon lofty piles. He and my mother were large and one most commodious of the royal dwellings, and so many slaves and attendants were assigned to care for their wants that there was little or no room to move about. To their great sorrow, my father proceeded to dismiss several hundred in order that he might get close enough to my mother to converse without shouting. Then he sent word to King Chichilo that both he and my mother would need at least a week of perfect rest and quiet to regain their health and strength after their terrible sufferings on the slopes of the mountains of the moon. What now, as they prepare to rest and recover, would be the next chapter of their journey? Will they return to Europe, or will they stay in the land of the melodious sneezers? Chapter 3. I was born in midsummer, the night season, under the watchful eyes of 10,000 twinkling stars. But the most brilliant of them all was Sirius, the dog star, which shone down upon me like a crimson torch in skies. My father looked up at the heavens and, smiling, murmured, "Little stranger, thou shalt ever be a lover of dogs. Thy smile shall be joy to them, thy words music, and in some four-footed beast of their race shalt thou find thy best, thy faithfulest, thy truest friend." As if to set the very stamp of truth upon his words, a cry of a mother dog was heard in an adjoining room, and one of the royal household, Chulae, came running into my presence with a basket of tiny puppies. My father laughingly seized a wicker cradle this newly arrived family, and holding it up to me, cried out, "Choose, little baron, choose thee a friend and companion." I put out my tiny baby hand, and it rested upon one with a particularly large head. "Ha, ha," laughed my father, "thou hast well chosen, little baron. For him thou hast chosen hath so much brain that his head doth fairly bulge with it." And when my infant tongue came to wrestle with that word, it was twisted into Bulger. And thus it was that Bulger and I start out on life's journey, at almost the same moment. Upon the following day, my father made a discovery that the waters had begun to recede in the night. As he looked down from our lofty dwelling, he saw that it now stood apparently in the center of quite an extensive island. After breakfast, in accordance with the custom of the country, my father put on a pair of King Chuchilo's wooden shoes, which were worn by all the melodious sneezers when attempting to move about on the surface of the soft mud occasioned by the inundation. These wooden shoes are extremely light, although quite as long and as broad as snowshoes. The soles being polished, the wearer is enabled to glide over mud which, from the nature of the soil, is very oily, with the same rapidity as a runner upon snowshoes. After an excursion of several hours up hill and down dale, my father returned with this piece of strange intelligence. Their habitation had undoubtedly, prior to the falling of the waters, been situated in a lake, but that by degrees, as the waters had receded, an island had been formed, which somewhat later had been transformed into a peninsula, which in its turn by a still further sinking of the waters, had been changed into crown a mountain with gently sloping sides. As he reported to my mother, to his dying day it would be impossible for him to say whether his son had been born in a lake, on an island, upon a peninsula, or on a mountain top, a fact which pained him extremely. For, like all the members of his family, he took the greatest pride in recording important events with scrupulous exactitude, even to the smallest detail. Unlike most babes who seem content to pass the first half year or so of their lives eating, sleeping, and crying, I from the very outset displayed a most astonishing precocity. When only a few weeks old, although I could not talk, yet I had learned to whistle for Bulger, whose development in mind and body seemed to keep even pace with mine, and who passed most of his time looking up into my childish face with an expression which meant only too plainly, "Oh, I shall be so glad when that little tongue is unloosed, so that you may call me Bulger and bid me do your will." Nor had he long to wait. The one thing which, at this early period of my life, gave me most joy was the sunlight. Within doors I was fretful, peevish, and irritable. But once out in the open air, my whole nature changed. I drank in the soft, balmy atmosphere with vigor and a satisfaction that delighted my father. My face brightened. My eyes traveled from valley to hill, from mountain top to sky. Into such an ecstasy of pleasure did this sight of the great world throw me that my mother became anxious lest it presses some great evil that was to happen unto me. But the stately baron only smiled. "Fear nothing, wife. It only means that within that little head dwells a most wonderfully active mind for a child of its months." Whenever Bulger heard his little master crying out in joyful tones at the sight of the beautiful world, he was sure to be seized with a fit of violent barking, during which he sprang around me with the wildest and most extravagant manifestations of sympathy. Without a doubt, there was a wonderful bond of affection between us. To my mother's horror, one day while she was walking with me in her arms on a broad veranda, which encircled Childlike's palaces, attempted to throw myself from her arms, crying out in German, "Los, los." I was but 2 months old, and the loud and vigorous tone in which I pronounced this first word, which I had spoken in my mother's tongue, fairly startled her. I had, up to that time, apparently been more interested in the soft and musical language of my royal nurse, Chula, in which I could make myself understood very easily. About this time, an accident happened to me which, although it did not bring about, it greatly hastened release from parental restraint, so ardently desired by both Bulger and me. For from my very entrance into this world, something told me that I should be a famous child, not a mere, precocious youth who was made use of by his parent at social gatherings to bore people already in poor spirits by mounting upon chair or table and declaiming verses, parrot-like, would have a dozen wooden and jerky gestures, but a genuine hero, a real traveler, not afraid to brave a tempest, face a wild beast, or bully a barbarous people into doing as he wanted them to do. It was my mother's custom to call the day to sit with me on the broad veranda while she darned my father's stockings. For, although a gentle birth, she had been so accustomed when a girl to exercise German thrift in all things that now, even though she had become the wife of a real baron, she could not forego the pleasure of doing things in those good old ways. And thus she saved my father many a pfennig, which the good man bestowed upon the worthy poor, and went down to the grave loaded with their blessings. At such a time it was that a sudden fit of sneezing seized my mother, and to her unspeakable horror, she let me slip from her arms. Down I fell, striking the soft mud and disappearing from sight. The poor woman dropped to the floor like lead. The stately baron rose to his feet, and a color fled from his manly cheek. But Chuchulo, who fortunately with pain a visit to my father, only smiled. "Unfeeling barbarian," roared the great baron, "hast no respect for a father's tears, a mother's anguish? Out upon thee! Would to heaven I had never entered thy domain. Childlike spoke not a word, turning with imperious mien and right royal manner toward a crowd of retainers. He waved his hand. Quicker than thought, the band of melodious sneezers sprang to their wooden shoes and darted like black bats on the wing. The Baron saw that in his terrible grief he had let his better judgment slip away, and with pallid face and bended head, he stood supporting the fainting form of his wife. He knew, that his presence among the melodious sneezers at this moment would only disconcert them, impede their progress, and possibly so confuse them that all their efforts might be in vain. They, from their childhood, were so accustomed to wear those huge wooden shoes, to move about on the surface of this treacherous mud, that if it were possible for human hands to restore asunder arms, theirs would do it. And so he spoke a few words of encouragement in my mother's ear, and continued to stand like a statue, with his gaze riveted upon the long files and melodious sneezers, as they wound around the crest of the mountain to gain the spot where, as they judged, he had disappeared. Armed with their light, broad wooden shovels, their dusky arms rose and fell with wonderful precision and regularity, keeping time with the musical notes of their sneezing, now soft and low, now breaking out into a wild and galloping measure. Down, 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 and yet they delve in vain. No sign of me was there to gladden the hearts of my poor, grief-stricken parents. But hark, what is that shrill cry? It is not human. No, for it is Bulger's bark, or rather it is Bulger's yelp. He had been watching a band of melodious sneezers, as their white shovels rose and fell all in vain, his head thrust to the railings of veranda. No one was there with mind and heart enough to catch the meaning of that poor yelp. Childlike saw that his men were standing, leaning on their shovels, with looks of doubt and hesitation in their eyes. The king was silent. It was a great baron who spoke. "Oh, let them not give o'er. My life, my wealth, my all are thine. Good, kind Childlike." A fit of sneezing cut short his appeal. Again Bulger's cry was raised, and this time the king heeded it. An attendant saw the royal nod, and hastened to bind broad wooden cups upon the dog's feet. He was turned loose upon the surface of the mud. What is man but his boasted intelligence? They were 10 paces or more distant from the point where I had disappeared. Yelping, barking, and whining by turns, my dear Bulger hurried to the spot where his unerring scent told him that his beloved little master had gone down. Again the band of melodious sneezers set to work with renewed vigor, their white shovels flashing with strange effect against the inky blackness of the mud. Bulger encouraged them with loud and joyful barkings. Suddenly, a clear, ringing, melodious chew rent the air. They had caught sight of me. With rare foresight for one of my months, I had closed my nostrils with one hand before reaching the mud, and had thus saved my lungs from filling up. But how useless would have been this precaution, had not my faithful Bulger come to my rescue. His joy now knew no bounds. I thought that I caught a glimpse of smile on the old baron's tear-stained cheek, as his boy was born of veranda, more like an animated lump of earth than aught else, for the air had revived me. My eyes were not only wide open, but were the only clean place on my whole body, utterly regardless of my felty condition. My fond mother clasped me convulsively to her breast, and I verily believe that she would press her lips upon my mud-covered head and face, had she not seen the baron's broad palm held in suspicious proximity. While her heart was emptying itself out in words, a few basins of warm water restore me to my former self. No, I was never myself again. My bath in the warm mud of La Chala effected a most remarkable change in me. It checked the growth of my body and turned all my strength upwards into my head and brain. In one short month, my head almost doubled in size. My baby face and expression were gone, and ere another moon had filled her horns, I had grown to be a living wonder. Not only was the size of my head something remarkable, but from my eyes beamed an astonishing intelligence. The poor women of La Chala land crouched in front of me as if I were a being from another world, and then tapping their foreheads, they approached my mother and whispered, "Most gracious Childlike, the Great Spirit has made a mistake and put 2 souls in there instead of 1. And then they bent their graceful bodies till their foreheads touched my mother's feet and withdrew, going out backwards like the best regulated court ladies, each leveling her finger at me and opening wide her eyes as she disappeared to the door. The whole scene was so grotesque that I burst out into a shout of laughter, upon hearing which, the poor creatures tumbled headlong over each other in their mad efforts to get outside of the house. shrieking at the top of their voices, "Save us! Save us! He will bewitch us!" "Little Baron," said my father in a tone of mock anger, "you should not have frightened the ladies of King Chuchalo's court." "Chupa! Chupa! Idiots! Idiots!" I replied, looking up from my slate upon which I was working out an example in arithmetic, for I was very fond of figures. In fact, my father had already taught me addition by showing me how to trade off worthless glass beads for valuable ivory and division by taking away 90 cents from every dollar I made, long before I could read or write. I knew the letters of several languages by name and could spell any word which had no silent letter in it. No one took more delight in my wonderful accomplishments than Bulger. He seemed to know instinctively that his little master was no ordinary being and respect him accordingly. We now bade adieu to the land of La Chala and the melodious sneezers. King Chuchalo, with a mighty band of retainers, accompanied us to his frontier, making the forest resound with their melodious chucho-ng. Standing on the old baron's shoulders, I waved them a last goodbye, to which they answered with such a perfect whirlwind of chichas that Bulger fairly howled with delight. Any special honor paid to his master was always a personal matter to him. The elder baron had intended to penetrate still further into the heart of Africa, but the fact is that the continual growth of my mind was so wonderful that it engrossed his attention from morn till night. He endeavored to hide this from me, but all to no purpose. Before I was 2 years old, my brain had grown so heavy that my mother was obliged to sew pieces or lend the soles of my shoes to keep me right and upwards. And yet, in spite of this precaution, I was often found standing on my head, working out difficult mathematical problems by making use of my toes, as the Chinese do their counting machines. The first thing which my father did upon reaching home was to take me to a phrenologist in order to have a chart made of my head. The examination lasted a month. At length, upon the completion of the chart, it was found that I possessed 32 distinct bumps, well-developed ones, too. It was therefore at once determined to engage 32 learned tutors, each tutor to have charge of a separate bump, and to do his utmost to enlarge it even if it grew to be a horn. My father was resolved to leave nothing undone in order to develop my mental powers to the utmost limit. I said nothing either for or against the scheme. In 1 short year, I had learned all that the 32 tutors could teach me, and what is more, I had taught each one of them 50 things which he had not known before, and which I had learned while traveling in foreign lands with my parents. One fine morning, to the great surprise of my 32 tutors, I discharged the whole of them. The elder baron, at my suggestion, now sent a bill to each tutor for services rendered him by me. Each tutor refused to pay. The elder baron, at my suggestion, now caused legal process to be served upon each one of them. The court, upon hearing my testimony, rendered an opinion which covered 5,000 pages of legal cat paper and required a whole week to read, in which they held that each thing which I had taught to each one of my 32 tutors was so remarkably strange and peculiar that in the eye of the law it was worth at least $100. That made to build each tutor amount to $5,000, or $160,000 in all. The court then adjourned for a year, all 3 judges being so worn out mentally and physically as to need a 12-month rest before taking up any other business. What now, with my burgeoning intellect and a legal victory over my tutors, would be the next chapter of my journey? Will I continue to explore the world, or will I settle down to further develop my mind? Chapter 4. How the elder baron lost flesh, worrying about the investment of my money. The question which now occupied my father's mind at exclusion of all other thoughts was how to invest this large sum of money, so that upon my 10th of my 21st year, I would be provided with sufficiently large income to live as a baron should, particularly when it belonged to so famous a family as ours. The elder baron permitted this question to prey upon his peace of mind to such an extent that he lost flesh perceptibly. My mother, too, seeing his lamentable condition, began to fret and worry to such a degree that she likewise became greatly emaciated. With their loss of flesh, naturally, their appetites dwindled and little or no food was provided, or, anyway, no more than was just sufficient to satisfy Bulger's and my wants. Whereupon the servant began to lose flesh as well, both the indoor and outdoor ones. In their desperate attempt to keep body and soul together, The horses and cattle were fed upon short rations, and the consequence was they, too, soon began to fall away. So it grew to be quite a serious sight to see my poor father and mother reduced to mere skin and bones, driven about the country by mere shadows for coachman and footman, and drawn by 4 horses whose bones fairly rattled under their skins when they were coaxed or beaten into a lazy trot. Bulger and I alone retained our plumpness and good spirits. At length I determined to interfere and put a speedy end to this deplorable state of affairs. I exacted from the elder baron a solemn promise that he would follow my directions to the letter and not raise any objections, no matter how wild or unreasonable it might appear to him, or to my mother. Then, bidding him to take us some good, succulent food, retire early and get a nice long sleep, I saluted him respectfully and said, "Baron, until tomorrow morning." I had scarcely finished my breakfast when my door opened and the elder baron walked into the room. He looked much refreshed. The color had returned to his cheek, the gleam to his eye. He was already a different man. "Here, gracious sir," I began, handing him a parchment roll, "is a list of all the best-known almanac makers in our land. Have interviews with them at once and purchase from them the right to furnish weather prognostications for the coming year." The elder baron began to expostulate. "Baron," I remarked sternly, raising my hand, "a true knight has but one word to give." He was silent and motioned me to continue. I did so as follows. "Respected parent, when you secured this right from each of them, return to me." In a few days, my father had accomplished his mission. He entered my room and put into my hands the needful concessions from every noted almanac maker in the land. Again I bade him refresh himself thoroughly, get a good night's rest, and see me in the morning. As Bulger and I were returning from breakfast, the elder baron presented himself at the door of my apartments. He looked strong and well. His face had filled out again, and his step had recovered its old-time elasticity. Again I placed a roll of parchment in his hands and said to him, "Scatter the contents of that parchment evenly and plentifully throughout each almanac, on the pages devoted to months of November, December, January, and February." He looked at me inquiringly, and his lips began to move. "Noble sir," said I, ere a sound had issued from his mouth, "in our family, knights have always been without fear and without reproach." He bent his lofty form in silence and withdrew. Possibly the reader may have a little curiosity to know the contents of the parchment roll, which I placed in the hands of the elder baron on this occasion. If brevity be the sole wit, it was witty. If a fair round hand be the garb of truth, it was truthful. Be this as it may choose to be, the words which my pen had traced on that parchment roll read as follows. "All signs point to an extremely cold winter. Indications are that the coming winter will be the severest for half a century. Forecasts all give the same answer, a winter of exceptional length and bitter coldness. Most skilled prognosticators agree in predicting a degree of low temperature rarely reached in these latitudes. About this time expect unusual cold. Protect plants. Now look well to your winter vegetables. Secure them from extreme frost. Double your supply of winter fuel. Now look for fierce snowstorms. Expect bitter cold weather during all this month. Prepare for most unusual hailstorms. Be on your guard for sudden and penetrating north winds. House cattle warmly for all this month. Beware of deadly blizzards. They will come with a furious onset. After a few days' absence, my father returned to the manor house. His arrival was duly announced to me by Bulger, to whom I said, "Go, good Bulger, and conduct the baron to my apartment." Away he bounded with many a sportive leap and bark, and soon returned, ushered in the elder baron with a joyous manner so common to him when active in serving me. "I have obeyed thee, my son," murmured the elder baron with stately arc in his bending form. "'Tis well," I replied, motioning him to be seated. "And now, honored guide of my childhood's uncertain feet, give heed to my words. Our task is almost done. In a few days the investment of this money, which has occasionally so much anxiety, fairly robbing you thy heart service, will be complete. Aye, complete, and what is better still, so fortunately invested that thou shalt be enabled to call thyself the father of one of the richest children in the kingdom. Hearken, baron, Go now into the leading markets of the land, and put every fur merchant under written contract to deliver unto thee in early autumn all the pelts, dressed, undressed, or on the back to the owners, of which they would guarantee the delivery under their hands and seals. The words had scarcely fallen from my lips ere the elder baron had risen from his chair and caught me warmly to his breast. "My son," he cried as he stroked my protuberant brow, "it is a master stroke. It is worthy of a governor of a province. I long to begin the good work. Permit me to set out this very night." "Wait, Baron," said I, leading him to his chair and gently constraining him to be seated. "Wait, Baron. There is somewhat yet to be said. When thou hast completed the purchase of all the pelts which are expected to enter the kingdom this year, expend the rest of the money in purchasing all the wood, coal, and peat thou canst find. Not that I would draw a profit from the poor man's slender store, but simply to keep others from wronging him by combining against him, as they would surely do upon the first publication of the weather predictions." "Ah, little Baron," exclaimed my father, "how thoughtful! For, as thou sayest, we must not lay a burden on the poor man's shoulders." Such was the diligence with which my father carried my plans to completion, that in a single month I had bought and sold again the entire product of the fur market at a small advance. It is true, but large enough to make me an extremely rich man. It was so gently and skillfully done that no one ever suspected the clever ruse by which I was enabled to acquire riches enough to set out upon my travels just as my inclination might prompt, and to know that were I to be captured and held for ransom by the most grasping freebooters, my bankers would have gold enough to ransom me. What now? Would my newfound wealth and the elder baron's consent will be the next chapter of my journey? Will I set out to visit faraway lands, or will I stay to further develop my mind and wealth upon the completion of my 8th year? I was seized with an uncontrollable desire to enter at once upon fulfillment of my long-cherished plans, to visit faraway lands inhabited by strange and curious people. My own home, my own language, my own people worried me and wore upon me. In my sleep, I paced the deck of staunch vessels, shouted my orders, crowding sail in calm and reefing in threatening weather. I passed my time from morn till night, packing cases with suitable articles for traffic with the savages, so that I might be able to penetrate into interiors never visited by civilized man, and ascend rivers closed since the world began to the white-winged messengers of trade and commerce. But, strange to say, my father urged me thereto, possibly by the entreaties of my mother, firmly and resolutely set his face against my project of leaving home. I was beside myself with disappointment. I entreated, I implored, I threatened. For the first time in my life, it pains me even now to make the confession, I was guilty of a certain disrespect to the altars of my being. Bulger, after studying the situation for several days, reached the conclusion that the elder baron was in some way the cause of my unhappiness, and it required at times my sternest command to restrain him from setting his teeth in the calves of the elder baron's legs as he quitted my apartment after some stormy interview. "What?" cried I, in tones tremulous with grief. "Am I doomed to waste the splendid gifts with which nature has endowed me, shut within the walls of his petty town, whose most boisterous scenes are the brawls of his marketplaces, whose people never witness a grander pageant in the passing of a royal troop of horse? It must not, it shall not be. Thou hast said thyself that I am no ordinary child to be amused with ball and top and entertained with picture books." But the elder baron had hardened his heart, and all my pleading was to no purpose. And yet I did not despair of gaining my point in the end. The continual dropping of water finally wore away the rock. I made up my mind now to move the elder baron to acquiesce in my project of leaving home by resorting to entirely different tactics. Said I myself, he wishes me to be a child, I'll be one. And forthwith I set about making friends with every mischievous little rogue in the town. Not a single juvenile, any ne'er-do-well, escaped my attentions. The more rampant, active, and tireless his power of mischief, the closer I wrapped in my affections. From gray dawn to dewy eve, these chums and boon companions of mine flocked about the castle. They worshipped me as their leader and yielded an implicit obedience to my commands, as if I were possessed of some mastery over them. The elder baron saw the gathering cloud and bent his head, as if to meet the coming storm with better chance of resisting it. Came there a dinner party. The choicest burgundy was found had been spirited away, and the bottles filled with common claret. did the elder baron meet his friends in the fields for a trial with the hawks. It was only to discover that they'd been so overfed as to sit stupidly placid when the hood was removed. Let the cook be told that guests were expected, and that he must be careful to have the little dumplings of his soup extra delicate. To the elder baron's horror, a cherry stone would be found in the center of each little dumpling. One of my coadjutors was venturesome enough to pilfer the elder baron's snuff box and fill it with pepper. The result may be imagined. Another took good care to pour water into all the tinder boxes before the guests called for their pipes. Upon attempting to rise from the table, here and there a cue would be found securely tied to the back of the chair. One of my favorite exploits was to station myself on the first landing of the stairway and hold the bridge like Horatius cockles of old. My wild band of 24 young barbarians rushing madly up the staircase with screams, yells, and vociferations which would have done credit to any horde of real savages I had ever visited, while I, with my wooden saber, beat down their sticks, occasionally rapping too bold a youngster on the knuckles and sending him on to the foot of the stairway. To Bulger's infinite amusement, as he always insisted upon taking part in the fray and gloried in my prowess. What now? With my unyielding determination and the elder baron's weariness, will be the next chapter of my journey. Will I finally gain his consent and set out to visit faraway lands? Will we find a way to continue opposing my plans? At last, to my great joy, I noticed that the elder baron showed signs of surrender. Like a prudent general, I ordered an attack all along the line. There was to be a fox hunt the next day. I directed one of my trusted lieutenants to feed the hounds all the raw meat they could swallow about an hour before the start. 10 others, most fleet-footed and glib-tongued, I dispatched the houses of the 10 leading physicians and surgeons of the town and its immediate neighborhood, with the same message to each, namely, that every man, woman, and child at the manor house had been taken violently ill, and that the greatest haste must be made to come with their medicine chests so that the epidemic might be checked. The 10 doctors galloped into the courtyard at nearly the same moment, only to find the elder baron and his friends gathered on the platform and holding a whispered consultation over the strange actions of the hounds. The angry disciples of Galen refused to prescribe for the poor animals and galloped away again with their well-filled holsters thumping against their legs. Meanwhile, I had not been idle. To the claws of a score or more of the elder baron's fowls, I tied a kind of fusee of my own invention, so inflammable that the slightest friction would cause it to burst into flame, and then I turned them loose in the fields and garden adjoining the family hall. They had been cooped up all the summer, and were overjoyed at the prospect of good, comfortable scratching time amid the dry leaves and stubble of the open fields. The gamekeepers by this time had succeeded in arousing the hounds somewhat from their stupor when a cry of fire. Fire went up. The hunting party hastily dismounted and joined the servants in the mad rush for buckets of water. I was sitting calmly in my apartment, with Bulger by my side, when alarm was raised. The elder baron at first was inclined to think that although my workmanship was plainly visible in the fabrics of mischief, was consisted in overfeeding the hounds and summoning the 10 doctors of the manor house on a wild goose chase, yet the breaking out of fire in the neighboring gardens and fields was really something with which I had nothing to do. The return of venerable old Dominic Rooster would have been either too feeble or too lazy to explode the fusees attached to its claws. Settled the matter, however. The elder baron's mind was now clear as to who can see the crime in which his poor fowls had so unwittingly become the accomplices. That night, Bulger and I went to bed with light hearts. The elder baron had at last consented to let us set out on our first journey in quest of strange adventures among the curious people of faraway lands. What now? With the elder baron's consent finally granted, will be the next chapter of our journey. Will we embark on this thrilling adventure, or will there be one final obstacle to overcome? Chapter 5. The elder baron selects the port. No man's port. The quicksands, the whirlpool, Thor's hammer. My heart races as I stand on the docks. The sun is setting, casting long shadows over the water. I watch the preparations. Everyone is busy. The crew is bustling. Bulger, my loyal companion, is eagerly awaiting the voyage. He's always excited, but this time he's more than ready. I examine the ship, the hull, the sails. Each piece is checked, rechecked. The crew's faces, their determination. I feel the weight of responsibility. The elder baron announces, "It's time." The port is a blur of activity. Sailors shouting, ships creaking, the sound of waves crashing against the shore. My heart pounds as we set sail. The southern seas ahead, vast and unknown. The ship feels like home, the crew like family. The first night at sea, the stars are bright. The vast expanse of water stretches out in every direction. The wind whispers secrets, the waves lapping softly against the hull. I see the island, the beautiful island rising on the horizon. The sun is setting, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink. I step out on deck, the wind in my face, the island getting closer. I board the island, the trees rustling, the air thick with the scent of the sea. I walk into the jungle, the leaves whispering, the sounds of forest. I encounter the extraordinary beings, their eyes, their faces. They seem to know me. I think I'm about to be attacked, but they're just curious. They take me to their chief, Zdwish Dwish. The chief's eyes are kind, his voice gentle. He wants to know me. Suddenly, I feel a strange presence, a band of gigantic beings, but they're the same as before. The transformation. The wind is eating them. We enter the land of the wind eaters. The air is thick, the wind howling. The chief's core is a place of wonder. The people are unlike any I've seen. The chief's affection is genuine. He wants to help me, but there's a tension. Go-Wiz becomes my enemy. I'm growing thin, weak. Queen Fuyu wants me to marry Princess Pulfair. To regain my strength, I teach them to catch fish, but a fire breaks out. The chief's house burns down. Go-Wiz demands my death. The Zdwish Dwish refuses. A fight erupts. Go-Wiz is slain. Zdwish Dwish's strength is undeniable. I must escape. I send Bulger back to the ship. I try to leave, but I'm too weak, nearly beaten to death. Bulger rescues me. The relief is overwhelming. We reach the coast. The crew is there, ready to sail for home. The journey back is long, the sea calm. The horizon is clear, the stars shining bright. I look back at the island, a place of mystery and wonder. What lies ahead? The island of the wind eaters, the people, the journey, the unknown. Will I return? Hashtag cinematic, emotionally immersive monologue. The old manor house was in chaos. The air thick with the sound of everyone, from cook to chambermaid, working furiously. Amidst this turmoil, the elder baron was not idle. He brought me several books of maxims, precepts, reflections, thoughts, and studies. He placed them in the empty corners of my chests, insisting, "Thou wilt have many idle hours on thy hands in calm weather. It behooves thee to feed thy mind lest his wonderful development be checked, and thou become as an ordinary child, with no thoughts above games and picture books." My poor mother, the gracious Baroness, added to this collection with a small volume entitled The Straight Road to Good Health, or Everybody His Own Doctor. As to my medicine chest, I took personal supervision. I was skilled in reading symptoms and had the rare faculty of knowing almost instinctively what remedy to give for a certain ailment, without first experimenting on the patient. Everything was going well and I was in the best of spirits, when the elder baron came to me with a proposal that, for some reason I could hardly explain, displeased me. He proposed to precede me by a week or 10 days to the North Sea, to purchase and fit out a swift, staunch vessel, purchase the vessel himself, and give his personal attention to fitting her out and shipping a crew of picked men. What could I do? If I refused, it would be a confession of distrust. Could he have in mind any project to thwart my scheme? Perish the thought. Yet, I did not accept his prophet's services without serious misgivings. This sudden anxiety on the part of the elder baron to hurry my departure, after having opposed it so long and so vigorously, made me a little uneasy in my mind. Before setting out for the North Sea to purchase a ship for me, the elder baron entered my apartment. His calm, deliberate manner made me uneasy. "Pardon me, little baron, for interrupting thy labors, for I perceive that thou art deep in the study of navigation," he said. "Speak, baron," I replied, looking up with a mischievous smile. "I have a last request to make," he continued, in his usual calm manner. "It is not a matter of very great importance. Rather is it a whim, more than aught else. Thou knowest from my lips and from perusal of our family chronicles, that we were in ancient time very large landowners on the coast of the North Sea. We controlled several ports, were extensively engaged in trade, sending out at least a score of ships in a 12-month. One of the ports of our domain was a famous one, famous for the extraordinary character of its inlet and outlet currents, channel, etc. It was said of this port that it was more dangerous than the open sea, that vessels were really safer out of it than in it. I know not how much of truth may be in all this, but I do know that one man, an ancestor of ours, not only sailed into it, but safely out again. For thou must know that the channel by which a vessel gains admission to this port cannot be used to leave it again, as the irresistible current always flows in the sea into this mysterious basin. To leave it, the bold mariner must trust his bark to another channel, and therein lurked the danger. It would gratify me greatly, little Baron, if thou couldst prove to the world that, no matter how difficult, other captains once found, and now find it, to sail out of this port, yet to thee it offered no insurmountable obstacles. And therefore am I come to ask thee to set sail from this port. It is called, I asked carelessly, as I turned to a chart of the North Sea, Port No Man's Port, replied the Baron. I like its name, said I. Order my ship to wait me there. The elder Baron arose, and bending his body with stately grace, withdrew. I accompanied him to the door, and dismissed him with a most respectful nod. Will this mission to Port No Man's Port prove to be a test of my skills, or a trap set by the elder Baron? #####, cinematic, emotionally immersive monologue. Port No Man's Port, I answered. Ah, here's the chart. I read the descriptive text aloud, the words painting a vivid picture in my mind. Abandoned for many years. Ingress easy, egress so dangerous as mean fatal injury, if not destruction, to sailing craft. Outer channel blocked by a fearful whirlpool and swinging rock called Thor's Hammer. Inner basin extremely dangerous from constantly shifting sands. Closed by order of the Royal Ministry of Commerce and Marine. Upon finishing, the blood rushed to my brain. I had to halt and cling to the back of a tall oak chair, or I would have staggered and fallen to the ground. Bulger was greatly alarmed and sent up a suppressed howl of grief. I spoke to him as calmly as I could to comfort him. After a few moments, the vertigo passed, and my mind cleared completely. Nay, it is impossible, I whispered. The elder Baron could not be guilty of bad fate to me. Away with such a thought. He errs through thoughtlessness and lack of experience. He little knows the terribly dangerous character of the task he is setting me. To him, the talks of shipwreck and death within Port No Man's Port are but the legends of old-time sailor life. He has not the faintest suspicion that his request, so lightly made, exposes his only child, son and heir to a princely fortune and honored name, either be engulfed by these shifting sands, sucked down to destruction by this fearful whirlpool, or crushed by a blow from Thor's hammer. And yet why murmur? It is too late to protest. Already the elder Baron had proclaimed to the world a proud piece of news, that a son was about to renew the old-time glories of his family. I must do one of two things. Face these dangers at a man of cool, calm courage, or condemn myself to a life of dull and listless activity, the magnate of province and not the hero of two worlds. No, the die is cast. I have said it, and it is as good as done. My ship sails from Port No Man's Port, where this little body feeds its fish that day. Doubtless, my eyes brightened, and my cheeks took on a glow of crimson hue. Bulger, who had been listening to my soliloquy with most pained expression, now broke out into a very lively succession of barks, bounding and springing about the room in the wildest merriment. He knew only too well that some terrible struggle had been going on in my mind. As the hour drew near for me to bid adieu to the baronial hall, the gracious Baroness, my mother, suddenly thought 1,001 things which she deemed of the very greatest importance to me. She warned me that I was not to sleep in a draught, not to take of freshly baked bread, not to drink cold water while overheated, not to cut my fingernails too short, not to sleep with my mouth open, not to wear my underclothing longer than 1 week, not to neglect to brush my teeth, not to fail to have my hair cut with a new moon, not to strain my eyes reading by a poor light, not to swallow my food without thoroughly chewing it, not to laugh while I had food in my mouth, not to attempt to stop a sneeze, not to neglect to pare my corns, not to pick my teeth with a metal point, not to examine under my nose without a looking glass, not to eat meat without pepper or vegetables without salt, not to exert myself after a hearty meal, not to stand upon my leg while I was asleep, not to walk so fast as to get pain in my side, not to go to sleep until I had first rested on my right side, not to fail to take a pill if I saw flashes in the dark, not to neglect to tie a stocking around my neck in case my throat felt sore, etc., etc., etc. When a moment came to take leave of the gracious Baroness, my good mother, I was deeply moved. All the servants and retainers, from indoors and out, filed in front of me, kissed my hand, and showered blessings on me. I may safely say that the only being present not moved to tears was Bulger. He was so anxious to get underway that he passed an hour or so racing from the manor house to the carriage and back again in a piteous endeavor to get the procession started. Start we did, at last. Are you prepared to face the dangers of Port No Man's Port, or will you succumb to the comfort of 100 hands waved as a fond farewell? The stately trees that shut in the baronial hall swayed solemnly. I was glad when we rolled out of the courtyard, for I needed rest and quiet. My nerves had been on such a stretch for the past month that a change of scene brought me balm and relaxation. My journey to the North Sea was quiet and uneventful. I found my ship safely anchored in Port No Man's Port, and the elder baron there in charge of her. He introduced me to the sailing master, pressed me in his own loving arms, and with a gracious smile and stately wave of the hand, seated himself in a family coach. His only adieu was, "My son, thy wisdom comes thee by inheritance. Thou couldst not have acquired it. Therefore, make a noble use of so noble a gift. Farewell." I bent my head in silence. The carriage rolled away. I stood alone. Nay, a true and loving friend was there. He looked up at his large, lustrous eyes, as if to say, "Don't be sad, little master. No matter who goes, I'll stay by thee forever." Turning to my sailing master, I ordered the ship's launch to be manned, and began at once a survey of the mysterious port in which my ship lay anchored. I found to be a roomy basin, shut in by a rock-bound shore. In places, the water slept beneath black and glassy surfaces. In others, all was movement and commotion. Its waves came boiling and bubbling against the launch with swirling masses of white sand, shifting hither and thither as a condemned perpetual unrest. The fact that my men, while fishing in different parts of the bay, often caught deep-sea fish, proved to me that Port No Man's Port was traversed by a channel from 4 to 6 fathoms in depth. The only difficulty would be to fix the boundaries of this constantly shifting path long enough to sail across the basin. I next turned my attention to the whirlpool. It marked the junction of the outer channel with the basin of Port No Man's Port. Having purchased a number of condemned hulks for the purpose of testing the strength and fury of the whirlpool, I caused a strong hawser to be rayed to a capstan on shore, and was in this way enabled to let the launch approach within a ship's length of the whirlpool with perfect safety. In truth, it was, when roused to full measure its fury by the intrusion of any large floating body, a sight to strike terror to the stoutest heart. With a deep booming and rumble, its waters rose in tumultuous commotion, boiling, bubbling, seething, till snow-white foam covered the pool like a mantle of bleached linen. Then, lifting the intruder, which in this case was one of the hulks that I had ordered to be launched upon them, these angered waters whirled it completely around. In an instant, as if exhausted by this tremendous effort, a mysterious calm sank upon the pool. The foam sheet, broken in shreds, danced gently on the rippling bosom of the waters. All was peace, save that the hulk still lay trembling like an affrighted being in the lap of this resting monster. For a look, it is aroused again. Faster and faster it whirls its prey. Deeper and deeper as now wide-open jaws draw down the ill-fated hulk. A terrible roar tells that the end is near. 'Tis gone. Aye, but wait! It will give up its prey again. Even now bits of plank float seaward, dancing on the rushing waters. Soon the crumpled, broken, crushed remnants of that strong hulk will follow. This watery monster does not feed upon what it swallows. It destroys the mere lull of destruction. Night had come now. I returned to my ship. The shifting sands in the whirlpool had uncovered their horrors, but I feared them no more. like the horse tamer when he has at last succeeded in thrusting the steel bit between the champing and gnashing teeth of the wild young steed. I now felt that they were conquered. "And now for Thor's hammer," was my cry, as I sat down beside Bulger for a brief moment's reflection. The first streak of gray light in the east found me on deck. Thor's hammer was a huge shaft of black flinty rock, projecting about 20 feet out of water and ending in a hammer-shaped head. It guarded the channel where it reached the sea, standing exactly in the middle, thus forcing a vessel to pass on one side or the other of it. Beneath the waters, this dread sentinel must have ended in gigantic bowl, which, in a flight of time, had worn a socket for itself in the bedrock of the channel. For it swung loose and free, moved by every powerful billow from side to side, threatening swift destruction to any passing craft. To speak frankly, the sight of this terrible engine of destruction appalled me. How shall I escape the vigilance of this gigantic sentinel, who knows no sleep, no rest, whose blows fall like fury on friend or foe? How shall I lull him to repose for a few brief moments? How will you navigate the perils of Thor's hammer and the surrounding dangers of Port No Man's Port? Determined to study closely the strength, the rapidity, and the character of the blows struck by Thor's hammer, I caused several huge structures of plank and timber to be erected near the position of this mighty sentinel of rock. One after the other, I ordered them to be thrown into the channel. At first, I was fairly paralyzed upon discovering that even the slight vortex caused by the drifting by of one of these wooden structures set the swinging rock in violent vibration and always toward the passing object. Judging from the effect of Thor's hammer upon these floating masses, a single blow would suffice to crush the very life out of my ship. Despite her unusual staunchness, I stood transfixed with dread forebodings. I could feel the beads of perspiration break from my forehead and trickle down my cheeks. Must I give up and return home, broken in spirits, humiliated, the butt of ridicule, the target of village wit, the subject of mirth and laughter in every peasant's cottage? Oh no, it must not be. Like a flash of lightning, a thought flamed across the dark horizon of my mind. Am I not dreaming? Was it really so? One of the wooden structures still remained, controlling my motion with great difficulty. I ordered it thrown into the channel, and took up a favorable position to watch once again the wrath of the towering sentinel. In a few moments, Thor's hammer felt to come into craft and bend itself in impotent rage, beating the air with blows which fell faster and faster. I was right. When once Thor's hammer had begun its labor of death and ruin, it turned not from its task, so long as there remained any object for it to spend its fury upon. Nor was there any escape for the ill-fated craft until it had been pounded into flinders. Hanging over it, blow followed blow with fearful clash and clamor, not until the poor remnant had drifted seaward did that black and flinty shaft cease its furious swinging. Turning to my sailing master, who stood with his wondering eyes fixed full upon me, I called out in a calm and careless tone, "In 3 days, skipper, if the weather is clear, we leave Port No Man's Port." A lump rose up in his throat, but he gulped it down and cried out merrily, "Aye, aye, sir." And what 3 busy days they were. 2. My men were not long in catching something of the indomitable spirit of their new commander. I worked them hard, but I fed them well, served out grog with liberal but wise hand, and saw that all their wants were satisfied. In turn, their wonderment became admiration, and their admiration affection. The first day, all the hands that could be spared were set to work making fishing lines, with a good, stout hook at one end and a cork float at the other. The lines were cut about 3 fathoms in length, and the floats were painted a bright crimson. I then gave orders to raid 3 jury masts, 1 midships, and 1 fore and aft. My men set to work with a will, but I caught them several times in the act of tapping their foreheads and exchanging significant glances. But at this last order threw them into a brown study. My next had the effect of a bombshell exploding in their midst. My order was to raid a steering gear under the figurehead. A coasting vessel which I had sent for now came sailing leisurely into Port No Man's Port. I directed the skipper to pay her crew 3 months' extra wages and discharge them. This done, my men were ordered to lash the coaster on our starboard side. I verily believe that my whole plan, so carefully studied out, was at this point only saved from utter failure by the wisdom of my faithful Bulger. The coaster had no sooner been lashed to our side than he sprang lightly over the railing and began to amuse himself by gambling up and down the clear deck. Suddenly, he paused near one of the hatches and broke out into a most furious barking. I called to one of my officers to look sharp and see what the matter was. He reported in a few moments that one of the discharged seamen had been found concealed in the hold. When I threatened to put him in irons, he confessed that his design had been to cut the coaster loose as soon as our ship had drawn near to the whirlpool. It was a narrow escape. Dear, faithful Bulger, how much we owe thee for that discovery. The third day dawned bright and fair. The wind was most favorable, blowing strong offshore. With the coasting vessel securely lashed to our side and the threats of Thor's hammer understood. Are you ready to face the final challenges of Port No Man's Port? At the first glimmer of light, my men were astir and on the lookout for my appearance. They greeted Bulger and me with 3 hearty cheers. They had made up their minds that what I didn't know, Bulger did. At last, all was ready. I nodded to the sailing master, and in a moment or so, the capstan began to revolve and the merry yo-heave-oh of the men told me that the anchor had been started. Hundreds of lines and floats well baited were now cast overboard. Standing on the taffrail, glass in hand, I watched them closely and anxiously. Imagine my joy at seeing several of these crimson floats disappear like a flash, rise again, and vanish for an instant. The first point is gained. I cried out, I have found the channel. Passing word quickly to the sailing master, who was in charge of steering gear. My good vessel moved slowly out Port No Man's Port, stern first. Again and again, the baited lines with their crimson floats were thrown overboard. The deep water fish that swarmed the ever-shifting channel kept steadily at work. As our ship advanced, they tugged at the lines and thus kept the tortuous course plainly marked out. Glass in hand, I watched the successful working of this part of my plan, with tingling veins and a bounding heart. A loud huzzah from my men tell me that we have cleared the shifting sands. High true it is, we have crossed the basin of Port No Man's Port. Its dreaded quicksand swirl and roll in vain. It was not fated that they should engulf the little baron's ship. But see, the channel narrows, the waters grow black and troubled. And hark, didn't you hear that dull roar? I spring down from the taffrail. I pass among my men and drop here, and they're a word of encouragement. My perfect calmness impresses them. No merry, aye aye sir, goes up, but I see response in their faces. It is, we trust you, little captain. Speak. The dull roar grows louder and louder. The rapids catch us up and bear us along like chips on the foaming tide of a mountain stream. Our staunch vessel rocks like a toy boat. The coaster lashed to one side creaks and groans in his wild efforts to break away. Calling Bulger to me, I pass a line around him and lash him firmly to the mainmast, for I was fearful lest a sudden lurch might hurl him overboard. On, we speed to the frightened waters. The roar is deafening. I glance at my seamen. Their bronze faces are blanched. They cling to the shrouds and stays. Their eyes are riveted upon me. Look, the fearful whirlpool is dead ahead of us. It opens its foam-flecked jaws like some terrible monster. We leap into its very mouth. Are we lost? How can it be otherwise? As if our staunch vessel were a nutshell. The swirling, raging, whirling, battling, boiling waters catch her up in their encircling arms, lift her high above sea level, turn her completely around, and drop her with such terrific force that great walls of water rise on all sides and threaten to engulf the frail wooden thing. But most wondrous change, mark how she floats upon a glassy pool. The foam dances in sunlight on the rippling waves. All is peace where but a moment before nature raged with demoniac fury. Quick as thought, I leap into the mizzen shrouds, cut away the jury masts. They fall overboard with crash. My men work with a mad earnestness. They know too well that every instant may be their last. Our mainsail already hoisted is sheeted home without a word or a cry. We are too near death to sing. See, the wind fills a great sail. We move. The waters seem to scent our escape. They are awakening to new fury. A deep rumble from the very bowels of the earth calls upon them to arouse from their lethargy. They reach out for us. Too late, We sweep out of their reach. We are saved. We are saved. A shout goes up from 2 throats, from which fear now takes her hand. Look back. As if robbed of its prey, the whirlpool wakens with redoubled fury. 100 arm-like streams of water gush forth and pour around our good ship in vain effort to draw her back into that terrible vortex. We are drenched with clouds of spray and mist as we slowly but steadily keep on our course. Would that we were safe upon the swelling tide of the open sea, for there is still another danger to be met. The whirlpool is behind us, but what other danger waits on the open sea? Our channel suddenly narrows. I could toss a biscuit to the rocky wall, which shuts us in on both sides. Again, a deep silence falls upon ship and crew, broken only by a strange sound of rushing waters, bursting out and dying away as regularly as the swing of a pendulum. 'Tis Thor's hammer, beating the frightened waters into foam, as it sways from side to side. In spite of my effort to appear calm, I can feel my heart beat faster. A cold chill benumbs my hands. A glance ahead startles me like a blow from an unseen hand. There, with the morning sun resting on its hammer-shaped crest, swings that dreaded shaft of flinty rock, threatening instant destruction to any ship bold enough to attempt to pass it. In accordance with my orders, every sail on the coaster had been set, and her helm lashed so as to pass to the right of Thor's hammer. "Courage, men!" I cried. "Stand by and all, cut away the lashings, cast off the tender." Then waving my hand to the skipper, our mainsail came down with a run. Everything worked like a charm. Our ship slowed up, while the coaster shot ahead to her destruction. See how gallantly the doomed craft speeds on her way. For the breeze had freshened, and several gay streamers and flags, which my men had run up to topmast, fluttered in the crisp morning air. There, did you not hear that crash? Thor's hammer has struck her. Blow follows blow. Crash, crash, crash. Now is our time when never. I was not caught napping. The moment we were clear of the coaster, I had ordered sails enough to be set to hold our ship steady on her course. Already we drew near to Thor's hammer, which is fast battering the coaster to a shapeless mass. The sea is filled with bits of plank and broken timber. Thor's hammer bends to its dread work of destruction, unmindful of our presence. What could withstand its terrible fury? Those sturdy timbers yield like twigs. Another minute, and we have the monster and his victim in our wake. Now we're passing him. Our sails tremble from the very force of his breath. Our deck is strewn with splinters. The roar and crash are deafening. Thor's hammer bends for one last blow to ribs and keel of its broken and disjointed victim. Hurrah! Hurrah! Our good ship dips to the deep roll of the ocean's breast. We are on the open sea. Port no man's port. Farewell! As my men look back at the rocky gateway and the grim sentinel of Port no man's port, they toss their caps into the air and send up cheer after cheer. Bulger bounded about the deck, doing his best by most vigorous barking, to testify his admiration for his little master. The sailing master drew near, and, touching his cap and scratching the deck with the toe of his shoe, cried out gaily, "Bravo, little Baron! That was splendidly done. I was sure we should never get through the shifting sands." And when they were past, I was ready to swear the whirlpool would make short work of us. But when we sailed safely out of that, I drew near the tail rail ready to jump overboard, for I felt that nothing could save us from a blow from Thor's hammer. I've grown wrinkled and gray facing the storms of Neptune's domain, but I never felt I had a master until now. I nodded and smiled, and quickly turned the conversation to some other topic. "By the way, skipper," said I, "remember, the very moment we clear the English Channel, turn her head southward." Aye, little Baron," was the reply. Calling Bulger to me, I now went below. I wanted to be alone. The fact of the matter is, I needed rest. The terrible strain on my nerves caused by the hopes and fears the past few days began to tell upon me. Throwing myself upon a canopy, I fell into a deep sleep from which I was awakened by Bulger's whining and crying. The sailing master was anxiously feeling my pulse. I had slept 3 days and 3 nights. All this time, Bulger had absolutely refused to leave my side or partake of food, although the skipper had tempted him with the daintiest morsels. His joys knew no bounds as I sprang up and shook myself into shape. "Where are we, master?" I cried. "We are on a broad Atlantic, headed dead south, little Baron," was the answer. "Good. Send me a rasher of bacon and some hardtack. The Atlantic breeze has given me an appetite, and, skipper," I added, "a little broiled fowl for Bulger. And now, for the land of warmth and sunshine," I murmured. "Now for the home of the orange and the palm. Cold winds like me not. I'm a child of tropics, born in a land where nature works and man plays. No chill blast ever whistled its sad tune over my cradle. Let those who will spend one half their lives waiting for Mother Earth to wake from her winter sleep. Freeze the body and you freeze the brain. I am of those who love flowers better than snowflakes. Glorious Southland, I greet thee, thy child come to get in thy arms. Oh, take him up kindly and lovingly. With the dangers of port no man's port behind you and the open sea ahead, what new challenges await in the tropics? Southward, ever southward, my good ship sped along. By day I paced the deck to watch the dolphins at play, or to observe Bulger's amazement when a stray flying fish fell fluttering on deck. By night, with my eyes fixed upon the blazing Southern Cross, I longed for the time to come when I should set foot upon some beautiful strand decked out with coral branches and shells of pearl, in whose limpid waters golden fish nestling mid sea plants of not less brilliant hue. It was now 3 weeks since the last murmur of Thor's hammer had fallen on our ears. My chronometer marked high noon. Every sail was set, and our good ship careened as gracefully as a swallow that bent in its flight to touch the cool waters of some glassy lake. All of a sudden, the wind fell. Our ship stood still on a motionless sea. My pennon hung like a string. There was not air enough to lift the smoke from our galley fire. A strange, mysterious stillness weighed upon the ship and sea. I knew too well what it betokened. One of those dreaded calms, more feared by the seamen than the buffeting gale, had overtaken us. Our ship stood like one moored to a marble wharf, and as a thought flashed across my mind that days, even weeks, might pass ere the winds would lift themselves again bear us on our way, a feeling of utter listlessness came over me. It required a great exertion for me to throw it off. I dared not let my men see aught discouragement in my face. And yet, it was a hard task. Had I not been made of stern stuff, I would have wept to see my progress stayed at the very moment victory was almost within my grasp. Again, as was the case when the terrors of port no man's port rose, like demons of malignant might, to shut me forever in that rock-encircled basin, did my thoughts revert home, to the elder Baron and his gracious consort, my dear mother, to the servants and retainers of baronial hall, to the villagers and tenantry. How, oh how, should I be able to face them all, if I were forced to return home with the humiliating confession that my voyage had been a failure? Bulger was the first to catch a glimpse of the shadow on my brow. He turned his dark lustrous eyes full upon me, so pleadingly as if to say, "Oh, little master, what aileth thee? May I not do aught to drive the dark melancholy from my face? Thou knowest how I love thee. Teach me to help thee. My life is thine. Thy grief weighs like lead on my heart. Speak to me, little master." Tenderly and lovingly, I stroked his head and spoke in softest tones to him. He was rejoiced, but still he sat and watched me, for it was impossible to deceive him by feigning to be light-hearted and unconcerned. The second week found us lying at a log at a mill pond, our sails unvisited by the faintest breath of air, the sea sunken into a sleep that seemed like death. Despair sat on the faces of my men. "Rouse thee, little Baron," I murmured to myself as I paced my cabin floor. "Where's thy boasted cunning? Where's thy vaunted wisdom? Nevermore say that thou art a man of projects, quick to devise and quick to perform. Thou hast lost thy hold on the spoke of fortune's wheel." "Thou think so?" cried I and answered my own thoughts. "Follow me, we shall see." With a bound, I cleared the gangway. The sailing master lay asleep on the deck. The men in groups, here and there, looked the very picture of despair. Rousing the skipper with a vigorous tug at his belt, aided by Bulger's frantic outbursts of barking, I called out, "Avast! There, skipper, asleep from overwork? Pipe all hands on deck." The men came up in lively fashion, greatly amused by my cut at the sailing master, who stood rubbing his eyes, half dazed by my sudden outburst. "Send me the ship's carpenter," I continued, and catching up a piece of chalk, I drew the plan of a large box or chest, nearly as long as our ship's breadth abeam, and gave the carpenter directions to build the strongest planks to be had on board. He and his assistants were soon at work. Turning then to the cook, I ordered him to kill the pigs and fowls we had shipped for our own supply of fresh meat, bid him to be careful and not lose a drop of the blood. These orders fairly drove my men wild with curiosity. The sailing master drew near and attempted to get some explanation from me, but in vain. I was too deep in thought to speak. What would you do with the large box or chest, and how will you use the blood from the slaughtered pigs and fowls? The long box was ready in a few hours. Word now went up that I was about to abandon the ship and strive to reach land by rowing, and that this long box was a hold of provisions. The sailing master again fixed his gaze inquiringly upon me. I pretended not to notice his beseeching looks. The cook by this time had the fresh meat in readiness. Under my directions, it was all transferred to a long chest, the blood poured over it, and a box securely closed with a heavy plate glass lid, made up of several pieces shipped for the purpose of restoring broken lights. By this time, the men had grown so excited over this mysterious box and its still more mysterious contents that I was obliged to order them to fall back so that the carpenter and his assistants might go on with their work without interruption. The next step was to weight the long chest with lead and to attach hoisting tackle to each end by strong iron rings. When all was ready, I called out to my men to stand by and lower it over the stern rail. Stationed so that I could watch the lower end of the long box, I was careful to sink about 3 feet underwater and then lash it firmly to the ship's stern. I had scarcely given the word to lower away on all the sails when the ship began to move. The effect on my men was indescribable. Some turned pale and stood as if transfixed with fear. Others laughed in a wild, maniac-like way. Others, who had their wits about them, rushed to the stern taffrail to fathom the mystery. A glance was enough. It was a simple thing after all. Gradually, the others recovered their reason and hastened to join their companions and gaze down into the waters where I had lashed a long box, with its glass lid and strange contents. Meanwhile, our good ship moved faster and faster through the sluggish, listless waters. A ringing cheer, 3 times repeated, went up when the mystery was fully solved. Mystery? Hear then what this mystery consisted of. In the first days of this dead calm, which settled like a terrible blanket spread over us by the hands of some unseen monster, to check our advance, I had noticed that the water swarmed with sharks of extraordinary length. These fierce demons of the deep hung about our vessel in shoals of countless numbers, attracted by the garbage thrown overboard, and doubtless, too, by the odor of the many living beings on board the ship. When at times, a particularly large supply of garbage fell into water, so fierce was the onslaught of these ravenous monsters that they actually jarred the ship as they struck against its sides or stern, locked together like advancing cohorts of trained soldiery. Upon this end, I acted. If, as I reasoned, I could only control this now wild force, why may I not make use of it to rescue my ship from a worse danger than raging storm? For far better would it be to face the howling blast and foam-crested wave than to perish from thirst, chained to the open sea by this breathless calm. Now, however, all was changed. On, our good ship went, with ever-increasing speed, gliding noiselessly and swiftly through the mirror-like waters. My device worked far better than I had dared to dream, for as the fresh blood began to trickle through crevices of the long box, the ravenous sea monsters were almost maddened by its smell and taste. The largest and fiercest pressed forward in serried ranks, tossing their smaller companions high in the air as they took up their places with wild and eager search for prey which lured them on, ever so near them and still ever beyond their reach. No sooner to the foremost ranks of this army of myrmidons the deep show signs of fatigue than long lines of fresh and eager recruits darted forward, hurling their exhausted fellows right and left, like bits of cork, and took the task of following the ever-retreating prey, which, although given out as live blood and plainly visible to them, yet seemed to know no tiring and sped onward and ever onward before the wild, tumultuous attack of their pushing, plunging cohorts. The moon now shone like a plate of burnished silver on the blue walls of heaven, and the deep silence of sleeping waters was broken by the splash of those mighty bodies, glistening in her light, as they toiled and struggled to urge our vessel on its way. I could not sleep. wrapped in a woolen cloak. To shield me from the insidious dews of the tropics, I threw myself on deck, with Bulger's head pillowed on my lap. How would the sharks continue to propel our ship? And what dangers may arise from this unexpected alliance? Something whispered to me that if those hunger-stricken marauders of the deep would only keep to their task till the morning sun streaked the east, my cheek would feel the breath of coming winds. And so it turned out. With the first glimmer of daylight, I caught sight of a ripple on the lake-like bosom of the ocean. At that very moment, too, I noticed that our ship was slowing up. I sprang up on the taffrail. Lo, our allies had abandoned us. Not a single follower of that riotous camp was in sight. Ah, little did they dream how they had saved ship and crew. How limitless is man's selfishness. The beasts of the field, the monsters of the deep must minister to his pleasure, obey his commands. I had pointed out the ripple in the water, and when the first sturdy breath of wind reached us, we were in readiness to receive it. Every sail was set. My heart leaped with joy as our ship drew up to the wind, obeying her helm like a thing of life. And that was the way I saved my ship and crew from a worse danger than storm-lashed billows. From this time on, all went well. Scarcely a week had gone by when I was startled by a cry which sounded sweeter to my ears than the voice of a monarch to a courtier. Land ho! Dead ahead! Seizing my glass, I sprang up into the main shrouds and turned my gaze the direction indicated. Aye, true it was. There it lay before us, rising from the ocean with gentle slope, its heights crowned with trees of many-colored foliage, its shores ending in long stretches of snow-white beach. Above the unknown land hummed a purple mist of a deep, rich tint, like the cheek of a ripe plum. As we drew near, a landlocked harbor seemed to welcome us. Not a sound or sign of life, however, came to break the deeper pause which enveloped the bay and shore. Slowly and in stately bearing, our good ship sailed into the harbor and cast anchor. The radiant beauty of the land now burst upon me. 10,000 shells of pearly tints and hues glistened on the white sands, while in the limpid waters, sea flowers and foliage of deepest crimson swayed gently with the tide. Up the sloping banks, nature seemed to be holding high carnival. No shrub or bush or tree was content to wear simple green. Each wave some blossom of richest radiance in the soft and balmy air. Here and there, a brickley came tumbling down the hillside, rippling, purling and splashing over the moss-grown rocks in its bed. The air was heavy with the fragrance of this vast garden, so beautiful and yet so silent and deserted. The next day, leaving my sailing master in command, I set out on a tramp, accompanied solely by my faithful Bulger. My idea was to see if this island, for such I thought it to be, contained anything quaint and curious. The further I advanced into the interior of this fair land of bright flowers, purling brooks, clear skies, and perfumed air, the more was I astonished to find that neither vine, shrub, nor tree bore any berry or fruit to feed upon. And though it was just such a land of brooks, flowers, and balmy airs and dweller the faraway north might dream about, yet was it untrodden by the foot of man. For rare indeed is it that the people of the tropics are willing to prepare any other food for themselves than that which nature spreads before them. I now began to be thankful that I had supplied myself plentifully with dried fruits before leaving my ship to set out for a tour of the island, for such it seemed to be. At this moment, Bulger halted and raised his nose in the air, snuffed hard and long, and then fixed his dark eyes on me as much as to say, "Take care, little master. Some sort of living creatures are approaching." I had hardly time to draw one of my pistols and give a hasty glance at his priming, when with strange cries and stranger movements, a dozen or more beings of the human species sprang out of thicket with noiseless steps and surrounded us. I raised a firearm, which I held grasped in my right hand, ready to stop the advance of this band of most curious creatures by slaying their leader. For, judging by the forbidding aspect of their faces and the terrible condition of their bodies, apparently reduced by the dread pangs of hunger to mere sacks of skin hung on frames of bone, which methought rattled at every step they took, I anticipated an instant attempt on their part to strike us down and eat us. How will you approach these starving beings, and what will you do to ensure your safety, while also trying to understand and communicate with them? But I was very quickly reassured. First, by the fact that they bore no weapons of any kind, and second, by the softness of their voices and the walking beam-like motions of their bodies, which I interpreted to mean a sort of welcome mingle with desire to make friends with human beings so different from themselves. Although I gave him to understand or tried to do so by imitating the ducking motion of their heads, followed by an attempt to equal their performance in making a large number of very low bows, so graceful and easy that they would done credit to a French dancing master, that they had nothing to fear. Yet they continued to back away from me as fast as I advanced. Bulger was somewhat surprised at my eagerness to make friends with such a starred-out-looking set of creatures, and kept up a furious growling, eyeing them suspiciously as they continued the walking beam motion of their bodies, all the while backing away from me. I now found myself in front of a group of umbrella-shaped bamboo huts, into which most of them had retreated. With no little difficulty was it that I finally succeeded in coaxing them forth and convincing them that my intentions were perfectly peaceful. For a quarter an hour or more, they circled about me in silent wonder, while I, on my part, gazed in speechless astonishment at these extraordinary-looking specimens of our race. What they thought of me, you will learn as my story goes on, but how shall I ever describe them to you so as to give you even a faint idea of their wonderful appearance? Imagine skeletons of rather small stature walking about, with collapsed meal bags hung upon them, skin hanging down in folds everywhere, flapping about at every step. You have some faint conception of the utterly ridiculous and grotesque look of these beings. Almost every bone in their bodies was visible beneath this thin covering. Their cheeks hung like two empty pouches on each side of their faces. Their noses stuck out like knife blades. Deep wrinkles and creases cross and crisscross their faces, giving them a look of terrible melancholy and utter wretchedness. With their skeleton fingers, ever and anon they grasped a fold of skin and smoothed it out or pushed it elsewhere, as one might a loosely fitting garment. And yet, utterly wretched and melancholy as these creatures seemed to be to the eye of the looker-on, their voices were light and gay and soft as flute notes. They chatted and laughed among themselves, were full of mischief, and pointed their pencil fingers at different parts of Bulger's and my body with evident enjoyment at the sight of things so new and strange to them. Several times, while gazing upon these mournful and woebegone-looking faces, at the same time listening to their happy and childlike chatter, I broke out into a peal of laughter which was not only very ill-bred but which invariably had the effect of causing them to fall back into disorder. Gradually, however, they grew bolder, and by means of kind of sign language, gave me to understand that they desired to touch me. By recourse to the same common language of mankind, I informed them that I should be only too happy to gratify their requests, and proceeded to lay bare my breast and roll up the sleeves of my coat. They half repented of their foolhardiness, and crowding together, interlocked their arms and legs in such a manner that, to save my life, I couldn't tell where one commenced and the other ended. But after a few moments of coaxing, I succeeded in persuading them to advance and lay their hands upon me. Loud outcries followed exclamations of wonder and astonishment. As I afterwards learned, the words they uttered meant lump, chunk, stone, hard, solid. At this moment, feeling a little bit hungry, I opened my sack of dried fruit and thrust several pieces into my mouth. And now came a still more furious outburst of wonder, mingled with cries of horror and disgust. Again they retreated and tied themselves into a knot. Can it be, I asked myself, that these creatures never touch solid food? Observing now that they were consulting among themselves as to what course to pursue in regard to me, and being afraid that they might take it into their heads to escape into the thicket, for they were as quick in their movements as sprites and phantoms, I lost no time in making them understand that I desired to be led into the presence of their king or ruler. How will you approach the king or ruler, and what will you do to ensure your safety and establish a connection with these extraordinary beings? This seemed to please them, but with many duckings of their heads, they withdrew a short distance and held a sort of powwow, after which one of their number, who seemed to be a sort of leader among them and whose name, as I afterwards learned, was Go-Wiz, advanced toward me with numerous low bendings of his body, and succeeded in informing me that their chief lived at a great distance from where we were, and that it would be necessary for me to remain here while they returned to their ruler to ask his permission to conduct me to him. I readily consented to such an arrangement. Go-Wiz then led me to one of their dwellings, pulling out a bed of nice dry rushes, and invited me to make myself comfortable until he should come again conduct me into the presence of their chief, Stwish, as was the name he bore, Bulger, and I didn't wait for a second bidding, for we were tied to the bone after a long tramp, with half a dozen or more bows, quite as low as those made by Go Wiz and companions. I began to make ready for a night's rest. For a moment or so, I stood watching the retreating figures of these extraordinary people who, in single file, swiftly and noiselessly, like so many phantoms, had flitted away from the spot. Then, throwing myself down on the bed of rushes, I called out to Bulger to lie down by me, but he was not so trustful as I, and after caressing my hands, he took up his position at the door of the dwelling, so as to save his little master from any treachery on the part of the phantom people. Day now went out suddenly, like a lamp quenched by the wind. Bulger refused to sleep, but I, sheltered from the night dews by the thickly thatched roof, soon fell into a deep and refreshing sleep, out of which Bulger found it difficult to arouse me, for I had a faint recollection of having felt him scratching my arm for several moments ere I could shake off the fetters of sleep, which held me bound so tightly. Sitting up hastily, I discovered that Bulger was patrolling the floor in a state of great excitement, pausing ever and anon to snuff the morning air, which, it was plain to be seen, brought him a warning of some kind. Instantly it occurred to me that wild beasts were prowling about in the neighborhood. I examined the priming of my firearms. Bulger looked well pleased to see that I was thoroughly aroused as to the threatening danger. He now grew bolder, and springing out into the open air, made a circuit of the dwelling, only to return with bristling hair, and growling out a suspicion that all was not right. His ever-increasing anxiety now began to cause me genuine alarm. I was upon the very point of making a hasty retreat to my vessel, when a thought flashed through my mind. What? Escape these swift-footed phantoms? It were idle to attempt it. So I determined to take my chances, come what might. The hut was strongly built, and its roof would at least protect us from a flight of poisoned arrows. While I was occupied in making a hasty survey of the place, a loud outcry from Bulger startled me. I gave one look, and a shiver of fear zigzagged through my body. An armed band was full in sight, where fierce shouts, deep and rumbling, they came nearer and nearer. Their massive forms swayed from side to side. Their huge limbs moved like walking oaks. Their arms seemed the sturdy branches ending in hands which, in the dim morning light, took the shape of gnarled and knotted knobs. Terrific strength was shadowed forth by their broad and heavy shoulders. One blow from a hand of such sledgehammer weight would lay a frail creature like me helpless in the dust. Bulger, brave as he was, quailed at the sight. In an instant I collected my thoughts and breathed a last goodbye to the elder Baron and to the gentle Baroness, my mother, in their faraway home beneath the northern skies. Now they had reached the very doorway and stood beating their huge chests and giving forth deep rumbling sounds. Instinctively, I unsheathed my poniard and brandished in the air. The effect was astounding. With terrific cries, groans, and shouts, they fell back into wildest terror, rolling over each other, bounding asunder like gigantic footballs, striking the earth and bounding into an erect position. When at last these human airbags settled down into something like rest, one of the number broke out into the most plaintive and beseeching speech which, I afterwards learned, had about the following meaning. "Oh, master! Oh, magician! Oh, mysterious lump! Oh, impenetrable chunk! Put away that dread instrument! Prick us not with his awful point! Pierce not our delicate skins! The slightest touch from that frightful blade would cause our bodies to burst like pricked balloons. Fear us not, we are thy friends. We come to conduct thee to our great chief, Stwishtwish. I am Go Wiz, thy slave. How will you proceed with Go Wiz to meet the chief, Stwishtwish, and what dangers might you face along the way?" Suddenly, the truth broke upon my wondering mind. There was no falsehood in the speaker's words. It was Go Wiz. The others were his companions, the wretched, woe-begone bags of bones who had parted with me only the day before. With a smile and gentle wave of the hand, I hastily returned my dagger to its sheath and gave Go Wiz to understand that he had nothing to fear from me. Half crazed of curiosity, I now advanced to take a closer look at Go Wiz and his companions. Sober fact is that when I tell you that they were, man for man, the same beings I first fell in with on my starting out to explore the island. But this wonderful change, you ask? How are they in one short night grown to such a Herculean build, arms and limbs as massive as those of Japanese wrestlers? I replied was all air. When I first met these gentlemen, they had not dined. Now, they had just come from a hearty meal. For you must know that I was now in a land of the wonderful wind eaters. When the air is calm and the winds asleep, these curious people are obliged to fast, and their skins hang in wrinkled bags as I described. But when the wind starts up for a mad frolic or even a gentle puff and blow, these strange creatures at once begin to increase in size, and not long as before every wrinkle and crease disappear like magic. As Go Wiz and his companion stood before me, I was struck by the ridiculous contrast between their voices and the expression of their faces. Yesterday, with their fierce and forbidding faces, their voices were soft and flute-like. Today, their voices were terrible, deep and rumbling, while their faces now puffed out smooth and round seemed wreathed in smiles and good humor. As I stood lost in wonder at the sight of these strangely transformed beings, Go Wiz rumbled out something which I easily understood to be a request that I should permit him to conduct me to residence of his great chief, Stwish Stwish. I smiled assent and set about gathering up my traps. Bulger was completely nonplussed and fixed his lustrous eyes upon me as much as to say, "Dear little master, how canst thou trust thyself to these huge mountains of flesh, a single one of whom could crush thy frail body as easily as I would a mouse?" I gave him a few caresses and stroked his silken coat, to let him know I was sure that I was right. Go Wiz and his band, clumsy as they seemed, were by no means slow of pace. They moved forward at a brisk rate, for the air was calm, and they had little to carry. Now and then, upon bumping together, they bounded apart like rubber balls. It was a difficult thing for me to keep from laughing, especially when I saw Bulger's look of utter perplexity. He rolled his eyes up at me in the most comical manner. However, at last we entered the village of the Wind Eaters, where the great chief Stwish Stwish held his court. He too was puffed out pretty round, although, as I afterwards learned, the laws of the land did not allow him to eat as heartily as his subjects. Here and there a wrinkle was visible. His face and arms didn't have that look of puffy tightness common to his people after a hearty meal. He had already been fully informed of my arrival on his island and of my extraordinary weight and hardness from my size. It took about 15 of the Wind Eaters to balance me in the scales. Chief Stwish Stwish received Bulger and me with the greatest kindness. I was at once presented to his minister's estate and to the members of his family. Queen Fiu was a very stately dame, dignified and reserved in her manners, but the little Princess Poufat charmed me with a childlike curiosity. Their excellencies, the minister's estate, stood behind their master and seemed intent upon giving him far more advice than he was willing to listen to. Their names were Hissa, Wur and Sh Boom. You may well imagine the excitement created in the home of Chief Stwish Stwish by my arrival. From the highest to the lowest, from chief to serving man, everyone begged and implored be allowed to feel of me, anxious to make a favorable impression upon the strange people so that I might have a good opportunity to study them at my ease. I submitted good-naturedly for an hour or more to being patted, pinched, prodded, rubbed, and stroked. What will you do to understand and communicate with the Wind Eaters? And how will you navigate the challenges of their unique physiology and culture? It were vain for me to attempt to give you any idea of the 1,001 outcries of surprise, delight, wonder, fear, anxiety, and dread which went up from this multitude of strange beings, who were, although they didn't seem to think so, quite as great curiosities to me as I to them. My stock of dried fruit was now quite exhausted, and I began to feel the gnawings of hunger. I was always blessed with splendid appetite, and the pure, bracing air of this island only added to it. Bulger, too, I could see, was casting inquiring glances about in search of some signs of kitchen arrangements. I made known to Chief Stwish Stwish, as well as I could, the state of affairs, and he at once summoned Hissa, Wur, and Sh Boom to side for a consultation. They held a most animated discussion in 1-2, which ran from quarter hour to quarter hour, without any sign of coming to an end. All this time, my poor stomach was wondering what had cut off the customary supplies. Like rulers the world over, Chief Stwish Stwish was impatient and self-willed. Finally, he lost his temper completely and moved about so vigorously that his 3 ministers were kept continually on the bounce. So to speak, if you can only wait long enough, everything comes to an end. I was finally bidden to approach the chief, who asked me whether I had since my arrival on his island, seen anything which I could eat? I was obliged to confess that I had not, whereupon there was another consultation, which ended in Stwish seizing his corkwood club and sending each one as ministers in a different direction, with 3 quick smart blows. The sight was so ludicrous that I would willingly have let my dinner go for a chance at the bat myself. Suddenly, an idea came to me. I could see that this settlement of the wind eaters was not far from seashore. So, as best I could, I made Chief Stwish comprehend that I could eat the oysters and other shellfish, of which I had noticed vast quantities lying on the white sand of the ocean. When a thing was made thoroughly plain to them that I proposed to satisfy my hunger by devouring such horrid and disgusting creatures as live between these shells, I was really alarmed at the consternation it caused. Queen Fuyu and Princess Pufa were taken ill and withdrew to their apartments in great haste, while one and all, even including the fierce Gulwez, were seized with symptoms of nausea. By degrees, however, they recovered, and orders were issued to half a dozen serving men who, not being gorged, were in good marching condition to set off ashore and bring supply to shellfish to appease my hunger, which by this time had really set its teeth in my vitals. Meanwhile, Bulger and I were conducted to a neat bamboo dwelling with an umbrella-shaped roof, and left to ourselves until supply of food should arrive. I was too hungry to sleep, and Bulger, too, was in the same condition. But he was patience itself, as he always is, when he knows that his little master is suffering. I threw myself down on a heap of dried rushes, and my loving companion came and pillowed his head on my arm. After a tedious wait of an hour or so, a great outcry told me that something unusual had happened in the village of the Wind Eaters. It was the arrival of the serving men bringing the supply of oysters. I could hardly restrain myself until Chief Stwish should summon me to break my long fast. When I reached the chief's quarters, I found a vast crowd of people assembled to see the lump man put solid things down his throat. Chief Stwish and his court occupied front seats. As you know by this time, the voice of a wind eater depends upon the condition he is in. If he's just eaten and his body is rounded out like a well-filled balloon, his voice is deep and rumbling. If, on the other hand, he has not taken food for a day or so, when his skin hangs and folds and wrinkles on his framework of bones, he speaks with a soft, flute-like tone. As I stepped to the front, followed by Bulger, and took my place beside a heap of oysters, a deafening outcry went up, in which the deep roars of the inflated wind eaters were mingled with the soft, flute-like tones of the fasting ones. Not noticing any instrument at hand with which to pry the shells open, I thoughtlessly drew my poniard from its sheath. In an instant, a terrible panic seized upon the assembled multitude. Queen Fuyu and Princess Pufa fell into a swoon. Chief Stwish, being in a fasting condition, darted away to his apartments like a phantom. The minister's estate, his were in sh boom, being puffed up to their fullest capacity, struck the ground with their feet and rolled our way like huge footballs. Quick as thought, I sheathed my dagger, the sight of whose glittering point had brought about all this consternation, and, profiting by the lesson given me at our first meeting by Go-Wiz and his companions, I began a series of head duckings and walking beam motions in my body, which soon restored confidence in my peaceful intentions and brought my scattered audience back to their seats. Go-Wiz, who had run the farthest, was now loudest in his boast that he had not been the least frightened. Chief Stwish resumed his seat with considerable nerve, but I noticed that he kept his eyes fast on the place where I had hidden my dagger in my belt. Although the sight of the toothsome oysters only served to whet my appetite, I was now terribly perplexed to know how I should pry the shells open, for laws of the land of the wind eaters visited the death penalty upon anyone found with sharp-pointed instrument in his possession. In earliest childhood, the fingernails are kept pared down to the flesh until they lose their power to grow hard, and their place is taken by a piece of tough skin. Teeth, the wind eaters have none, or, more correctly speaking, their teeth do not grow above their gums. Nature seemed to have gradually ceased taking the trouble to supply these people with something for which they had absolutely no use. How will you find a way to open the oysters and satisfy your hunger while adhering to the laws of the land? In the heart of the island, where the winds whispered ancient secrets and the oysters lay in a vast, sun-dappled bay, I found myself alone amidst the people I long admired but never truly understood. Chief Swish-Swisher recounted me tales of a past so vivid and vibrant, it seemed almost mythical. In those days, his ancestors had feasted on sweet, ripe fruits that now hung dry and unripe. As those fruits withered, they turned to gums that clung to the trees, and when those gums dried, the island's very air became their sustenance. I stood before the assemblage, the weight of their gazes heavy on my shoulders. A flint hatchet lay at my feet, a relic from another time. I picked it up and turned it over my hands, feeling the rough edges and the cold, hard stone. With a deep breath, I squatted down and opened one of the largest oysters, its shell shimmering in the fading light. The room fell silent, a hush settling over the crown like a heavy blanket. With a practiced twist, I wrenched the upper shell off, revealing the fat, luscious creature within. I raised the lower shell, and as the oyster slipped into my open mouth, a chorus of half-horrified, half-wonder cries erupted from the surrounding crowd. The sound blended into a cacophony of shock and awe. Many of the onlookers felt ill, their stomachs turning at the spectacle. They fled the scene before I could take another bite, leaving behind a trail of unease and confusion. To them, I was like someone gulping down stone and iron, a figure from a nightmare. Queen Fuyu clung to her husband's arm, her eyes wide with fear. But the little Princess Pu-Fa was not so timid. She stepped boldly forward, mounting one of the benches. As I opened my mouth to swallow the oyster, she leaned in, her eyes intent on my teeth. I could feel her breath on my face, her curiosity palpable. The instant the oyster vanished down my throat, she insisted I open my mouth wide, her eyes fixed on my teeth. I stretched my jaw to its limits, but a sudden scream of terror shook the crowd. Pu-Fa had fainted from the sight of my teeth. For a moment, all was chaos. Encouraged by Go-Wiz, the Wind Eater seized her clothes, intent on violence. But Pu-Fa's quick recovery calmed them. Now, the crowd was gripped by an insatiable curiosity, drawn closer to see the terrible thing that had frightened Pu-Fa. My jaws ached from the strain of stretching them wide, but I could see the wonder in their eyes as they gazed at my set of teeth, a marvel to them. I was glad to see the children, animated puffballs that they were, rushing at me and bouncing off like rubber balls. They were curious, playful, and fearless. Their antics brought a smile to my face and eased attention in the room. These childlike and simple-minded people were quickly convinced that I was not a threat, but a kind and peaceful creature. The children flocked around me, their smiles and laughter breaking the ice. I made friends with them, eager to study the Wind Eaters, both young and old. You could imagine my surprise when I saw a group of these children, their animated forms bounding at me, a game they had never played before. It was a sight that left me both amused and bewildered. Now, the curious thing is, you are bursting with curiosity to hear more about these strange people. What do you want to know? To me, they were not entirely unknown. I had read here and there in ancient books of travel by Arabian authors were raised much like these Wind Eaters. Their frail bodies could only sustain themselves on the sweet gums that flow from the trees, and their transparent skins made their beating hearts visible to the eye. I had no doubt that these authors referred to the dwellers of this wonderful island where no fruits, berries, or edible roots could be found. Chief Swish-Swish informed me that their ancestors had sustained themselves on such winds in past. But the idea that there were human beings who literally lived on air, or more correctly, on invisible particles of life-sustaining matter, was still beyond my wildest imagination. You can imagine my delight when I found myself among these extraordinary people, and when I discovered them to be true children of nature, mild-mannered and peacefully inclined. And yet, I was not long in making a discovery that proved to be quite an important one to me. I learned that, while the Wind Eaters were generally a peaceful race, there were exceptions to this rule. It depended on which wind they fed upon. All the women, for instance, were gentleness itself. They fed on the soft zephyrs of south. The majority of the people satisfied their hunger with the strong and wholesome west wind, while a good number preferred the fitful, irregular east wind, claiming it had a sweeter and more delicate flavor, a sort of heavy, nut-like taste. However, the best physicians of the nation contended that those who fed on the east wind were never as hale and hearty as those who restricted themselves to the nutritious and bracing west wind. A few, as in every land, delighted in strong, rich food and insisted on feeding on a rugged, gusty northwest wind, believing it was best suited to their needs. They claimed that nature intended man to partake of a powerful, strong-bodied wind to fit them for the battle life. A very few even defied the laws of the land and the commands of Chief Stwish, welcoming the dangerous north wind. They became rough, quarrelsome, and their better natures were completely changed. Captain Go-Wiz belonged to the Silk. Chief Stwish himself showed signs of fear when he saw Go-Wiz swaggering into village, his eyes inflamed, his steps unsteady, his speech indistinct after a hearty meal on a north wind. In this condition, Go-Wiz lost all self-control and once threatened and defied Chief Stwish, driving him out of his own apartments with a ground-up flint point. To this day, such was the curious people among whom I found myself sojourning, and on terms of pleasant intimacy with their ruler. A few days after my arrival at the village of the Wind Eaters, I found myself somewhat unpopular at the court of Chief Stwish. It all came about in this way. I'd already told you how quickly the children discovered the solidity of my body and their delight in throwing themselves against me like rubber balls. Even after a hearty meal, a dozen of these babies weighed about 1 good pound. I encouraged them to play about me to observe their curious tricks and ways. One of their tricks was to lock arms and legs, forming a chain of human links. One end of the chain was fastened to one of my earrings, and the other reached nearly to the ground, passed over the high rail of the balcony. While seated on the balcony of Chief Stwish's cottage, a dozen or more of the children set to work forming such a chain. One end was fastened to one of my earrings, and the other stretched nearly to the ground, passing over the high rail. The chain began to sway, and the children laughed and chattered, their innocent play creating a symphony of delight. But then disaster struck. The chain became unbalanced, and one of the children, in a moment of playful misadventure, tugged too hard. The chain snapped, and I was hit with the full force of the dozen children's weight. The impact sent me sprawling, and the children tumbled to ground, sprawling and laughing, completely unaware of the potential danger they had just created. For a while, I was not popular at the court of Chief Stwish, but as the children's laughter filled the air, I knew they had no ill intentions, and in the end, my mishap only made me more endearing to them. Now, tell me, do you have any more questions about these curious people? Scrambling, pushing, and squirming, the tiny wind eaters were half wild with joy. Suddenly, one of them swung against the point of a needle that I had inadvertently thrust into the lapel of my coat. The last time I'd been doing some mending, I had forgotten to remove it. For a true sailor, I was skilled in the use of needle and thread. A sharp crack, like that of bursting toy balloon, reverberated through the air. Again and again, the same sharp noise echoed in my ear. A glance was sufficient to explain it all. I could feel my hair bristling with horror as I saw the living links of the chain snap, one after the other, and disappear into thin air. The explosion from the first tiny puffball of humanity had been sufficient to burst the baby next in line, and the chain continued to disintegrate. In less than a few seconds, a dozen of them were gone, not leaving a lock of hair to carry home to heartbroken mothers. The news of the accident spread quickly throughout the village. Weeping, shrieking mothers, howling for vengeance, gathered quickly around the dwelling into which Bulger and I have retreated. Now, believe me when I say that I would not have stood in the least dread of an army of the Wind Eaters when they were fully inflated after a hearty meal. But it so happened that the air had been calm for a day or so, and many of them were now shrunk into the living skeleton size in which I had first met them. In this condition, they were foes not to be despised, for, moving with almost lightning rapidity, their mode of fighting was to entangle their enemy in fine nets woven of bamboo fiber and then beat them to death with their clubs. True, these clubs were made of corkwood, and a score of them weighed less than a pound. Yet, this fact would only make death slower and more painful. While a few blows might suffice to put one of their own kind out of their misery, it would most surely require a whole day to beat the life out of such a solid enemy as I was. Before I had a chance to collect my thoughts, Captain Go-Wiz and his band were at the door, their nets coiled to throw over me. Behind the net thrower stood a row of club bearers, anxiously awaiting their turn to begin proceedings. I thought to myself, this is a serious business. If Chief Stwish is not a hand, They will entangle me in their nets and try to beat the life out of me before he returns, for they well know his affection for me. But worse than all was the fact that Go Wiz had just returned from a distant part of the island, where he and a few of his chums had made a secret journey to gorge themselves on a rude and boisterous northwest wind. He was full of swagger and ire. I had never seen him swollen to such a size. His voice sounded like the deep bellowing of some fierce animal. He whirled his net in the air and called out in thundering tone for his men to follow him. I felt that the moment had arrived for me to make a desperate effort to save my life and Bulger's, too. With his 4 feet twisted up in one of their nets, he would fall an easy prey to Go Wiz and his band. It would be worse than useless to appeal to Go Wiz for mercy, influenced as he was by long and deep draught of the fierce and raging northwest gale. There he stood, puffing, blowing, blustering, swaggering. He swung the fatal web, which he intended to cast over me as a fowler would entrap a bird. Suddenly, I bethought myself of the little instrument that had brought me to this dangerous strait. Before drawing from his hiding place, I determined to play the bully and swagger a little myself. The heaviest wind eater weighs about 6 pounds, and as you may imagine, my weight, nearly 100 pounds, was a source of great dread to them. They stood in constant fear that I might accidentally tread upon one of the toes of a wind eater and explode him before they would allow me to venture out upon one of their balconies or to inhabit an upper story of one of their dwellings. They proceeded to strengthen it with the stoutest bamboo poles they could find. So, I now began to give Go Wiz and his band a few gentle reminders of my weight and solidity. Leaping high into the air, I landed upon the bamboo flooring with such a thump that everything creaked and trembled. At first, there was a general stampede of Go Wiz followers, and that blustering leader was the only one left to face Bulger and me. He stood his ground pretty bravely, although I could see that he was half inclined to heed the cries of his men and make his way out of the dwelling before I succeeded in wrecking it. But after a few more of my jumps, seeing that the floor withstood all my efforts to break it down, Go Wiz succeeded in rallying his band. Again, and now more furious than ever, they surrounded us, shrieking and howling like mad. Their uplifted right hands bore the dangerous nets, which they hoped to entangle Bulger and me, and then dispatch us. As I stood there, the tension mounted. The room was alive with the sounds of their cries and the creaking of the bamboo flooring. The air was thick with the scent of impending danger. I could almost feel the weight of their nets and the strength of their clubs. The suspense built, and I knew that the outcome of this encounter would define the next chapter of my journey. What would happen next? Would I be able to save myself and Bulger from this deadly trap? Now, it was high time for me to fall back on my reserves. I did so. The effect was simply astounding. The needle, a long, bright, and exceedingly sharp-pointed darning needle, proved to be a formidable weapon. As I brandished in front of them, it threw them into fits of rigid terror. They stood rooted to the ground, their bulging eyes riveted upon the needle point as if they expected it to prick them to death if they stirred an inch. At last, making a mighty effort, Go Wiz broke away from the spot, uttering a deep and rumbling cry of horror. His men rolled after him in the wildest terror. When they saw the tumultuous manner in which the valiant Go Wiz and his followers retreated, the assembled men and women took to their heels as if a legion of demons were pursuing them. In a few moments, Bulger and I stood alone on the battlefield. He had not budged from my side during the time that death threatened me. "Come," I said, as I stooped and stroked his head. "Come, thou faithful friend and companion. Let's go to Chief Stwish and lay the matter before him." The chief had just awakened from a noonday nap. He had calmly slept through the whole conflict and was now listening to my account with great calmness and patience. He then begged to be excused for a few moments, as the tenant had just informed him that a very soft and sweet south wind had begun to blow. He stepped out on the balcony and, after taking about a dozen mouthfuls of the purer, refreshing breeze, returned looking a little plumper. Like all men after enjoying a meal of favorite food, he was still more amiable and kindly in his manner than before. The news that a dozen of the smallest subjects had been so unceremoniously popped out of existence didn't seem to worry him very much. What moved him most of all was the fact that a point so fine, so delicate, so deadly, and so nearly invisible to be created by the hand of man. I assured him that it was hidden in the stuff of my garb, right in front of his eyes. He trembled. I strove to reassure him by explaining that I would as soon think of plunging my poniard into my own heart as of turning this almost invisible and yet deadly point against his life. He tried to smile, but it ended in shudder. "Thinkest thou, little man thick all through," asked Chief Stwish with trembling tongue, "that I may look upon it and not fall into swoon?" "Oh, most assuredly, great chief," I replied. "In fact, most light and buoyant Stwish," I continued, "I can rob this dreaded instrument of all its power to injure thee, and place in thy hand like any harmless bit of wood. Is it thy will that I should thus deliver to thee this dreaded point?" With a slight shiver, Chief Stwish made answer, "Aye, great and learned little master, I think I can bear the sight of it now. I am, indeed, very brave, but thou knowest a single prick of that deadly point would instantly end the life of the sturdiest wind-eater." I again assured him that there was really nothing to dread so long as he followed my directions. So saying, I drew the darning needle from its hiding place. Chief Stwish closed his eyes at first, but gradually grew bold enough to gaze upon the glittering point. Stooping down, I picked up one of the cork clubs and breaking off a bit of the smaller end, I thrust the needle point into it. Chief Stwish watched my movements with a sort of painful curiosity. "There, great chief of the wind-eaters," I exclaimed. "Now thou mayest toy with it. Hide in the rushes of thy bed. It cannot injure thee. It is as harmless as a pebble rounded by the sportive, sparkling waters of one of thy mountain brooks. Take it. It may serve thee some day in case of sudden attack upon thy illustrious person. At such a moment, fear not. Seize it firmly. Draw its dreaded point from its hiding place in this bit of cork. So small is it that it will be invisible in thy hand, and while thine enemies stand before thee in fancied safety, pierce him to death. For thou art ruler, and it is fitting that death should strike him who attempts to rob that people of their chief." Chief Stwish took the needle with trembling hand and hid the bit of cork, which held it under the thatch of the roof. Then, calling out, he summoned one of the serving men and bade him bring from a neighboring apartment a certain small bamboo chest, from which he drew a string of rare jewels somewhat of the nature of amber, only 1,000 times more brilliant. With this beautiful gift he dismissed me, issuing orders to his ministers that no harm should be allowed to come to me for the accident which exploded the string of little wind-eaters. Go with difficulty hide his anger at seeing me once more an honored guest at the court of Chief Stwish. I did not relax my vigilance in the least. However, every night, I'd borrow the windows with my own hands and place Bulger's madder rushes in front of the door, so that it would be impossible for the wrathful leader to surprise me. Now that the explosion of the babies was quite forgotten, my sojourn among the wind-eaters would have continued to be extremely pleasant, had not a new difficulty arisen to cause me anxiety. The rather thin diet upon which I had been existing, since my arrival among these curious people, while to appease my hunger, robbed me of that plump and well-fed look which I had always had. I found myself losing flesh at an alarming rate. Chief Stwish and Queen Fuyu were delighted, for as they expressed it, the little man thick all through was rapidly becoming in appearance at least a genuine wind-eater. Bulger, too, fell away dreadfully. Now and then I surprised him with his dark, lustrous eyes fixed upon me with as much as to say, "Oh, little master, what is the matter with us? We eat, and yet we grow thin. Are we really turned to wind-eaters?" And another bad phase of the matter was that while my ever-increasing leanness was causing me so much anxiety, it was carrying joy to the heart of Queen Fuyu, who, it seems, had formed a plan of keeping me for the rest of my life in the service of her lord and master by bestowing upon me the hand of the fair Princess Poofair. What will I do now? Will I find a way to regain my health and appease the desires of Chief Stwish and Queen Fuyu, or will I continue to struggle with this new challenge? Queen Fuyu's explanation of my ever-increasing thinness was that it was the effect of the wonderful atmosphere of their island. According to her, it mattered very little how thick and solid a man might be. If he lived long enough among them, he would gradually lose his solidity and become, if not a genuine wind-eater, at least almost as light and airy as they were. As I learned of these views from others before hearing them from the Queen's own lips, it was not all surprise for me, one day, to receive a message from stately Fuyu summoning me to present myself before her. She accorded me a very gracious reception, and Princess Poofair showed great delight at seeing me under her mother's roof. She bounced hither and thither like a toy balloon, shaking perfume from dry flowers and holding up strings of the curious gems, making them glisten in front of my face. I amused her by holding her out upon my hand and tossing her up and catching her, as I would rub a ball. Queen Fiyu looked on in mute satisfaction. When Princess Pooh Fair had grown weary of play, the queen spoke as follows. "Oh, little man thick all through, I have essayed to thee that which will gladden thy heart. The great chief, my husband, and I have noticed with joy that day by day thou art growing thinner and thinner. Know, then, that this is the magical effect of the air thou breathest. When our forefathers landed on this island, they, like thee, were solid all through. Therefore, be not alarmed when, a few months hence, thou findest thyself completely changed. Thou wilt, ere long, lose this heavy load of useless flesh, which thou hast been for so long a time condemned to carry about with thee, and become light and buoyant like us. And, O beloved lump, that thou mayest hasten the change in thy present solid form, and become a graceful and hollow being like one of us, I do, with the chief's twisted wishes, counsel and consent, accord thee permission to eat with us each day. This very hour shalt thou make thy first meal upon the sweet and wholesome wind of the south. The very moment, little chunk, that thou hast become thin enough to suit the great chief, he will give thee the fair Princess Pooh Fair for thy wife." At these words, the princess, who really seemed to be very fond of me, clapped her hands joyfully and bounced between her mother and me like a toy football. "But, little man lump," continued Queen Fiyu, "before we set out to dine on the sweet wind which blows over Banquet Hill, there are two things which the great chief's wish said I must be very particular to mention to you. The two conditions upon which he is willing to honor you above all men by bestowing a hand of the beautiful Princess Pooh Fair upon thee. Name them, gracious queen." I cried, for I was too wise to raise any objections at this point. I knew only too well that a single word from Chief's Wish would hand me over to the tender mercies of the fierce gold whiz. "They are," resumed Queen Fiyu, puffing out her cheeks and tapping them playful with the backs of her thumbs, "that thou shalt file thy teeth down even with thy gums, and keep thy nails always pared down to the flesh." "It shall be, gracious queen, as thou desirest," I replied, with several low bendings of my body. "Then," answered Queen Fiyu gaily, "there remains nothing to do but to begin at once to accustom thyself to our food. So let us set out for Banquet Hill without delay, for the sweet south wind is blowing fresh and strong." I accompanied Queen Fiyu and Princess Pooh Fair to the place indicated. It was a beautiful knoll, from which I could look far away to the southward over a valley, enchantingly fair. She and the princess at once began to inhale the soft, sweet air, and encouraged me to do the same. They were delighted with my efforts. In fact, the motherly Fiyu seemed a little bit anxious lest I should overeat myself. After the princess had taken a few deep draughts, I was surprised to see an attendant approach her and place about her throat a necklace of beads, strung upon an elastic cord. This was a precaution to prevent the princess from eating too heartily, was she so inclined. Well, as you may imagine, I returned to my apartments from dining with Queen Fiyu and Princess Pooh Fair on Banquet Hill a very hungry man, if that were possible, hungrier than I was before, for the pure, fresh air and many deep breaths had fairly made me ravenous. Once more alone with Bulger, I set to work thinking out some scheme to get hold of more food and put an end to Queen Fiyu's plan of transforming me into a genuine wind eater and giving me to Princess Pooh Fair for a wife. It occurred to me that possibly I might catch some fish in one of the arms of the sea nearest to the village and broil them on live embers, for I had my tinder box in my pocket. This plan worked to a charm. I soon succeeded in teaching several of the serving men to wriggle and number their war nets as a sort of saying, and was overjoyed the first time I cast it to make a hole a dozen or more fine sea bass. Bulger entered into the sport with great zeal, seizing a rope at his mouth and tugging away for dear life as we began to haul in. The next thing was to gather some dry leaves and wood and start a suitable fire to make a bed of embers. Crowds of the wind eaters gathered about me and watched my movements with a sort of mixture of wonder, fear, and pleasure. When at last the smoke began to curl up and the flame showed itself, cries of consternation broke forth, and a wild stampede ensued. Chief's Wish was hastily summoned, but I had no difficulty in convincing him that I intended no injury to anyone. The red tongues which he saw darting forth were perfectly harmless if they did not come in contact with one's flesh. It would only be necessary for him to issue a command forbidding the people to approach too near to the tongues of crimson which darted from the black clouds of smoke. By the time the live embers had formed, I was ready with a dressed sea base of about 2 pounds weight, and the cooking began. It is needless for me to assure you that Bulger and I sat down to a delightful meal, really the first satisfactory one since my arrival among the Wind Eaters. From this time on, all went well. Every day, my oyster gatherers and fishermen made their visit to the shore to keep my larder supplied. Upon their return, I was always in readiness with a fine bed of embers. So things went on for a week or so. I was delighted to find Bulger and myself gaining flesh in splendid style. And still, every now and then, I was obliged to accept Queen Fuyu's invitation to dine with her in Princess Pufat Banquet Hill, where I pretended to enjoy a meal on the soft and perfumed south wind quite as much as they did themselves. Queen Fuyu insisted that my complexion was growing clearer and more transparent every day, and that, beyond all doubt, in a few months I'll be able entirely to give up swallowing stones, as she called it. While I was quietly pursuing my studies of these curious people, another unfortunate occurrence took place, and this time it turned out to be a very grave and serious matter. The Wind Eaters were not long in getting accustomed to them at first startling sight of crimson tongues darting from the mouths of black clouds. In fact, they soon learned to like the odor of the delicate morsels as they lay broiling on the embers. When the air was chilly, they didn't hesitate to form a circle round Bulger and me as we sat eating our dinner, and enjoyed the warmth and a curious spectacle at the same time. It so happened that one evening, I had left a deeper bed of embers than I had imagined. The ashes collected over them, and they continued to glow until nightfall. A band of roisterers belonging to the Golwiz faction, by the merest chance, returned home that night from a trip to the north shore of the island, but they had gorged themselves upon the boisterous wind of that quarter. Attracted by the glow of the remaining embers, they made haste to gather a lot of wood, threw it upon the smoldering fire, and as the flames began to thrust out their red tongues here and there, they ranged themselves in a circle to enjoy the warmth, for the night was damp and chilly. So pleasant did they find the effect of the warmth that they resolved to pass the night there, and threw themselves down on the ground as close to the fire as they deemed it prudent to go. About midnight, a gentle scratching on my arm from Bulger's paw told me that something unusual had happened, for he never awakened me unless he was quite sure that the matter was serious enough to warn him in disturbing me. I found the village in the wildest state of alarm. Ear-piercing screams from the women mingled with the deep rumbling outcries of the men. You have no doubt already guessed what happened. In the night, the cold had increased, and several of the Wind Eaters, half asleep and half stupefied by the deep draught of the boisterous northwest wind, had approached closer and closer to the fire. Suddenly, the vast quantity of cold air they had swallowed began to expand, and 4 of them exploded with a terrific noise. In quicker time than it takes to tell it, my dwelling was surrounded by a screaming, shrieking, howling mob of Wind Eaters, demanding my instant death. It required all of Chief Twish's influence with his people to save me from being entangled in their fatal nets and beaten to death on the spot. To make matters 1,000 times worse, the bully and swaggerer, Golwiz, entered the village at this very moment, with a pack of his quarrelsome hangers-on at his heels. He had been away on a secret trip to the farthest northern point of the island, where the north wind howls and roars its maddest. I had never seen him puffed up so to the very bursting point with his favorite food. When he heard of fate which had overtaken his 4 comrades, his fury knew no bounds. He and his followers pounded their chests until the air quivered with deep and rumbling sounds, while ever and anon they broke out into the wildest lamentations for their dead companions. He openly and boldly charged Chief Twish with having betrayed his people and given over their once happy island to certain ruin at the hands of the little monster Thick Olthru, who, by his dread magic and foul mysteries, would soon bring their people to feed upon stones like himself. Day now began to break, and with the coming light, the confusion in the village seemed to take on new strength. So sure was I that death was about to strike me that I wrote out several messages to the elder baron and to the gentle baroness, my mother on the leaves of my notebook and left directions with one of the chief's serving men that, in case of my death, it was my wish that he should send them to my people, whom he would find on my ship in a beautiful bay on the distant shore of the island. I said nothing about Bulger, for I knew only too well that he would die by my side. I prepared for worst. I examined the primings of my pocket pistols and concealed my dagger under my coat at the back of my neck, where I would be better able to reach it if it came to close quarters. This done, I proceeded to cut my fingernails to as sharp points as I could, for I was determined to sum my life as dearly as possible. While I felt confident of Chief Twistwish's affection for me, yet I couldn't tell what moment he might lose courage and turn me over to mob in order to save himself. Bulger watched all my preparations with wide open and intelligent eyes, occasionally giving utterance to a low, nervous whine as the howling, shrieking, roaring mob surged back and forth in front of Chief Twistwish's dwelling. By the law of the land, the common people were prohibited from entering the inner enclosure of the chief's abode, but Go-Wiz, being one of the nobles or minor chiefs, was entitled to advance into the chief's presence and state his wrongs or make his requests. So now, the raging Go-Wiz, parting from his followers, who never ceased crying out for vengeance upon the little demon lump, who, on 2 different occasions, had spread death and destruction among their people, strode into the presence of Chief Twistwish. The chief was calm. He had not partaken of food for 24 hours, and stood up wrinkle-creased and seamed, as the wind-eaters always look when fasting. Near him sat Queen Fuyu and Princess Pufa, while directly behind him were ranged his 3 counselors, Hissa, Wur, and Sh Boom. They were well rounded out by recent draught of strong and wholesome west wind, and hence looked as contented and smiling as Twistwish looked sad and solemn. I stood in an adjoining apartment, concealed behind a bamboo screen, with my faithful Bulger by my side. I was so placed that I could see all without being seen myself. Chief Twistwish knew of my presence there. As Bulger caught a glimpse of the raging and bellowing Go-Wiz, he grew so nervous that I was obliged to stoop and stroke his head to let him know I feared nothing. But the fact of the matter is, great dangers always exert a subduing influence upon me. I face them coolly, but sadly, for my thoughts in such moments go back to the elder Baron and to the gentle Baroness, my mother, in the faraway home neath the skies of the loved Folderland. Like a huge football impelled by the kick of some gigantic foot, Go-Wiz landed in the audience chamber of Chief Twistwish. He shook his arms violently and bounded up and down with inward fury, for he was still too much beside himself with rage to utter any other sound than a deep rumbling growl or mutter. What will happen next? Will Chief Twistwish be able to calm the mob and save me? Or will the tensions finally boil over, leading to a dire consequence? From my place behind a bamboo screen, I followed, with all the keenness of sight for which I am so justly famous, every movement of the furious Go-Wiz, as well as the actions and demeanor of Chief Twistwish and his counselors. I was determined not to be caught napping in case any signs of treachery should be visible. At the very first glance, I saw that the rebellious Go-Wiz had something hidden in his girdle, and from shape and length, I knew at once that it was a flint knife. Quick as thought, I beckoned a serving man to my side and sent a message to the chief, telling the attendant to appear be engaged in waving the branches of perfumed leaves, as was his duty, while he whispered it in the chief's ear. It was as follows: "Be on thy guard, ho, chief. The brawler has a flint knife hidden in his girdle. He will attempt to slay thee. Be careful, be calm." Go-Wiz had now quieted down a little, but with a voice of thunder, he began his tirade. He pictured the long years of peace and happiness on their island, the blessings they'd enjoyed on a long and glorious line of rulers, of which Twistwish was the worthy descendant. He thundered out defiance against all the enemies of the Wind-Eaters and, as softly as possible, roared his own praises, telling of the many deeds of valor he performed in Twistwish's service. He ended by declaring himself ready and willing to die for his beloved chief. When Go-Wiz had spoken, the chief bowed his head for a few moments in silence. Need I tell you that my very heart listened for the reply? I could hear nothing but the deep, coarse, grating sound of Go-Wiz's breath as I leaned forward to catch the first word which should fall from the chief's lips. It seemed a lifetime. At length, Twistwish spoke. My brother, thou art inflamed with the deep draught of the fierce and raging north wind. Thou art beside thyself. Thou sayest not clearly, I must not adjudge death except when the decree will rest on the laurels of our fathers. True, the little man thick Aldru hath been a cause of great misfortune to our people, but the innocent cause. He had not striven or desired to harm us. He is a lover of peace, a friend of his kind. My followers were warned of the danger of the crimson tums. The man lump did not seek their death. And full well too, thou knowest that the laws of our fathers bid us to hold the lives of our guests as sacred as the texture of our skin. Go thy way therefore, go whiz. I cannot doom the man lump to death. At these words, all the former fury of Go Whiz broke forth once more. Pounding his chest and striding up and down the audience chamber, he roared out, That thou givest into my hands this very hour, the solid demon, the dreaded man lump, the monster, thick all through it brought all this death and ruin into our peaceful land. Chief Stwish was silent for a few moments. Need I tell you that my very heart listened for reply? I could hear nothing but the deep, coarse, grating sound of Go Whiz's breath as I leaned forward to catch the first word which should fall from the chief's lips. It seemed a lifetime. At length, Stwish spoke. My brother, thou art inflamed with the deep draughts of the fierce and raging north wind. Thou art beside thyself. Thou sayest not clearly, I must not adjudge death except when the decree will rest on the laurels of our fathers. True, the little man thick Aldru had been the cause of great misfortune to our people, but the innocent cause. He had not striven or desired to harm us. He is a lover of peace, a friend of his kind. My followers were warned of the danger of the crimson tums. The man lump did not seek their death. And full well too, thou knowest that the laws of our fathers bid us to hold the lives of our guests as sacred as the texture of our skin. Go thy way therefore, go whiz. I cannot doom the man lump to death. Is this, roared the disappointed leader, the kind of justice which thou givest to my people? Aye, is it, thou brawler, replied Chief Stwish, now fast losing control over himself. Hold thy peace and depart, lest in my wrath at thy frequent wrong doing I give thee over to merited punishment. Have a care, Stwish, roared Go Whiz, boiling over with rage. Have a care lest thy people rise in a might and cast thee out, thou unjust ruler. Begone, I say, was Stwish's calm but stern reply. Go thou first, then, traitor to thy people, thundered out Go Whiz, springing forward with a flip knife raised high in the air. Cries of terror burst from those gathered in the audience chamber. But Chief Stwish calmly put forth his hand and touched the would-be assassin. With a deafening crack, the body of the raging Go Whiz flew into 1,000 pieces, like a huge balloon seized by the hands of the tempest, and whirled against the spear-like branches of some shattered oaken monarch of the plain. Queen Fuyu and Princess Pufan, bewildered and terror-stricken, clung to each other, while silent fear sat on the faces of those around the chief. But he was calm and spoke a few words in a mild and steady voice to the queen and the princess. When the people learned of Go Whiz's attempt to slay their ruler and how the brawler, at the very instant he lifted the flip knife to strike, had been mysteriously stricken dead at Stwish's feet, they sent up loud huzzas, for the fierce Go Whiz was more feared and loved, even by his followers. It required several days for the village of the Wind Eaters to quiet down and take on its everyday look after the mysterious death of Go Whiz. But with his disappearance, all opposition to Chief Stwish's rule vanished. The people firmly believed that it was the avenging spirits of the air who had touched the brawler with their sword points when he raised his hand against their ruler. I need hardly tell you that the chief's gratitude to me knew no bounds. No gifts were too beautiful or too costly to be offered me, and the fact that I declined them all only seemed to strengthen his affection for me. But how dared I reject a gift of the hand of the fair Princess Pufan? To do this would be to undo all that I have done, to make Stwish my enemy, to transform his love into hate, his confidence into suspicion, possibly to write my own death warrant. There was but one course left for me to pursue, and that was escape. And escape, too, it must be at once, before I had lost the chief's confidence. One of Stwish's first acts after his rescue from the flint knife of the murderous Go Whiz was to restore to me the tiny instrument with the invisible point. This done, A terrible load seemed to be lifted from his mind. He became himself again, and with his returning happiness and content came a still stronger desire to hasten my marriage with Princess Poofair. What will happen next? Will I be able to escape undetected and find a way back to my home? Or will Chief Twish's suspicion and anger lead to dire consequences? With the greatest caution, I made this not excuse in order to gain time to collect my thoughts and settle upon some sure plan of escape. For recapture meant death, or worse than death, imprisonment until I should consent to give up all desire to leave the island of the Wind Eaters and pledge myself to become, so far as nature would permit, one of their people. Cautious as I was, my excuses awakened suspicion. The first proof of this was finding that orders had been given to cut off my supply of fish. Queen Fuyu was afraid that so long as I was permitted to have all the solid food I wanted, I would not grow thin enough to be content with air diet and, therefore, not satisfied to make my home among them for the rest of my life. The next thing to happen was finding my supply of oysters and mussels reduced by half. This meant yield or starve. It struck me like a bolt out of clear sky, but it has always been just such blows as this which have, throughout my life, aroused me to calm, quick, intelligent action. I hesitated no longer. My plan reached perfection in a single moment. When nightfall came, I hastily scrawled a few lines addressing my sailing master, telling the fate was threatened to overtake me and bidding him arm a few trusty men and hasten to my rescue. I tied this message to the collar of my loved and faithful Bulger. He covered my hand with caresses, and I held him clasped in my arms for an instant while the tears fell hot and fast. Then I softly opened the door of my bamboo lodge. The night was bright and glorious. "Away, my beloved Bulger," I whispered, stooping and pressing my lips for the last time on his silken ears and shapely head. To the ship. "Away." He paused, looked into my face, gave a low whine as if to say, "Aye, little master, I understand." And away he sprang like the wind. For an instant I could follow him as with long and sturdy bound he sped along. And then he was gone. The next morning, to my utter astonishment, I was informed that all the preparations of marriage of the Princess Poofair and the little man Thick all through were completed, and that the feasting and merrymaking would begin the day following. This piece of news, startling as it was, I received with perfect calmness. I completely disarmed all suspicion by my apparent satisfaction with the bright prospect of becoming the son-in-law of the great Chief Twish. I searched my pockets for trinkets to bestow upon the light and airy Poofair. Queen Fuyu was not visible. So great had been the joy of her mother's heart that in a moment of weakness she had partaken too greedily of rich but unwholesome east wind, and was now suffering from a fearful attack of dyspepsia. This was a most fortunate thing for me, for I am quite certain that Queen Fuyu would never have consented to allow me to return to my own apartments at night. There was now but one thing left for me to do, and that was to make for the distant seacoast, where I had left my ship and crew, and start, too, that very night, as ill luck would have it. Chief Twish, noticing that a delightfully strong west wind had begun to blow, insisted upon having a sort of preliminary feast about sundown. I was invited to join the party. Not daring to refuse, I set out with the merrymakers, and not only tired myself out by making frantic efforts to fill myself with their invisible food, but it was nearly midnight before the village grew perfectly quiet, and everybody seemed to close the doors and windows of his dwelling. But, after all, the riding of the Wind Eaters was a fortunate thing for me. They went to bed so gores of many and deep draughts of the hearty and filling west wind that they slept like logs, if you allow me to compare puffbowls to solid wood. I waited until the rumbling of the voices had died away as the last group of roisterers broke up and the solitary Wind Eaters, scattered along the streets, disappeared one by one into their bamboo dwellings. Leaving my door fastened on inside, I sprang lightly through the window and under cover of the deep shadows made my way unnoticed to the outskirts of the town. Here I broke into a sharp run, for at very most I would have but 6 hours start of the Wind Eaters, and that was far too low. For, as I've already told you, they flit along like phantoms when in a fasting condition, and even when pretty well filled, are very swift of foot, more especially if the air be quiet so as not to impede their advance. On, I sped with a desperate resolve to make such a good use of my start as to make it impossible for them to overtake me. To my horror, after about an hour's run, I noticed that my legs are beginning to tire. This was a terrible blow to me. For a few moments, I staggered along half unconscious of where I was, whither I was hastening, and of the awful danger threatening me. All at once, the truth of the matter broke upon me. I was but the wreck of my former self. The long months of fish diet had robbed my muscles of that wonderful strength and elasticity which was once my pride and my chief dependence in moments of peril. Frail as I had grown, my legs now bent beneath me. Slower and slower grew my pace. My heart seemed to swell and shut out the very breath of life. On, ever onward, I toiled with a desperate effort to escape my pursuers, whose rumbling voices a half seemed to me were faintly booming in the distance. But nature would do no more. I reeled, I staggered, I stopped, I fell. How long I lay there I know not. But when I came to myself, I could plainly feel that change in the air which tells of the coming day. The rippling of a brook fell on my ear. I dragged my aching body in the direction the sound came from. A deep pull at the cool, clear water of the brook refreshed me somewhat. I attempted to rise, but oh, new loss of hope, to discover that my joints had stiffened while sleeping on the ground, uncovered, yes, even ill-clad, for I left one piece of my clothing hanging on the windowsill of my lodge in the village to quiet any suspicion which might arise in the minds of serving men. Thoughts of home, however, of the elder baron, of the gentle baroness, my mother, of my loved Bulger, flitted to my fevered brain, and prompted me to make one more effort to regain my feet and escape death at the hands of Chief Stwish's enraged people, who would soon be bounding along, up hill and down dale, like spears of wind, as they were. A groan escaped my lips as I rose to my feet, so like knife points in my joints were the pains which shot through my frame. But I must try to be up and away, even though the effort cost me 1,000 agonizing twinges. I owed the loved ones a home to push on till I fall utterly broken, till, like a stricken beast, robbed of the power to stand, I should topple and fall to feet and at the mercy of my pursuers. Such were the thoughts which oppressed my poor, reeling brain. A terrible mystery, a torturing dream weighed me down. I still had my mind. I could see, I could feel, I could hear. And why should I not rise and move onward and away from the certain death which hovered over me? Crazed by such thoughts, I struggled to my feet and staggered along, sending forth a groan with every step. What will happen next? Will I be able to make it to my ship and escape, or will I be overtaken by the wind-eaters? But I had steeled myself to task and dragged myself along, still oppressed by some strange and mysterious power, which gave to every pebble a rock size and widened every gully to a yawning chasm, on the brink of which I paused in sickening fear of plunging into some black abyss. And yet, oh joy, gradually, the films faded from my eyes, the mysterious power lifted its spell from my brain. I felt more like myself. I saw clearer. My step grew firmer. Now at last, thought I, all is going well, when suddenly a long blue-gray streak of light flashed along over the heads of the hills in a far distant eastern sky. It was the signal of morning. Again with a groan, I sank on my knees, caught myself, rose half-dazed and pressed on again, slowly, slowly, every step jarring on my heated brain like a hammer's blow, but still onward, onward, a terrible grip as of some giant hand, palm of iron and fingers of steel, set itself on my very vitals. The thought that even now my escape was known to my enemies, that the phantom wind-eaters, armed with their nets and clubs, were flitting out the streets of Chief Stwish's village, charged to carry me back alive to a worse death than death itself, or slay me for having broken faith and set the face of honesty over my fraud and deceit, seemed to paralyze my limbs and rob me of the little strength I had left. Still on and ever onward I struggled, like one in the dull stupor of the wine cup. Fast, too fast. That streak of gray dawn lengthened and widened, and the orb of day shot up to the morning shadows, a messenger of light, here and there, now weak and fitful, now stronger and farther reaching. I saw them. I felt them. From my dread of them, they seemed to flash toward me and strike my half-closed eyes, as if knocking at the windows of my soul and rousing me to move out of death's harm. For a brief moment, I halted as if expecting some fond, familiar voice to ring in my ears. It came. It was a gentle baroness, my mother, gently, softly, sweetly. That well-known voice came floating on a morning air, bidding me take heart, calling me by name just as in childhood's days, and saying, "My baby, my boy, my son, my darling, rouse thee, press on quickly." And then I took heart. The fearful clamp set on my breast relaxed its hold. I could feel my strength returning. But oh, so slowly, so slowly. Still, it was on its way back at last. I could feel my feet grow lighter. With some effort, I quickened my pace almost to a run. On, I sped, now every instant giving me new strength, every motion sending the warm blood tingling to my fingers' ends. The spell had been lifted. I was myself again. Swifter and swifter, my pace quickened until I flew along as in days of old, and with ease I left all comers far behind me. Methought I could almost hear the plash of the waves on the snow-white sands of that beautiful harbor where my good ship lay. On and ever onward, I sped with a new and mysterious strength. I was astounded at my own deeds. I was almost afraid. So fast I was bounding along, lest again some demon of the air should touch my limbs and stay my course. But hark! Didn't you hear that deep rumble? The sky is clear. It cannot have been the voice of the storm fiend. Ha! Again, deeper and clearer than before, that hoarse, low, muttering rumble, half roar, half growl comes bore along on the wings of the awakened breeze. Lost, lost, lost. It is a cry at pursuers. It is the voice of the enemy. Those children of the air are on my track. They follow me with leap and jump. What madness to think to outrun them. Let me halt and die like a man. Look how they bound along over the plain. Swift and noiseless are their steps. Phantoms that they are. I halt. I turn. I grasp my firearm. Too late. A score of entangling nets envelop me. I struggle only to entwine myself in more. Arms, hands, legs, feet are twisted in wretched confusion. I sway, fall, roll over, wrapped round and round in that dreadful tangle, and now down upon my defenseless body comes a rain of sharp, stinging blows. Deep rumbling cries fill the air and keep time in a wild way with the showers of blows rain on my face and head and hands. As they continue, they seem to increase in strength. The pain, bearable at first, now becomes excruciating. The light goes out of my eyes, swollen shut as air beneath this cruel pelting. 1,000 ringing sounds assail my ears. My brain reels, I'm going, dying, when hark again. You can hear it. Your ears would not know it. But mine do. 'Tis Bulger's bark and I am saved. Faster and faster the wind-eaters ply their clubs. I do not heed them. I do not feel them now, for nearer and nearer comes that joyous music. 'Tis here. I'm strong again. I rise half up, my lips move, I speak, I cry out, "Quick, good Bulger, or all is lost." A single glance at the terrible plight of his little master tells him all. With a howl of rage, his dark eyes shooting flame, he throws himself upon the heels of the wind-eaters. His sharp teeth pierce like needles. Crack! Again and again, he sends his fangs through the skin of a wind-eater. Crack! Crack! Their clubs cease swinging. A cry of horror goes up. As for the fourth time, good Bulger's teeth pierce the heel of a wind-eater and send his body with a loud report to vanish into thin air. They turn. They break away in wild dismay. They fly for their lives, casting away their clubs and abandoning their victim. I could see no more. It grew black. A vertigo seized me. I tried to free my hands to touch my loved Bulger, for death, I thought, had come. When life came back, Bulger was licking my hands and face and whining piteously. He had gnawed the netting free from the limbs of his little master. With a cry of joy and a burst of tears, I caught that faithful, loving creature to my breast. At that instant, distant shouts came floating over the hills. They came from my sailing master and his relief party. I could not answer, but Bulger raised his head and sent forth a few sharp barks to tell them where we were. In a short half-hour, they were at my side. After my bruised face and hands had been bathed in cold water, and I had swallowed a few mouthfuls of wine. I felt strong enough to get on my feet and move slowly forward. What will happen next? Will I be able to catch up with my ship and escape safely, or will the wind eaters continue to pursue me? Bulger walked proudly by my side, pausing ever and anon to look me in the face. Mina asked, "How goes it with thee, little master?" Once on shipboard, strengthened by good food and cheered by the comfort of my cabin, I was not long in getting my health back again. After a week's rest, I gave orders to weigh anchor and turn our good ship's head northward, for I was anxious, very anxious, to see the elder baron and the gentle baroness, my mother, and tell them all about the wonderful things I had seen. As we set sail, the wind filled our sails, and the ship moved smoothly across the calm sea. The sun shone brightly, and the waves sparkled in the light. I stood on the deck, feeling the sea breeze on my face and watching horizon. Bulger, by my side, barked joyfully, his tail wagging energetically. After several days at sea, the horizon began to change, and we could see the familiar silhouette of the shore drawing closer. The elder baron, the gentle baroness, and the rest of my family were eagerly waiting for me. As we approached the harbor, I could see their faces in the distance, their expressions a mix of relief and joy. I hastened to the shore, eager to share my experiences, and show them my faithful companion, Bulger. The elder baron and the gentle baroness embraced me warmly, tears of joy streaming down their faces. They listened intently as I recounted every detail of my adventures with the wind eaters, from my time spent with Chief Stwish to my harrowing escape. Bulger, now well rested and in better shape, proudly walked beside me, his tail wagging with excitement. I introduced him to my family, and they were equally captivated by his playful demeanor and unwavering loyalty. The elder baron, ever the wise and prudent one, praised my bravery and resourcefulness. The gentle baroness, with a gentle smile, said, "You have grown so much, my dear. Your resilience and determination are a testament to your character." We shared a feast and celebration my return, and as the sun set, casting a warm glow over the scene, I felt a deep sense of peace and contentment. My family's love and support were a balm to my weary soul, and I knew that I'd been blessed with a remarkable journey. As we sat by the fire, sharing stories and laughter, I felt a renewed sense of purpose. I had faced great dangers and emerged victorious, and now I was ready to take on whatever challenges lay ahead. What will happen next? Will I share more of my adventures with my family, or will new challenges arise that I must face? Chapter 6. Upon our return from our first voyage, the elder baron and the baroness received Bulger and me with a joyous boisterousness that was characteristic of the German heart. The elder baron and his faithful spouse, my beloved mother, were joined by old retainers and servants as we emerged from the outer gate. They welcomed us home with a warm and effusive celebration. The elder baron, in a moment of unreasoning joy, threw his arms around me, lifting me off the ground with such force that I kicked vigorously, my soft oriental shoes preventing any clear indication of distress. My mother, noticing the redness of my face, quickly intervened, pulling me down and freeing me from the elder baron's embrace. However, the Nuremberg egg he had in his hand had already left a painful bump on my brow, adding to a collection of bumps adorning my forehead. In his urgency to remedy the situation, the elder baron dispatched an attendant to his apartment to fetch a bottle of volatile liniment from his medicine chest. He poured a stream of acrid liquid into my eyes, caused me intense suffering. The tenants and retainers attributed this red and inflamed condition to my emotions upon re-entering the baronial hall after a long absence, and I did not mind his interpretation, for I found it dignified to shed tears. Bulger, on the other hand, received the attention with a dignified silence. He received all the tidbits and dainty morsels that the retainers offered, but he steadfastly refused to touch them, gazing indifferently at the other dogs as they scrambled for food. His behavior was a testament to the discipline and self-control he had acquired as my constant companion and confidant. My mother arranged the room, seating the elder baron and his guests in chairs while she and the retainers stood in a semicircle behind them. Bulger and I occupied a dais, either seated by a table holding my curiosities or standing in an easy position as I held him spellbound with my accounts of the wonders I had seen abroad. I was very proud of him. In the days that followed, everything settled back into a quiet routine beneath the baronial roof. I would spend evenings recounting the many marvelous experiences I had gathered during my travels. These gatherings were a private affair, attended only by the older and more confidential servants. My mother arranged them in a semicircle behind the elder baron and his guests, while I, with Bulger by my side, occupied a dais. I either sat beside a table holding my curiosities or stood in front of my auditors, telling them stories that left them spellbound. The elder baron was a patient listener, and his presence was accompanying backdrop to my narratives. However, there was one thing that worried me. How would the elder baron react to my intention to leave home again soon? To my great surprise, he did not wait for me to express my intentions. While I was poring over a rare book of travels, a gentle tap at the door caught my attention. Bulger raised his head and gave a low growl, and the elder baron entered. "Come in," I said, smiling graciously. "Your Highness, I disturb you," he began. "You have that right, Baron," I replied, arranging upon a rare animal I had killed during my travels as a comfortable seat for the elder baron. "My son," said the elder baron, "I come to bring you this little token from our gracious master, the Emperor." He held out the insignia of the Grand Cross of the Crimson Censure. I laid the bauble on the table. "Little Baron," continued my father, "I am well pleased with you." I made a low obeisance. The elder baron's words, combined with the honor bestowed by the emperor, filled me with a mixture of pride and resolve. The elder baron's unwavering support and recognition from the emperor were a validation of my journeys and a promise of future adventures. "Thy marvelous adventures fill all mouths. Thou hast set a new luster on the family name, and I come to rouse thee from thy apparent sloth. Thou must be up and doing. Thou must shake off his indolence, which will gain an increased power over thee each passing hour. New triumphs await thee. Go forth once more. Turn aside out of the beaten paths. Seek the wonderful and marvelous. But ere thou settest forth, ponder the contents of this parchment roll. Many years ago, when the down of manhood first came upon my cheek, and before life's burdens had come to lie heavily on my soul, I found in the damp and noisome vaults of an ancient Roman convent, which the pestilential air of an encroaching Moorish had emptied of its inmates. It may turn thy footsteps towards something strange and interesting. Concealing with difficulty the joy occasioned by my father's words and my earnestness to know the content of the parchment roll, I returned the elder baron's salutation with marked respect, and he withdrew. I need not assure the reader of the almost breathless anxiety with which I unrolled a volume. It was in a Latin tongue and was the work of a scribe. The ink had faded somewhat, but even in places where it had entirely disappeared, I could by the aid of a strong lens readily trace out the words by the lines scratched into parchment by the point-to-read pen. It was a copy of an ancient Roman newspaper, or Acta Diurna, and bore a date corresponding to our 45th year before the present era. Caesar was at the height of his power. Peace reigned, the arts flourished. Rome, the center of the world, was a home of a glory and magnificence far beyond anything the eyes of man had yet gazed upon. The contents of this copy of the Acta Diurna were largely made up of detailed accounts of a famous trial just completed at Rome, in which 7 noted sculptors had been found guilty of poisoning a beautiful maid named Paula, after they had each completed a statue of her, in order that no other sculptors should ever be able to make use of her for the same purpose. The judges had pronounced a sentence of death upon them, but in consideration of their splendid services in beautifying the imperial city, Caesar had changed their punishment from death to lifelong exile. The 7 sculptors had been transported in an imperial galley to a faraway island in the southern seas. As stated in this copy of the Acta Diurna, it was a most remote piece of land belonging to the Roman Empire lying to the southward, ad insulum remotissimum imperii Romani medianorum. As an additional act of the imperial clemency, the wives and children of the condemned sculptors had been graciously accorded permission to follow their husbands and fathers into their terrible exile. When I had finished reading all the many details of this strange crime and its awful results, I found that my blood was coursing through my veins with mad violence. I paced the floor with such a quick and nervous step, and with agitation so plainly visible in my looks, that I was aroused from my reverie by the anxious whining of Bulger, who was following me about the room close upon my heels. Why not go in quest of this faraway isle to which these 7 sculptors and their families were transported by command of great Caesar? I muttered to myself, perchance in that far distant isle dwells a race of beings who, forgetting the world and forgotten by it, will, by their strange habits and peculiar customs, so interest me as to repay me for all the dangers I may run in crossing untracked seas and turning aside from ocean paths. Perchance their descendants may be living yet. This idea now took possession of my whole being. Sleep was impossible. Far into night, I pored over ancient charts. While deepest silence enwrapped the baronial halls, I worked out in my mind, or rather, let my mind work out, the course which I should pursue, for it was always a custom of mine never to attempt to solve the unsolvable. In fact, I early made a discovery that any interference on my part with mysterious workings of my mind tended rather to impede its action. So I waited calmly for light. It came at last. Closing my eyes with my inner sight, I could see a map of the Eastern world traced in glowing, shimmering lines upon an inky background. And there, too, I see my course marked out in dotted lines of fire. With a loud, ringing cry of joy, I sprang to my feet and exclaimed, I shall find this wonderful isle. I shall unlock the portals of the southern seas. I shall gaze upon the descendants of Pola's murderers. Come, Bulger, away, away. Hastily bidding adieu to my parents, I swung myself in the saddle, and, with Bulger securely strapped and croup, dashed madly away toward the shores of the Mediterranean. The Baron's mad son is off again, cried the peasants as I galloped past their farmhouses. In 3 days, I stood upon the deck of my vessel. In obedience to my orders, the captain's hand literally rested upon the helm. All that day he had been standing with his eyes riveted upon the shore, for something told him that I could not be far away. Everything was in readiness, even to the last biscuit. As Bulger and I leaped over the rail, my good ship rounded a wind and darted away like a thing of life. The blood tingled in my veins at the sight of the blue waves and white bellying sails. Bulger gave vent to his satisfaction in mad gambols and ear-piercing barks. It was certainly an auspicious beginning. Leaving command of the ship to the mate, the captain joined me in the cabin, where I unfolded to him my project of sailing in the southern seas in quest of a long-forgotten island. He made haste to unroll his chart and adjust his spectacles in order to fix the location of the island when I should give him the latitude and longitude. Fancy his almost consternation when I told him that the only proof I had of the existence of such an island was the brief mention in the ancient Roman newspaper. Was I mad? Did I care no more for life than throw it away in such a foolhardy undertaking? Had I no idea of the rage of the terrible typhoon, the treachery of the hidden reef, the weight of the watery mountains which would topple on our deck? Could I expect seamen to go where there was no record that the most adventurous sailors of past centuries had ever plowed the water? I smiled. Master, said I, after a moment's silence, this ship is mine, and you have sworn to serve me like a true seaman. But if your courage has failed you, you shall be put ashore at the first port we make. Go! Nay, little Baron, cried the skipper, I was only testing your resolution. If you have the courage to sail into unknown seas, I have the courage to follow you. Come bright skies and calm waters, or come storm clouds and thunderbolt. I shook the old man's hand and bade him go on deck, for at last sleep had come in my wakeful eyes, the first time in 3 whole weeks, and I wanted to be alone. In a few days, we passed the Straits of Gibraltar and turned southward, keeping the African coast in sight. I passed my time perfecting myself in the Latin language, and often called forth very vigorous protestation from Bulger by addressing him in that tongue, and making use of them as a sort of audience before which I delivered my speeches after I had rounded them and polished them. The only stops we made now were for water or provisions. The only sound was the rhythmic slap of the waves against the sides of a ship. By daylight and starlight, my staunch ship bounded along on her course as if some friendly nearers were pushing at her stern. In the long watches of the night, I lay in my hammock and pictured to myself that Roman galley as it bore those 7 exiles with kith and kin away from their beloved land forever. Ere another moon had bent her crescent in the evening sky, we had reached the Cape and came to anchor with intent to overhaul our ship most thoroughly before going farther southward. This occupied several days. I chafed under delay. 10 times a day I summoned the ship's master in my cabin and urged him to make greater haste. He bore with me most patiently. My heart gave a leap when at last I heard the master order the crew to set the sails. The seamen were singing and tugging away at the main sheets as I stepped upon the deck. "How shall I head her, little baron?" asked the master, raising his hand to his cap. "Dead to the southward," I replied. He stood transfixed. He had thought that we would round the Cape and follow the usual course to the Indies. His lips moved as if to protest. I cut him short, however, with an imperious wave of the hand. Several of the sailors, noticing the pallor which overspread the captain's face, drew near and stood gazing upon us, half wonderingly, half inquiringly. "Captain," said I calmly, but quite loud enough to be overheard by the men standing in a group nearby. "My pistols were made by the Emperor's armorer. They never miss fire. Let me find you changing this vessel's course a single point east or west or south, and I'll kill you in your tracks." Saying this, I walked away. From that moment, all went well. The ship's master saw that I was determined to have my way, even if I lost my life in consequence, and he yielded. Turning around a group of sailors, I called out, "8,000 ducats to the man who first sights land." A hearty cheer rent the air, and calling a Bulger to follow me, I went below to think. That night, I not only took the precaution to hang a lantern so that I could lie in my hammock and see a ship's compass at any time I might awake, but, fearful lest some treachery might be attempted, I ordered my faithful Bulger to sleep with his back against the door, so that the least vibration would rouse him. Night after night, these precautions were followed out most strictly. During the day, too, my pistols were always in my belt. Bulger felt the danger I was in, and he, by his vigilance, gave me the advantage of eyes in the back of my head. A low growl warned me of the approach of the master or one of the crew, thus protected and guarded. I felt that nothing save a general mutiny need be feared, and this I knew to be almost impossible, for a number of the crew were too devoted to me to listen to any traitorous proposals. They would have slain the master in cold blood had he dared to breathe the word mutiny. Things went very well for about 10 days, when I saw that a terrible struggle was going on in the captain's mind. I began to fear that he might lose his reason and throw himself into the sea. His face took on a yellow-greenish hue. He was literally dying of fright. One morning, he threw himself upon his knees in front of me and with tear-stained cheeks implored me to put back to the African coast again. I did all I could to quiet him, but in vain. His reason was slowly but surely giving way. Calling a mate to me, I put him in command of the vessel and directed him to confine the captain in his cabin and place a guard over him. It cut me to the heart to be obliged to do this, for the poor fellow begged like a dog to be left in command of his ship, but I was deaf to his entreaties. I felt that now all trouble was at an end. The wind was blowing 15 knots an hour. Every stitch of sail had been crowded on. We fairly let out of the water, like a thing of life, half flying, half swimming. Ever and anon, I glanced at the compass. She was headed dead south. My cheeks tingled, and I could feel the flow of warm blood through every vein in my body. The moon went up like a shield of burnished gold. The sea glittered like liquid fire. Anon, a porpoise leaped into the air and sent 1,000 ripples circling away as he plunged into the water again. Our good ship clept the glassy bosom of the sea like some huge black monster of the deep, and left a trail of fire in our wake as far as the eye could reach. Towards midnight, I went to rest, but neither rest nor sleep was possible. Half undressing, I threw myself into my hammock, and Bulger took his accustomed place at the door. The lantern was not strong enough to overcome the light of the full moon. It streamed to the bull's eyes in weird, fantastic rays, and crowded my cabin with strange and mysterious forms. They were 7. Their faces and figures were godlike. So white, so beautiful were they. There was an indescribable sadness in their full dark eyes. They spake not a word. Suddenly, the paneling of the cabin ceiling parted, and disclosed a staircase wrapped in dim, uncertain light. Adown these steps came a most gracious being, so white and fair and lovely that I gazed with bated breath. Down it came, nearer and nearer. She needed but wings to be an angel, but oh, her fair face was so filled with sorrow. Her lips were parted. Her long black hair fell in confused tresses on her shoulders. She stepped into the cabin, and then, with a quick, dread look, her gaze fell upon the 7 bowed figures. "Paula!" they cried, and drew their white robes over their heads. "Land ho! Land ho!" What? Could I believe my ears? Land ho! Land ho! With a bound, I sprang from my hammock and rushed upon deck. It was true. There, half a mile ahead of us, was a sight that stunned me like the blow of a bludgeon. Land it was, but not such a land as in my wildest dreams I'd hoped to find. 10,000 lights glimmered on that mysterious shore, and illumined a front a Roman temple whiter than milk. A marble staircase of the same hue led down to the very water's edge. A sacrifice was in progress. From the highest terrace, a column of black smoke curled slowly upward. No sound reached my ear. I stood almost bereft of my senses. At last, my power of speech returned. I ordered anchor to be cast, and clinging to the shrouds of my good ship, gazed long and joyfully upon the entrancing scene. The land rose in natural terraces from the seashore, and no matter what direction you looked, your eye caught glimpses of a graceful statue or group of statuary gleaming in the white moonlight amid the dark foliage, like white-robed figures astray in a wood. It must be, I murmured to myself. I have found it, this Roman temple, this marble stairway, these groups of statuary, all point to the glorious success of my voyage of discovery. This is the sculptor's isle. How long I stood there gazing upon this beautiful shore, I know not. Someone pulling gently at my sleeve roused me from my reverie. It was Bulger. I stooped and stroked his head for a few moments. Suddenly, I awoke to a sense of great weariness, and casting another glance toward that mysterious shore, I turned and descended to the cabin. I soon fell into a deep sleep. The terrible strain upon my nerves since leaving the Cape, caused by the half-mutiny of the crew, the insanity of the ship's master, and the long watches through which I had lain and listened for cry of land, had at last told upon me. The sun was several hours high when I sprang out of my hammock and rushed upon deck. Could it all been a dream? Should I find a noble temple, staircase of marble, and all the towering statues melted away into thin air? No, that beautiful shore was still there, unrolled before my wondering eyes like some fair picture full of light and grace and delicious coloring. Man the launch! I called out, and in quicker time than it takes to tell it, I was on my way to the shore of the sculptor's isle. Faithful Bulger sat beside me, his eyes bright and expressive as he gazed into my face. Landing to the marble stairway, I sprang lightly out of the launch, followed by Bulger, and bounded up the marble steps. There were 3 landings before I reached the level of the temple, from each of which the outlook grew more and more delightful. In truth, it was a glorious approach to produce which art and nature had fairly outdone themselves. At length I cleared the last flight of steps, and with a throbbing heart, crossed the tessellated court and paused in front of the entrance of the temple. The embers were still smoldering on the altar, around which stood several white-robed priests with low-bowed heads and averted faces. Unwilling to break upon their solemn office, I turned and followed a broad way, paved with marble and shaded by most graceful trees and trailing vines. At every step, my eyes fell upon some statue of ravishing beauty, now nymphs, now goddesses, now Jove himself, now the great Caesar, now the fair Graces, now terrible Pluto, now smiling Ceres, now the crescent-crowned Diana, accoutred for chase, now dancing satyrs, now goat-footed Pan, now some Roman hero or statesman, and ever and anon came to figure a maiden wondrously fair, but with an unutterable look of sadness upon her beautiful face. So often did the same figure meet my gaze that I was led at last to approach its pedestal in hopes of finding some explanation. I gave a cry of pleasure as my eyes fell upon the name sculptured there. It was Paula. Now every doubt was dissipated. I had indeed found the sculptor's isle. Broad winding paths leading right and left now lured my footsteps. No fairy land could be more beautiful. Golden fruit glistened amid the dark green leaves. Flowers of countless hues bloomed on every side, sending forth the most delicate perfumes. Trailing vines hung in graceful festoons or twined around the pedestals of statues. carrying their white blossoms to the whiter hands of these silent and motionless inhabitants of this region of loneliness. I say inhabitants, for as yet my eye had seen no living creature, save the priests grouped about the altar. Have I landed upon the shores of an island upon which nature with a lavish hand has bestowed stately forests, placid lakes, purling brooks, trees laden with delicious fruits, plants waving their flowery tassels and plumes in perfumed air, vines trailing their richly variegated foliage from tree to tree, a radiant sky above, a soil clad with velvety verdure beneath, only to find abandoned, deserted a man, a thing of beauty and yet loneliness, a mere polished and painted shell, out of which all life is gone forever. Such was a train of thought which busied my mind as I strolled along through these winding paths paved with marble, shut in by a leafy roof, to which ever and anon the sunlight burst to light up the masterpieces of sculptors' art, around whose pedestals climbed and clambered scores of flowering vines, some carrying in their curved laps clusters of berries, brighter in hue than burnished gold, others holding out to the passerby bunches of grapes deeper in purple than a Lydian dye. As I pursued my way through this enchanted garden, in which the swaying lily stalks bent to perfume-filled cups down to my cheeks, and the trees dropped their gold and purple fruit at my feet, while deep in a bosky thicket of red-leaved shrubs and silken-tufted pine, the melancholy nightingale warbled his liquid melody in slow and plaintive measure, my heart yearned for the sound of human voice. Would that some living being, I cried, no matter how bent and twisted in figure or how to scorn in voice, might come forth to meet me in this beautiful solitude. I noticed now that my path was ascending a gently sloping hillock. I quickened my pace, for I was anxious to stand upon some elevation, so that I could command a more extensive view of the outlying country. As I gained the summit of the hillock, a scene of indescribable beauty met my gaze. As far as the eye could reach, I saw unrolled beneath me a landscape of such a passing loveliness that I paused spellbound. Imagine a valley shut in by wooded heights, through which a silvery stream courses tranquilly. Here a forest giant spread his far-reaching limbs, and there a clump of fruit trees displayed a load of golden treasures in the sunlight. On this side, flowering shrubs shine white as ivory against the dark greensward, on that with trailing vines and trim copses. Man's hand has built many a shady bower of fantastic outline. To this add scores of statues posed in every conceivable attitude of grace and beauty. Here a group, there a single figure, and farther on by twos and threes, standing, reclining, sitting at play, in meditation, listening, reading, thrumming stringed instruments, in attitudes of chase, cast and quoit, or reaching out to pluck fruit or flowers. Is this a dream? I murmured. Am I not the sport of some mischievous spirit of place? From this deep reverie, the loud barking of Bulger aroused me with shock-like violence. I looked in the direction of the sound. Poor, foolish dog, he was gamboling about one of the statues and amusing himself in waking the echoes with his voice. I was a little nettled by the interruption and called to him to cease his barking. It seemed to me almost a sacrilege to disturb the deeper pose of this fair valley. Again the barking broke forth. This time Bulger's strange antics were wilder than before. He seemed fairly beside himself, bounding around and around the statue, which was at a young man in the act of reaching aloft for fruit or flowers, and giving vent to sort of half anger, half mischief, in a series of barks, growls, and whinings. Rare indeed was it that Bulger did not give heed to my wishes, no matter how faintly expressed. But now even a threatening tone of voice seemed to have the slightest effect upon him. He continued his mad gambling and sharp, angry barking, determined to reproach him most severely for his disobedience. I strode angrily toward him. I drew near. I looked. I saw ashes of my forefathers. What? The statue had wide open eyes. The statue had the blush of life on his cheeks. Motion, movement, even to a hair's breadth, there was none. And yet these fair blue eyes were bent upon Bulger in half-inquisitive, half-wondering gaze. I rubbed my eyes and looked again. I took a step forward. Suddenly a wave of fear crept over me, like a flow of icy water. With the living marble, as it warmed to life, moved by some long pent-up passions, raise its hand and strike me dead. Gathering myself together, I glanced toward a group of maidens at play beneath the shade of a leafy roof of arched branches and interlacing vines. Quicker than it takes to tell it, I sprang forward and fixed my gaze upon their faces. Death could not hold a human form and attitude more motionless than theirs, and yet their eyes were filled with strange light. Upon their fair faces, the red tint of life glowed, bright and warm. Where was I? A strange feeling of half dread, half delight, now swept over me, and still I dared not speak. My voice would break the spell by which all these breathing children of Earth's flinty breast keep their hold on life, and they would fade away to nothingness. And now the eyes of her nearest me, of deeper black than polished coal, appeared bent full upon me. I could see, I thought, the glisten of those ebon orbs, as if a tear had broken over them. Her hand was outstretched. What if I touch it, thought I, to see if it has a warmth of life within it, or whether it be not in truth a thing of stone, and I to sport as some mischievous spear of the island. I'll do it, if I'm slain like a poor worm, which, warmed by an approaching flame, crawls to meet it. I touched its fingertips. Oh, wondrous thing! They were not a stone, but softest, warmest flesh. I staggered back, expecting to see the group vanish in thin air. But no, it moved not. It stood as motionless as before, and now I felt my limbs grow strong beneath me. I determined to speak, come evil or come good. Fixing my gaze upon the fair young faces, I uncover and address them thus. Oh, strange, mysterious beings, resent not this bold intrusion of a puny mortal upon your sacred repose. Speak to me, if ye so will. Let me take my feet off the soil of your fair island. But ere I go, speak to me. Let me know whether ye be not the creations of some spirit of this isle, or whether ye are really living, breathing beings. No sound issued from those rosy lips, parted as if in a very act of speaking. No movement, no tremor, came to break the marble-like pose of these fair figures. A whole minute elapsed. To me, it seemed an eternity. I stood riveted to ground in most anxious suspense. The minutes dragged their heavy bodies along one after another, but joy unutterable. Their lips began to move. A smile, almost imperceptible at first, spread slowly, slowly over their faces. The crimson of their cheeks takes on a deeper hue. Their eyes bent a most sweet and friendly look upon me. The word "we" falls gently on my ear. Another pause. I lean forward in most painful suspense to catch the next faint syllable. It came at last. Live. They live. I cried in a loud and joyous voice. They live. I am not the sport of any strange divinity. These figures are not cold and senseless marble, but warm-blooded, breathing, thinking, living beings. I cannot tell you the depth of my satisfaction that this discovery was made by my love Bulger. He saw the terrible perplexity which had come upon my master and hastened to his rescue. Not frowning face, not threatening voice was sufficient to turn him from his purpose of letting light in upon my darkened mind. In my deep contrition, I could scarcely bring myself to speak his name, but he pardoned me with a nobility of character more than human, and spake his forgiveness by covering my hands with caresses and uttering a series of soft, low barks. With Bulger by my side, I now mingle with these flesh and blood companions of the island's marble dwellers, passing from one group to another in speechless wonderment. Aye, in good faith, they were alive, but not more so than the flowers, the shrubs, the trees, the vines which helped to make up the lovely scene of which they were brightest and fairest ornaments. The vines moved from place to place more rapidly than they. The flowers opened their buds more quickly than the maidens did their lips. Like beautiful figures of wax, moved by the slow uncoiling of some hidden spring, these living statues passed hours, nay days, in rising to their feet or sinking down upon the velvety greensward. For several hours I stood watching a white-handed maiden as it reached forward, with imperceptible motion, to pluck a red-cheeked peach which hung beside her. A full hour went by ere those delicate fingers were clasped around the peach. Another ere it had been carried to her lips. There, all day long, she held it pressed, but as the sun went down behind the wooded hills, it fell from her loosened grasp and rolled towards my feet. I slowly stooped, for I was not long in discovering that my quick movements pained these animated statues, and picked it up. I could feel that some of the pulp had been drawn from the luscious fruit, but the skin was hardly broken. So gently had she fed upon it. At this moment, seeing a smile upon the face of one of the maidens, I turned to find upon whom she bent her gaze. It was a handsome youth who stood, perhaps 50 feet distant, with his eyes fixed beamingly upon the maidens. Surely, thought I, affection will, as in other lands, quicken their movements. They will advance toward each other somewhat rapidly now. But no, the long twilight yielded little by little to the deeper shadows. Night came. The moon set her glowing disk in the heavens, and yet the youth was not near enough to clasp the hand of the maiden he loved. From the first coming of the twilight, smiles had been slowly gathering upon the faces of the other youths and maidens, whose eyes were turned upon the lovers. At this moment a gentle ha fell upon my ear, and after the lapse of half an hour, another and louder ha followed it, to be, after a still longer pause, followed by still another ha. This last ha was lengthened out into a clear and ringing note which lasted several seconds. Then it grew fainter and fainter, and died away like a spent echo. Their mirth was over. As I was threading my way among these living statues one morning, I came upon a group of children at play. At first I could not see that they had noticed my coming at all, but after lapse a quarter of an hour I discovered that their large, beautifully clear eyes were slowly turning toward me. So I determined to sit down nearby and observe them. Fancy my delight upon finding that a delicate thread-like flowering vine had twined around and around the body of a little golden-haired maid of about 7, encircled her neck with its many-colored leaves and coral berries, and coiled itself with a crown of gold and crimson upon her soft ringlets, dropping its blossoms and tendrils gently down around her head and shoulders. Seeing my astonishment and hearing my words' delight, a mild-faced woman seated near me slowly raised her hands and extended her fingers to make me understand that these little cherubs had been 10 days at play there upon the ground. This beautiful vine, thought I, has joy in their sport, as much alive as they. It is in truth one of their playmates, and has wound itself lovingly around a child seated nearest to it. I looked again. Lo, a tree loaded with delicious nuts was swinging in the breeze and shaking them into laughter to these children at play, while on the other side, a tall, graceful plant bearing cup-shaped flowers of sunny whiteness, each of which I noticed was filled with limpid water, drops which sparkled in the sunlight like polished gems, gently brushed against the cheek of a smiling boy, as if to say, "Drink, dear little brother." "Wonderful," cried I. "These happy creatures, these trees and flowers, these fruits and vines are all children of the same family. No storms ever come to darken these fair skies. Eternal spring reigns here. By daylight, starlight, and moonlight, their lives flow gently along like some broad, silvery stream, whose motion is too slow for human eye to note it. Mysterious people, how shall I fathom the wonderful secret of your existence? How shall I read the history of a people whose only books are speechless brooks and silent groves, whose tongues have so lost their power to interpret thought that months might go by, and yet the mystery remain unsolved?" After a sojourn of a few days among the slow movers, as I shall call them, I made a discovery which alarmed me greatly. I found that this mysterious silence, this strange fate which cast me among living creatures with whom converse was next impossible, this utter inability to distinguish the living statues from the marble ones, was beginning to prey upon my mind. Bulger noticed my ever-increasing melancholy and exerted himself to amuse and comfort me. I responded but poorly to his 1,001 cunning tricks and laughable antics. In fact, I felt that my mind was gradually yielding some dread influence which pervaded the very air, and which, even hour by hour, so gained in strength that I realized the necessity of making a superhuman effort to break away from the power it had already acquired over me, or else become myself a living statue and brother to forms of flesh and marble which inhabited this wonderland. I will not weary my readers with minute details of plan which I conceived to end the danger which threatened me, to snatch myself in a living death which I could already feel creeping over me. In my despair, I determined to apply to the oldest of the slow movers and throw myself upon his mercy, so to speak, to tell him of my longing to escape from the terrible fate threatening me, to return home to my beloved parents, who would go down in sorrow to their graves if I, their sole child, their pride and their hope, should never come again to gladden their old age. But more than this, I determined, if possible, to learn the history of the island and its mysterious folk, and to that end I resolved to beseech him to indicate to me where I might find some record of their past, some book or parchment, so that I might not go through life burdened with a brain-racking thought that I've been powerless to solve this mystery, a thought which, if it did not shorten my days, would most surely embitter them. As I have already explained, in attempting to converse with the slow movers, I was confronted with a twofold difficulty. In the first place, though I might burst with impatience, yet must I preserve a perfectly calm and placid exterior, and in the second place, when, after a long and wearying delay, it came my turn to make reply, that reply must not exceed the snail's pace of the slow mover's speech, else their bright eyes clouded up, and they seemed absolutely paralyzed by the rapidity of my utterance. Their eyelids sank slowly down, and they seemed to fall into a deep slumber, out of which it took hours to arouse them. At the first streak of dawn, I sought out the aged slow mover, whom I had often noted in his leafy temple. Seated on a marble pediment, his eyes fixed on a silent stream which bathed the very roots of trees, whose wide-spreading branches helped a roof over his habitation. All that day and the starry night which followed it, I sat at his feet. Picture to yourself my utter despair at learning that not a word or a line, not a leaf or a parchment, was in existence, which might end my fearful anxiety. I say fearful, for stronger and stronger, hour by hour, grew the impulse to put an end to this life of useless, senseless activity, and join the throng of living statues into whose heart no vain regrets came to darken their placid dream life. On the morning of the second day, a thought burst upon my mind. It was this: perchance there may dwell, somewhere on this isle, some one living creature, who, unlike his brothers, may possess the power of rapid speech, whose tongue, for some reason or other, may have stayed loosened. I reasoned thus. In every land there were opposites, good and bad, beautiful and ugly, graceful and awkward, swift and slow. Surely on this isle must live such contrasts as these. True, it may be an exception, but it would be most wonderful if it did not exist. All that day I spent in imparting unto the aged slow mover my train of thought. It was deep in a twilight ere I had succeeded in putting the question to him, whether there was not some living creature dwelling on this island whose powers of speech were more like mine, and to whom I might, in my ever-increasing dread of transformation into a slow mover, flee for refuge from myself, for satisfaction of the irresistible longing pressing on my very soul. But the shades of evening were not so deep that I could not note the darker shadow which began to gather on the face of the aged slow mover. When I completed my question, I was startled. So violent were the beatings of my heart that they sounded loud, though muffled, above the sighing of the zephyr, the rustle of the leaves, the plaintive warbling of the nightingale. As this shadow went on growing, ever deeper and deeper, on the old man's visage, I felt that I had touched some ancient wound, which, though long forgotten, now bled afresh. His lips parted, his head sank slowly, slowly. A sigh came forth, so full of meaning, so I to tale-bearer some long-hidden sorrow, that I fear for the worst. My limbs stiffened. I could feel the blood lessen its pace in my veins and go groping along as if uncertain of its way. I pressed the tips of my fingers to my cheeks. They were cold as polished marble. I essayed to speak. The words would not come. At last I made a violent effort. "Bulger," I whispered. Poor dog, he slept at my feet. I struggled to escape the spell for one brief moment, that I might stoop to give my faithful friend a farewell caress. Hist! The slow mover spoke. "Son." I was saved. He had aught to say to me. The spell was broken. My heart began to beat again. The warm blood ran tingling through my veins. It was a narrow escape. Already my fingertips had cooled. Another moment, and I would have joined the throng of slow movers and become a brother to the marble dwellers on the sculptor's isle. All that night, the aged slow mover talked to me, and when the sun went up, I knew all. I knew the secret which had so darkened his placid countenance. I knew the cave in which dwelt the hermit of the sculptor's isle, an outcast, a prisoner, shut in between the narrow walls of a cavern by the sea. For no fault his, for no sin, for no wrong. Nature had so willed it. Why? The aged slow mover knew not. Antonius was a name which the hermit bore. When morning came, I sought him out. I found him seated by his cavern's portal, looking out upon the glory of the eastern sky. This was a seeker's exile. Some cruel fate had, in his youth, visited him with a dread disease, not unlike that which is known as St. Vitus' dance. When the fit was upon him, not only did he lose all control over his limbs, so that his feet bore him whither he will not to go, and that, too, with extreme rapidity, but his arms likewise execute the most rapid and vigorous gestures, now in apparent anger, now entreaty, now wonder. You will readily understand why ill-fated Antonius came to be banished from the midst of the slow movers. Although their brother and deeply beloved of them, his lightning-like rapidity of motion, his violent gestures, his almost ceaseless change of attitude, not only offended the slow movers, it dazed them, it shocked them, it checked the sluggish flow of life blood within their veins and threatened them all with slow but certain death. He must go. He did. Antonius was banished to the cavern by the sea, where never came sound, save the ocean's roar when lashed by the demons of gale, or its sad murmur and ceaseless break and splash in its moment of slumber and rest. But most terrible of all the manifestations of the unfortunate Antonius' fearful ailment was the utterly wild and ungovernable rapidity of his speech. Like maddened steeds, tongue and lips rustle on. To the eyes and ears of the slow movers, such a violently expressive face, such mad rapidity of utterance, were death itself. Not one brief month would have found a living statue in that home of flinty hearts, had Antonius not gone. Antonius was thankful for that dread decree, which housed him forever in the cavern by the sea. He saw the sufferings of his people, and though his eyes in that brief time wept more tears than all his brethren ever had shed in their sluggish lives, yet were they but a poor proof of the awful grief he felt. Antonius turned toward me as I approached the spot where he sat, wrapped in deep meditation. A sad, but withal kindly smile fled about his lips, like the quick but faint glimmer of the lightning in the distant sky. He rose. I paused to await his bidding to approach him. He spake not a word, but stretched out his hand. I bounded forward to clasp it and press it to my lips. At that instant, the fit fell on him. I could see the look of pain which flashed across his face. Away he glided, now backward, now forward, now sidewise, now obliquely, his hand outstretched in a desperate effort to reach me, who, with equal desperation, advanced and retreated in a mad endeavor to grasp what constantly eluded me. Bulger, utterly unable to comprehend this wild dance among the rocks of that cavernous shore, followed my heels barking furiously. I could take no time to quiet him. Away, away, sped Antonius with redoubled speed, his right hand extended toward me, as if with a pitiful prayer to grasp it, and thus in the fit, which was shaking his limbs so furiously. Pause and catch my breath. I again pursued the flitting figure with a determination to overtake it or perish in the attempt. At last, it seemed to circle in smaller and ever smaller rings. Now was my time. I sprang upon that whirling form with a sort of mad desperation, to seize and hold its outstretched hand. At length I held it, but no, his body had come to a rest, but now, high over my head, now at my feet, now flashing at one side, now down the other, now whizzing in front of my eyes, now encircling my head like a bird in swift flight, that hand went on, ever on, in its wild and mysterious course. My strength was failing me. Shall I ever be able to grasp it? Antonius, too, showed signs of yielding to the awful power of the dread disease which tormented him. His face took on a strange pallor. His breast heaved convulsively. With one last despairing effort, I succeeded in catching his hand in its flight around my head. I clung to it with desperate vigor. My touch dispelled the venom from his veins. He seemed to awake as from some awful dream. He passed his hand across his eyes. He smiled. Still clinging to his hand, I gently forced him to be seated upon a rocky bench, over which the ocean had woven a velvety covering of sea-grass and weeds. Antonius, I cried, peace come upon thee. Forget thy suffering. Be as thou once wert. My touch can give thee rest at least for a brief respite. He pressed my hand. A deep sigh lifted his breast. It was the last gasp of the demon, which oppressed him. He was now at rest. To me, his utterance was rapid, but not more so than that of many quick thinkers with whom I conversed. "What wouldst thou?" said he in a low but strangely sweet, mild voice. I unfolded to him the object of my coming. I went back to the finding of the Roman newspaper and my departure from home. All. I told him all, How I had come into the home of the slow movers, how I had mistaken them for marble like the rest of the figures about the island, how I longed to have the mystery cleared up. All that day Antonius and I sat by the sea in most delightful converse. Only once at high noon did he set a brief limit to his tale, while we passed into his cavern to take of food and drink. With a high-bounding heart, I listened to the story of the landing of the 7 sculptors upon the isle. Their first task had been to rear the glorious temple, with its long flight of marble steps leading down to the sea. Then they and later their sons and their sons' sons had set to work to people this beautiful island with almost countless figures of the rarest grace and finish. In the forest, by the river's banks, through the valley, on a hillside, down the terraces, to the very water's edge, rose the faultless statues in wondrous beauty and profusion. Here, there, and everywhere, forms of matchless grace gleamed. Snow-white amid the leafy bowers or tangled underwood, a mysterious ardor burned within the hearts of these exiled artists. It would seem that theirs is a wild sort of hope to rear on that far-distant isle another Rome, an infant daughter, but fairer and whiter in her marble magnificence than the glorious mother who sate upon her 7 hills. Times and times again, I, thrice 70, the wretched Pola rose out quarry blocks, ever fair and ever fairer, now bent in awful grief, now put in the very skies ashamed of the entrancing beauty of her upturned, pleading, sweet and pitiful face. Here and there, too, stood great Caesar, never be forgotten for his godlike clemency in snatching the sculptors from terrible death. As the 2nd century of the exile dawned upon the little Roman kingdom, far away beneath the southern skies, at the very moment when a colony was waxing strong and vigorous, a strange and mysterious thing happened to the dwellers in this island home of sweet content. No more male children were born. The 7 sculptors, now bent with age, and their faces hollowed by the sharp chisels of remorse, went, one after the other, to the dark realm of death. Their sons, too, came into ripe manhood, and their son grew up, happy in possession of that glorious talent which had peopled the isle with such matchless forms of beauty. But now the race had reached the end of its long reign in the world of art. Decade after decade slipped away, and still there came not one male child to wake the old-time song and laughter of that once joyous island home. Fingers cunning and art grew stiff with age. Hearts full of glorious inspiration waxed dull and spiritless. One by one they all went the way which mortal feet must tread. A terrible, a wonderful change came over people, weighed down by this leaden grief, surrounded day and night by these speechless, motionless marble forms, which, although silent as the very cloud itself, yet cried out unceasingly, "Give us more companions in these solitudes." These unfortunate people almost turned to marble itself. They became, in good sooth, brothers and sisters to the marble dwellers on this island. At length the end came. The last sculptor was laid upon a carved bier of the great white temple by the sea. A silence so long, so deep, so dreadful, fell upon the people that almost seemed their speech was lost forever. Within the dark grottos and bosky underwood, they crawled to hide away from the very light of day. Their limbs, once so supple and elastic, ever laid bare their owners over hill and across plain, delighting in the dance, inured to the race, now became heavy and slow. They seemed almost about to turn a stone and join the silent company around them. In good sooth, such a fate was imminent, when the happening of a joyful event averted it. A year had passed since the last sculptor had gone to join the shadowy caravan which moves forever across the desert of eternal silence, when the 7 sad-faced daughters were fairly startled by an infant's cry. But look, their widowed mother stands before them with a babe nestled in her arms. It is a son. The joyful tidings can only creep from family to family. Alas, it was too late to call them back to old-time customs and habits, too late to start their blood again in old-time bounding, leaping course through their veins. They were a changed people. True, their happiness came again, but it was not the same. They could smile and laugh, but it was scarcely more than faces of marble moved by some mysterious power. They could talk, but so slowly fell the words that it almost seemed some statue spoke amid the leafy covert of the island. They could move, but snail or tortoise outstripped them with ease. Aye, they were changed indeed, fated henceforth to people their beautiful island home with living statues. For years and long flights sped away. To one century followed another, and yet the wondrous talent came back no more. It was lost forever. Long, long ago, too, the people forgot the story of their fathers. It is kept alive in the hearts of a few chosen ones, and they handed down each quarter century to younger keepers selected for the purpose. To Antonius the secret had been thus confided, and such was the tale he told to me with a light heart. Now that his weight of doubt and uncertainty had been lifted from it, I bade Antonius farewell, and, followed by Bulger, wended my way back to the abodes of the slow movers. As I passed through one of the groves peopled with marble forms, I paused, I hardly knew why, in front of an admirable bust of the great Caesar. Bulger joined me, and there we stood, children of this late day, with our eyes uplifted to the face of him whose smallest word was once copied down on waxen tablet, as it were the utterance of a god. I had always liked Caesar. We resembled each other in many ways. We were both men of action. I felt sorry for him now, that he should be forced to live, even in the shape of marble, among such dull and inactive people as the slow movers. I told him so. And yet, Julius, said I, called men the great Caesar, what fortunate thing is that thou art not living now, for thou wouldst be overcome with shame of finding everybody reading my adventures, while the book which thou wrotest concerning Gaul lies mouldy and dust covered on the shelves of libraries. The following day, in passing that way again and glancing up at great Caesar's face, I noticed that a smile had just started in the right corner of his mouth. So stolid had he become through his long residence among the slow movers that he had just begun to be amused by the remark I had made on the previous day. Thoughts of home now arose in my mind. The fact is that shortly after my interview with Antonius in his cabin by the sea, Bulger had commenced to show unmistakable signs of homesickness. So I dispatched him with a note to the officer of my vessel to begin preparations at once for the return voyage. Bulger made haste to execute the commission. He proceeded to the foot of the marble staircase, and then by loud barking attracted the attention of the officer whom I had left in command. He set a boat ashore, and Bulger met it with my letter in his mouth. To tell the truth, I would have fain lingered for a week or so longer among the slow movers, but it was plain to be seen that they were growing restive at my presence. On the cheeks of many of them all signs of ruddy peach bloom had disappeared. Day by day, they grew more and more like their marble brethren. My quick movements so wearied their eyes that after a few hours stay in their midst, I found myself surrounded by a company of deep sleepers. Nor dared I speak, for no matter how I softened my voice or how slowly I uttered my words, they jarred upon the delicate ears of the slow movers, and signs of suffering gradually passed over their faces. My resolution was therefore quickly formed. With a snail's pace, I passed from group to group, from bower to bower, from grove to grove, saying in a soft and measured tone, "Farewell, farewell." Then I directed my steps toward the white temple by the sea, for I knew my boat's crew were waiting for me at the foot of the marble staircase. As I passed in front of great Caesar's statue, I turned to wave a last adieu. What saw I, think you? Why, that same smile which had begun in the right corner of his mouth several days ago had crossed over to the other side of his face and was just at the left corner of his mouth. On the right side, whence had come, all was as stern and calm as when he sat enthroned at Rome and ruled the world. Several hours later, as we were busy setting the sails of my good ship, there fell upon my ear in a soft, echo-like tone the word, "Fair." The slow movers had begun to speak their adieu. The winds were favorable, the sails filled. As the sun went down, pouring a flood of golden light upon the beautiful marble staircase, the great white temple, and the many snowy statues which gleamed so bright and fair amid the dark foliage of the trees and vines upon the terraces of that mysterious island, I threw myself upon the deck with intent to keep my eyes fixed upon the lovely scene as long as possible. My good ship sailed away in deepest silence, for I had given orders that no one should speak above a whisper. Now the sculptor's isle had faded to a mere speck in the horizon, and now, in the gathering shades of night, it was swallowed up and lost forever. My heart grew heavy. Bulger nestled his head in my lap, with his loving eyes fixed full upon me. Sleep overcame us both. The sky was star-studded when we awoke. The cool night wind had refreshed me. I sprang up with the intention of going below. At that instant, There came floating along on an evening breeze, by the mountain echo nearly spent, a soft, mysterious sound. My ear caught it. It was, "Whoa!" The slow movers had finished speaking their adieu. Chapter 7. In the heart of the baronial hall. With the fire crackled and the candles flickered, I sat alone, books scattered around me like breadcrumbs in a forest. The elder baron stood in the doorway, his eyes grave and solemn. The quiet of the room was shattered by his heavy footsteps as he approached. "Honor, father," I said, my voice straying a mixture of weariness and defiance. "Act as if thou wert master here. Be sad, be gay, sit, stand, drink, eat, or fast." "Little baron," he began, his voice somber, "I beseech thee give over thy jesting. When thou hast heard the object of my visit, grief will chase every vestige of mirth from thy light heart." "Speak, baron," I said, my voice trembling slightly. "Art thou a dutiful and loving son?" he asked, his dark eyes boring into mine. "I am," I replied, my voice firm but strained. "Then arrest this, making ready to abandon thy parents in their hour of misfortune. Put an end to all this unseemly hurly-burly. And did I longing to be gone from beneath a paternal roof?" he said, his voice filled with concern. The clouded face and trembling eyes of the elder baron shocked me. I felt the blood leave my cheeks, where it had been blooming like ripening fruit. But I checked myself, motioning him to sit. "Baron," I said, my voice calm but trembling, "what aileth thee? What sends these dark shadows to rest on that calm, smooth brow?" "Thanks, little baron," he replied, "for thy promise of obedience. This is a weight which presses on my heart. Since thou hast taken up this rambling, roving life, robbed of thy counsel and cooperation, I have seen our ancestral estate hastening to ruin. Last year our tenantry scarcely harvested enough to keep body and soul together. This year promises to turn out worse yet. Desolation sits upon the broad acres once the prize of our family. Crops fail, grass withers, trees turn yellow. The poor cattle moan for sustenance as they wander about in the dried-up pastures. I look upon all this wreck and ruin, but am helpless as a babe to stay it." "Baron," I interpose, my voice firm, "facts first, eloquence thereafter. Impart unto me, in plain king speech, the cause of all this ruin. What hath wrought it? What hath desolated our fair fields? What hath carried this rapine among our flocks and herds? Speak." "I will, little baron, give attentive ear," he replied with a solemn nod. "As ancient Egypt was visited with scourge and plague, so been our ancestral acres," he began, his voice heavy with sorrow. "In pasturing grain fields, myriads of moles feed upon the tender rootlets. In grasslands, swarms of meadow mice fatten on the herbage. In orchards and nurseries, countless numbers of ground squirrels spread destruction far and near. Such are the terrible scourges now laying waste our once fair estates, your pride and mine, and the envy of all beholders. Little baron, I know that thou canst help me, that somewhere in the vast storehouse of thy mind rest plans and devices potent enough to restore these broad lands to all their former beauty and productiveness." "Baron," I replied, "was there a time that thou foundst me wanting my duty to thee or lacking in power to assist thee?" "Never," he ejaculated with great emphasis. "Then betake thee to my gentle mother, the Baroness, thy consort, comforter. Bid her take heart. Say I will not go abroad until these pests are driven from our ancestral domain." The elder baron rose and saluted me with dignity before withdrawing to bear the glad message of my promised assistance to my sorrowing mother. Alone in my apartments, a terrible feeling of disappointment came over me. I felt that it would be useless to continue in my preparations to leave home in the face of these dire misfortunes now threatening my family. For as I reasoned, and I think with great clarity, the name of our family would dwindle to a shadow were we robbed of these broad acres of pasture and meadowland, forest and orchard. To me, a landless nobleman had something very ludicrous about him. I fully made up my mind that I would either save my ancestral estate from ruin or lay aside forever my title of baron. As a gem which had lost its radiance, even as a pearl, was the stolid rustic ruins of sake of a meal of victuals. That night I partook of no food, so that I might lie down with an unclouded mind. Bulger, noticing this, concluded that his little master was ailing and likewise refused to touch food, although I ordered his favorite dish, roasted cockscombs, to be prepared. Till midnight, I lay awake in deepest thought over the arduous task which confronted me. At the stroke of 12 from the old clock on the stair, I determined to let my mind work out the problem itself and turned over to sleep. The Baron and Baroness entered the breakfast room with unclouded brows the next morning. I greeted them very cordially. The conversation was enlivened by one or two of the elder Baron's ancient anecdotes, which he further set for the occasion with several new characters and an entirely new ending. I laughed heartily, as I was in duty bound to do. Breakfast over, Bulger and I sallied forth to begin work. I resolved to attack the moles first. To get rid of pest number 1 was not at all a difficult matter for me, when once I set about thinking it over. In fact, I may say right here that this task, set by the elder Baron, would have been an impossible one had it not been for my intimate acquaintance with the natures, habits, and peculiarities of animal life. Always a close student of natural history, there was little about the 4-footed tenants of the fields which had escaped my observation. Accompanied by Bulger, armed with a pair of short wooden tongs, and carrying a basket, I set out for the grain fields. Bulger was in high glee, for he had already made up his mind that there was sport ahead for him. In less than an hour, with Bulger pulling out their hiding places and to unearth them, I had captured 100 moles. Returning to the overseer's lodge, with his help, I cut off the nails of each mole's 4 feet close to flesh, and then gave orders to have the lot carried back to the grain fields and released. Turning my attention now to the meadow mice, I realized at once that to get rid of pest number 2 would be the most difficult task of all. The unthinking reader has doubtless already cried out in thought, why not turn a troop of cats into meadows and let them make short work of the destructive low creatures? Ah, how easy is the plan, how difficult to execute. The meadows were wet, and though often tried, the cats absolutely refused to enter them. The merest tyro in natural history is aware of a cat's aversion to wetting its fur and stepping into water. Even moisture is disagreeable to a cat's feet, and she will willingly walk a mile rather than cross a plot of dew-moistened greensward. However, I determined to begin my operations at once. Knowing the wonderful changes which the pangs of hunger will work in an animal's nature, forcing the meat-eaters to turn to the herbage of the field for sustenance, I hoped for favorable results. Selecting half a dozen vigorous young cats from the cottages of our tenantry, and provided myself a lot of India rubber caps used for drawing down over the nets of bottles, in order to make them airtight, I proceeded to encase the legs of each cat in these coverings, cutting a hole in each one, however, so as to allow the pores to pass through. I wished to accustom them to these leggings before covering the feet entirely. My next step was to subject the cats to 24 hours fast, after which I caused them their favorite food, broiled fish, to be placed at the other end of a long room, covering the intervening space with long napped rugs, which I had first dipped into water. In spite of their hunger, they absolutely refused to cross the dripping rugs. Advancing to the edge, they tested the condition of the obstacles which blocked their advance upon the savory food, feeling here and there for a dry spot, and then retreating with piteous mewing as they shook the wet from their feet. Drawing the rubber caps completely over the feet of one of the cats, I now place on the wet rug, encouraging her to remain there by feeding her a few dainty bits of fish. Finding that her feet did not get wet, she consented to walk here and there over the wet surface in order to secure 2 bits of food. I made the same experiment with the other cats, and everything went as well as I could wish. The next day, I continued my instruction and to my great joy, succeeded in schooling a whole lot not only to make no objection to having their feet encased in the rubber boots, but even away to an inch or more water in order to secure a particularly dainty bit of food. I was now ready to make a practical test on my trained hunters. The day preceding the trial, they were again subjected to a prolonged fast. My heart beat rather nervously as I, with the overseer and 2 other assistants, set out for the lowlands, carrying the trained mousers, already shod in their rubber boots. In 3 baskets, we advanced cautiously upon the meadowland, but so far as the mice were concerned, our caution was useless, for they ran about under our very feet. As I stood gazing over the long stretch of devastated meadowland, one so famous for its thick, velvety grass, the tears gathered in my eyes and my voice choked. Now or never, thought I, must the attempt be made to save these fair fields from utter ruin. At a wave of my hand, my assistant stooped and released the somewhat startled cats. They were not long, however, in collecting their wits and getting ready for business. Sharp hunger is an excellent sauce. As the 6 monsters leaped among those troops of tiny creatures, till that moment nibbling, playing, or teasing one another, without a thought of harm or danger, the wildest consternation seized upon them. Not only nearby us, but as far as the eye could reach, panic and disorder spread among these, till then peaceful little beings. Those which sought safety in their holes were hurled back by others rushing frantically out into the open air. The cats kept at their work like avenging furies. They kill for mere pleasure of killing, passing like a death-dealing blast here and there over the meadows. After the work of destruction had been kept up for half an hour, I directed that the train 6 should be carried back to their quarters, for I was too good a general to let my troops get their fill of sack and plunder. The next day, another attack was made upon the enemy. The train 6, if anything, spread death right and left with greater fury than first. The wetlands no longer had any terrors for them. They splashed to the puddles like mischievous boys through roadside brooks and ponds. I now bethought me of turning my attention to the ground squirrels. My first step was to send to town for several bushels of the smallest marbles that could be purchased. Then, having with the assistance of my ever-faithful and loving friend and helper, my dear, dumb brother Bulger, located the whereabouts of several hundred burrows of the ground squirrels, I gave orders to have a half-dozen or more of marbles rolled down into each one of those holes. These labors completed, I withdrew to my apartments and set about amusing myself in several ways, while waiting a report from the overseer. Many of the tenants who had watched my operations against the moles, meadow mice, and ground squirrels even ventured openly to denounce them as wild whims, a dreamer's ideas, silly workings of diseased mind. Poor creatures, they had lost their all. They had seen the labor of long, weary months ruined by these pests. They were embittered and skeptical. I had not the heart to notice their rather impertinent utterances. While waiting the developments, I plunged into delights of some tales of a bold traveler written in the ancient Assyrian tongue in the wedge-shaped letter. 3 days went by and no news from the superintendent. 2 more made 5 full days. On the 6th came nothing. At last, with the dawn of the 7th, I was awakened by loud and long continued cheering beneath my windows. Springing from my bed and drawing aside the curtains, I was astonished to see long lines of our tenantry, men, women, and children bearing banners, wreaths, and garlands. One company of children carried long, thin rods in which dangled dead moles, meadow mice, and ground squirrels. The moment I presented myself at the window, there was an outburst of cheering, so sturdy that the windows rattled before it. A tap at my door called me in another direction. It was the elder Baron. "Haste, little Baron," he cried eagerly. "Descend to the castle platform. The people are beside themselves with joy. Canst thou catch their cries? Not a mole nor a mouse, nor squirrels alive on the broad acres of thy state. I say thine, because it is justly thine. Thou hast saved it from utter ruin. Henceforth a few years which kind Providence may will that I should tarry with thee, let it be as I guess." "Nay, nay, Baron," I replied laughingly, "that may not be. Till thou sleepest with the noble dead of our long and honored line, thou art master here." I pressed his hand reverently to my lips and sent him to talk to people until I should be ready to take my place at his side. I can well fancy how impatient the reader is to hear something more about the manner in which I rid my ancestral estate of these noisome pests. With regard to the meadow mice, that needs no explanation, but the disappearance of moles and ground squirrels seems somewhat mysterious. Well and good. I'll make it clear, gentle reader. If you had been as close a student of the natures and habits of these animals as I, you could have done the same thing yourself. You must know, then, that the mole's body bears about the same relation as forefeet as a boiler does to a steam engine, which is admirably adjusted in all its parts, working smoothly and noiselessly, like a thing of life, polished and beautiful in all its bearings, and put together so skillfully that no human thought could better it. That is to say, the only wonderful thing about a mole is his hand. That is a delight to a student of natural history. I have sat for hours and studied the marvelous shape of this hand, and strange though it may seem to you, No one knows better than a mole himself that therein lies his hold on life. You'll bear in mind that I cause the nails to be clipped off the forefeet of the 100 moles, close of flesh, and then turn them loose. In other words, without absolutely destroying their marvelous hands, I completely destroyed their usefulness. Now, another thing you must be taught, that in the busy communities of these little animals, there are no sluggards. Everyone must work. Only one thing stops him from using his hands. That is death. When a mole sees his fellow stop work, he knows what has happened. Upon a return of the 100 captives to their burrows, there was joy mingled with terror, whose turn might come next. But when the moment arrived to fall into line and set to work, there was consternation. What? Alive and not able to dig? Immediately, the wildest panic seizes upon the community. They abandon their homes. With frantic haste, they pierce new burrows in every direction, leaving their ill-fated companion behind them to die a lingering death, literally buried alive. Weeks, months to elapse ere they recover from this wild fear. Then they would be miles away. And the ground squirrels, you ask? The ground squirrel is as conceited, inquisitive, persistent, and hard-headed as he is hard-toothed. If he knew that the world was round, he would claim that it was simply a huge nut, and wish that he were big enough to get at its kernel. When the marbles first came rolling down his burrow, he was pleased. They were so smooth, so round. He rolled them hither and thither, as content as a child with a new toy. Then he stored them away for another day's amusement. Pretty soon he began to tire of them. They were dreadfully in his way. They annoyed him greatly. And yet, he couldn't bear to think of parting with them. Finally, the question arose in his mind. Were they anyway? Surely they must have a kernel. And so, he set to work gnawing upon them. They were terribly hard, but he was determined to get at the pit. Day after day, he kept at the thankless task, gnawing, until one fine morning, he awoke to make the awful discovery that his teeth were gone. Now, a ground squirrel may be said consists of 4 teeth and nothing else. These gone, there is no way to keep the other part alive. True, he may, after infinite labor, struggle through a nutshell, but it is too slow work to keep up his strength. Every nut becomes a harder task. And so it was with the vast colony in our orchards. The first few days, quite a number made their appearance as usual. Then, fewer and fewer came out of their holes, and they looked thin and feeble, showing no inclination to gambol and chatter. At the end of the week, the work was done. They had wrought their own destruction. The entire colony had perished from starvation. Thus it was, I restored the fair land of our family to their old-time productiveness, and removed all the obstacles which stood between me and my immediate departure from home. In a few days, all was ready. The elder baron and the gracious baroness, my mother, parted from me with a gentle rain of tears and a refreshing shower of blessings. Accompanied by my dumb brother, the ever-faithful Bulger, and one trusty servant, I set out by extra post for Vienna. Thence at breakneck speed, I journeyed to Budapest and reached the Black Sea via Bucharest. Traversing that body of water in a swift vessel, commanded by an old sailing mastermind, I skirted the foothills of the Caucasus Mountains and made my way to Tehran. Here I tarried several days, long enough to purchase a few camels and horses, and join a caravan. Soon to leave that city on a trading expedition. The proprietor of the trading company renewed his welcome in heartier terms when he was informed that I had brought a goodly collection of European trinkets with me. To clench his goodwill, so to speak, I gave him a pair of fine German pistols. We were now sworn friends. I remained with the expedition until it reached Kabul. The proprietor was astounded to learn that I did not contemplate returning westward with him. After a whole day spent in eloquent pleadings, he gave in, fell upon my neck, wept, and wished me good speed. I was glad to be rid of him, for I was in no humor to form friendships with men whose souls never rose above a sharp bargain. Attended only by my faithful Bulger and a single guide, I set out from Kabul, crossed northern Hindustan, and entered Tibet to the north of the Himalayas. This was a land which I had long dreamed, a land absolutely unknown to the outside world. I never had any inclination to pass over beaten tracks. By nature and education, a lover of the strange and marvelous, My soul expanded beneath the skies of this faraway and curious land, like a flower beneath the sunlight of a warm May morning. Scarcely had I penetrated more than a dozen leagues into this wild, untrodden territory than I made the astonishing discovery that the sun's light was obscured the entire day, while the sky by night was flooded with soft, mysterious light, quite bright enough to enable me to read the finest print with perfect ease. In other words, the natural order of things was exactly reversed. So I, always quick to accommodate myself to existing circumstances, made use of the dark day for rest and sleep, and pursued my journey by night. One morning, however, the mystery was explained. The impenetrable clouds which had been veiling the heavens like a pall suddenly sank earthward, and in my almost unspeakable astonishment, I discovered that this blanket of inky blackness was made up of living creatures, gigantic fireflies, quite as large as our ordinary bat, and far blacker in both body and wing. I was preparing some coffee, and my back was turned. Suddenly, I was startled by a piteous outburst, half whine, half bark, from poor Bulger. A cluster of these living stars had fallen at his very feet. Quicker than thought, I sprang forward and threw my blanket over them. Then, with the greatest care, I transferred them to one of my wicker hampers. Bulger, upon seeing this basket on fire and yet feeling no heat, was most painfully nonplussed. He walked round and round improvised cage, keeping at a safe distance, however, now sniffing the air, now looking up to me with most imploring glance, as if to say, "Dear little master, do explain this thing to me. Why doesn't it burn up?" To my great disappointment, the 3 captives died after a few days' imprisonment, not, however, until they laid a number of eggs, about the size of ravens' eggs, which I packed away most carefully in my boxes as specimens. I may say, right here, that upon my return home, I subjected these eggs to a gentle warmth and was charmed to see emerge from each one of them a larva about the size of a pipe stem. But to my delight and a Bulger's absolute terror, this pipe stem affair had, inside 24 hours, become as large round as a Frankfurt sausage. In due time, they passed into the chrysalis state. But this apparent death seemed to become a real one. Weeks went by, and there were no signs of a metamorphosis. I was cruelly disappointed. More important matters, however, arose to occupy my thoughts. The sleeping fireflies of the Orient were quite forgotten, when one evening, the women servant of the manor house, with blanched faces and piercing shrieks, came literally tumbling headlong down the main stairway. Fortunately, I was sitting on the first terrace of the park. With a bound, I gained the hallway, and snatching down a brace of firearms from the wall, threw myself in front of the wildly shrieking troop of women, calling out in stentorian tones for silence. "Has murder been committed?" I cried. "Is there revolt among the tenantry? Has blood been shed?" "No, no, little Baron," they exclaimed, with wild eyes and clasped hands. "But the castle is on fire. Your rooms are in flames. Your treasures will be consumed. Quick, little Baron, save them, save us. Save the gracious lady and venerable master." Quicker than it takes to tell it, I laid hold of the rope of the alarm bell and set it pealing. The retainers answered with a will. A score of them burst into the hallway ready for the word of command. "Seize the fire buckets, my lads." I called out calmly, but in a tone of sufficient dignity to inspire perfect confidence. "Man ladders to the windows of my apartments." By this time, another gang of the tenantry came rushing in upon the scene. I met them with an order to unhang the portraits in the baronial dining hall and store them in a place of safety. Then, having spoken a few words of comfort to the gracious Baroness, my mother, I seized the fire bucket and led the line up the stairway. Laying my shoulder against the door of my apartments, I burst it open, and, with head low before a blaze of light, I dashed in, followed by the bucket bearers. "Halt!" I cried. It was too late. Some of my finest hangings and rugs were spoiled by half a dozen buckets of water emptied upon them. The mystery was solved. The blaze of light that fairly flooded my apartments proceeded from the huge fireflies which had hatched out without being noticed by me. But I didn't begrudge my ruined hangings. There was my recompense clinging to the walls. I need hardly say that the giant fireflies were the wonder of their day, and brief as it was, It sufficed to cover my name with a glory as resplendent as their mysterious fire. I caused a huge lamp of exquisite oriental pattern to be constructed and, having placed the light bearers beneath its dome of polished glass, passed several nights in the most perfect happiness, seated in its soft, white light, poring over a musty volume to travel, written in tongues long forgotten, save by a few of the most learned scholars. But my delight was short-lived. The gigantic fireflies absolutely refused to eat anything, although I tempted them with 100 different kinds of food. Little by little, their mysterious flame lost its bright effulgence, burning lower and lower until it went out in death. To resume the thread of my story, I was growing impatient to reach the tablelands of the Himalayas and tax the powers of endurance of my guide to their uttermost. In our bivouacs at times, he would encircle my slender ankle joints with his thumb and index finger and exclaim, "All the gods help make thee, little baron," meaning that there dwelt great willpower and strength in my small body. The skies now cleared up, the living pole rolled backward toward the horizon, and naught remained to tell the mighty flood of light, which so recently overran the heavens, save a faint shimmering streak of fire in the far distant western sky. Soon it went out altogether. Thus far, our journey had been through an open country with here and there a clump of forest trees which, at last, grew so frequent that I felt sure we must be approaching the confines of some extensive piece of woodland. In this, I was not mistaken. As we reached the summit of a range of hills, I could see in the distance a long, dark line of forests. My guide, who had pushed on ahead in search of water, came galloping wildly back. I paid no particular attention to him until I noticed that he had dismounted in great haste and was running towards me. Turn back, little master," he exclaimed, throwing himself at my feet and clasping my legs with his arms. "Enter not in the Palamartalan, home of darkness. 100 pilgrims have laid their bones in the moss-grown depths of the great, gloomy forest. It is as pathless as the ocean. It is as silent as death. It is as limitless as the heavens. Nor man nor beast can breathe its cool, moist air and live. Turn back, I beseech thee, little baron. Tempt not the Palamartalan. Palamartalan, Palamartalan," I repeated, as if awakening from a dream. Why, it must be, there could be no doubt of it, the great Aryan forest, in which, countless centuries ago, the human race, having abandoned their holes in clay banks, first learned to hunt the wild beast, feed on his flesh, and clothe themselves with his skins. In my joy at this discovery, I threw a handful of gold pieces in the lap of my astonished guide. Bulger, always ready to share my happiness, came bounding to my side, barking loud and shrill. To my infinite surprise, the answering bark of a dog came floating on the morning breeze. "Hark!" I exclaimed in a whisper. This time was unmistakable. "'Tis one of Benautis' dogs," was my guide's reply. "Come, little master, let me lead thee to his cave. It is beneath the very shadow of the great gloomy forest. He can tell thee of his dangers, for he hath crossed it." "And come safely back?" I asked. "While life lasts, he will sit in the gloom of Palamartalan," murmured a man. "What meanest thou?" "I mean that the noonday sun cannot chase the shadows from his eyes." "He is blind," I cried. "Aye, little master, blind," was the guide's reply. "And yet, save this blind hermit, there lives no human creature who can lead thee safely to the great gloomy forest." "Oh, lead me to him," I exclaimed with ill-concealed joy. "1,000 pieces of gold are thine, if the blind hermit consents to be my guide." 1,000 pieces of gold," repeated the guide with a gleam in his dark eyes. "Ah, little baron, no one can earn that princely reward, excepting you thyself. Who am I, poor, miserable, ignorant slave that I am, that I should attempt to move this saintly and learned man in thy behalf? He would eat the cry of one of his dogs far more quickly than you would my chatter. Is he so unlike his kind?" I asked, as we rode slowly along, "as not a love of gold?" "Aye, little baron, if every dried leaf in his forest path were a coin of burnished gold, he would not stoop to pick one up. Are his ears close of flattery? As close as his eyes are to the sun's rays. Loves he not some savory dish? Fruits and berries content him. Surely a draught of rare old wine, mellow with age, fragrant as crushed roses, purple within the beaker, would warm his heart to quicker beating, and incline him to serve me. Nay, nay, little baron, a gourd full of water from the sparkling rill near his home and rocks is sweeter to him than any nectar ever distilled by the hands of man. They say he is learned. Then shall my gift be a score of rare old books, priceless parchments filled with thoughts so noble, so deep, so subtle, that to read therein means live 1,000 years in one. Ah, little master, replied my guide with a mournful smile, thou art still astray. This dweller amid the rocks, this lover of solitude, the measure of whose life, they say, is full 300 years, knows no other books in the pages of his own soul. On these he has turned his thoughts so long and so diligently that the foolish outpourings of so-called authors seem like the merest prattle of childhood. But look, little master, we are drawing near the home of the blind hermit. I turn my eyes in a direction indicated, a rocky ledge, wild, craggy, broken, seamed and twisted, crowned with growth of pine trees having knotted, gnarled, and fantastically shaped trunks and boughs, shut in our view. As we drew near the entrance of Benedict's cave, a troop of dogs of various ages and species came bounding forward with loud barkings. Bulger advanced to meet them boldly, after first glancing at my face to see whether I objected or not. It was a long while since he'd met any of the members of his race, and then again, he doubtless wished to get a good look at these residents of such a distant land. The feeling seemed to be mutual. For in an instant the barking ceased, and the hermit's dogs gathered about Bulger in silent wonderment. After a series of salutations, which plainly ended in the best of fellowships, the hermit's dogs endeavored to lure Bulger away for a run the forests and fields, but in this they were, I need scarcely say, entirely unsuccessful. Bulger gave them to understand in very decided terms that he would talk with them and even romp with them, but that it must all be done under the eyes of his master. We now halted and dismounted. "This is the place," said my guide in a low tone. "Through that deep fissure in the rocks, thou wilt find a path that leads to Benedict's cave. Enter it boldly, little master. At the entrance of the cave, thou wilt find a dry gourd hanging on the rocky wall. Seize it. When shaken, its seeds will give forth a loud, rattling sound. This done, move not, though the shadows of evening find thee still standing at the door of Benedict's cave. Farewell, little master. Heaven make good to thee tenfold thy kindness to me. I will wait thee 3 days. If by that time I do not hear thy voice call me to serve thee again, I shall return to my kindred." Advancing to the cleft in the rocky wall, I found the gourd hanging by a leathern thong. The loud rattling of the seeds as it broke the deep silence of this wild and lonely place, fit vestibule to a temple devoted to silence, solitude, and meditation, startled me painfully. Restoring the gourd to its place, I leaned forward, catch the faintest sound of the hermit's voice which might reach my ear. It came not. The silence grew more oppressive than before. The broken, twisted rocks, overhanging and surrounding me, took on fantastic forms. In every dark cavity, I saw some misshapen creatures stirring about. A dreadful feeling of loneliness crept over me. No sound came, save the loud throbbing of my own heart. A half hour went by. Then Iago spake, not a word. "Perhaps he sleeps," I whispered to myself. My words wakened the echoes of the rocky recesses, and the word "sleeps" came back to my ears in 100 different tones, now loud and hissing, now soft and sibilant. At last, a full hour had now gone by since I had rattled the seeds of the dry gourd, and yet the blind hermit spake no word. Again the deathlike stillness sank upon the place, and the gathering shadows grew deeper and deeper. Could the guide have played me false? I asked myself. Nay, that cannot be. And yet, why comes there no sound from Benedict's cave? Shall I summon him once more? May he not have gone forth to gather food? Am I doomed to be turned back when I have reached the very threshold of my long-wished-for desire? These and 100 other questions flitted to my mind as I stood in the dark and gloomy corridor that led to Benedict's cave. By the shadows on the rocky wall, I could see that I had now been standing at least 2 hours awaiting summons to draw nearer. But hush! He speaks at last. My heart bounded joyfully, and yet as if with a leaden weight upon it. Who is it that disturbs my meditation? With a hermit's words. A stranger, a brother, one who needs thy guidance." I replied in a firm yet humble tone, "No human creature is stranger to me." He replied, "Thou art too young to be my brother. The light that has left me shines only from my own feet," came slowly from the hermit's cave in a full, deep, rich voice. "True, great master," I replied, "but then, may I not be thy son, follow thy footsteps?" "Thou art very wise for thy years," spake Baba Yaga. "Not so wise, great master," was my reply, "as I shall be when I have sat at thy feet. Come somewhat closer. Thy child voice sounds like an echo," continued the blind hermit, "and yet thou art not a child. Some great spirit plays and sport a mood behind thy face. I see that thou art blue-eyed and flaxen-haired. Thine eyes are set wide asunder, and above them towers a dome of thought. Thy home is in the land of the Norsemen. At least thy fathers dwelt there. On thy cheek glows a crimson which, in the peach and apple land, stains the autumn foliage." As I had not yet even stepped within Bagdai's cave, these words the blind hermit caused a strange feeling, half of fear, half of dread fascination, to creep over me. My heart throbbed violently. His ear, far keener than birds or beasts, caught the sound. "Fear not, little one," said he, in deep, rich tones, full and swelling like the voice of organ pipes. "If thou canst content thyself with a handful of berries when thou art hungry, with a draught from the neighboring rill when thou art thirsty, if thy young limbs are sturdy enough to rest repose from a rocky couch, then art thou welcome. If not, go thy way. For 20 years I've been busy with certain problem, and have no time to stop and spread a more bountiful repast. But season thy frugal fare with thy wisdom, great master," I returned, "and it would be sweeter to my palate than stole-fed ox and mellow wine. Come somewhat nearer, little traveler, so that I may see thee better," spake the blind hermit, kindly and gently. I did not wait for further summons, but stepped boldly into Baba Yaga's cave. It was, in truth, little more than a lofty cleft in the rocks, with several deeper recesses, in which the shadows lay undisturbed. Its roof of jagged, broken, and blackened masses of stone was arched and lofty. In and about it, flocks of small swallow-like birds nested, and at times broke out in musical twitterings. Barren, gloomy, and utterly forlorn as the place was, without chair, mat, bed, or blanket, every thought of its awful loneliness and abject surroundings vanished from my mind as I fixed my eyes upon its occupant. As I had stepped within the limit of Baba Yaga's cave, he had slowly risen from his bench of stone and now stood erect before me. Of powerful build, tall and majestic, with long snow-white hair and snowy beard, he towered like a statue of Peri marble in a dim twilight, to which now, however, my eyes had become accustomed. I gazed upon him, half in fear, half in delight. I could feel my breath coming fast and faster as I riveted my gaze upon his wonderful face, so full of love, patience, courage, and contentment. Had he bent his eyes upon me, I would never have believed him blind, for they were unclouded, full, and lustrous. And yet, upon second look, I saw that their gleam was like the brightness of the polished gem that lacks the softness of living, sensitive orbs. Baba Yaga was clad in a rude garb of dried skins, from which the hair had been skillfully scraped. Tossed back from his broad and massive brow, his white locks hung in heavy ringlets on his broad shoulders, while his wonderful beard, as white and glistening as spun glass, around his body twice entwined, clung like a snow wreath twisted about a sturdy oak by the circling gale. So, like the mighty son of Erd he towered, rude yet noble, untaught yet learned, human yet godlike. I stood transfixed. My tongue forgot its tricks of speech. I felt that I should turn a stone if he did not speak to me. While standing thus speechless, robbed of power to move a limb, Bulger broke the spell. At Bowder's feet lay a sick dog, infirm through age and not ailment, blind like his master, his head pillowed on some soft dry leaves, the only semblance of bed within the hermit's cave. Bulger's gaze fell upon this pitiful spectacle. With cautious step, outstretched neck, and wide-open eyes, he approached his sick brother, sniffed him over, licked his face and ears, whined piteously, and then fixed a pleading look upon me as if to ask, "Dear little master, canst thou do nothing to help my poor sick brother? Canst thou not make him well again, so that I may coax him out into the warm sunshine and play with him?" Baba Yaga spoke. "I see that thou art not alone. Little wanderer, thou bringest a companion with thee. He is welcome. His tenderness and sympathy will carry joy and gladness to heart of my suffering friend, whose head I've pillowed upon some soft grass. I too love dogs. Thou sayest they are my sole companions. Their love is less exacting than human love. They require no pledge or promise. They understand my silence, read my thoughts, and are content. But, come, little traveler, time presses. Speak, what brings thee to Benaga's cave? If it be idle curiosity, depart. But if thou seekest counsel, if thou comest with honest intent to ask my advice in some arduous matter, I am ready to serve thee. I thank thee, great master. I replied, humbly, know then that I would traverse the great gloomy forest, and that reported to reach mine ear that thou alone of all human beings canst guide me through its never-lifting shadows, shield me from its poisonous vapors, and let me not follow my own footprints in ever-widening circles until reason itself feels a dreaded spell of that vast, trackless, pathless wilderness. 'Tis true, gave answer Benaga in deep, sad tones. I could perform the service thou askest. But, O my son, thou must know that a most sacred vow holds me in his mysterious power, securely locked, that I shall lead no fellow creature through that pathless wood, save on certain conditions. Name them, great master. I cried, that he who asks the service, continued Benaga, shall tarry 30 days and nights with me in my rocky home, to inure him to burden of awful gloom and silence, that he in all that time taste of no food save the berries on which I feed, slake his thirst with no draught other than that which I bring him from the neighboring rill, and sleep on a bare rock, even as I do. Reflect, the apprenticeship is severe. Deem it not dishonorable nor weak to shrink from so hard a task. Pause, reflect, ere thou answerest. I'll resume my meditations for an hour, and then question thee again. Be it so, great master. I made answer, and Benaga's sightless eyes seemed to turn to the shrunken form of the dying dog. Silence filled the cave, and feeble twilight struggled against the gathering gloom. My thoughts turned homewards. I could hear the gentle voice of the Baroness, my mother. The castle windows were lighted, and the tall linden shook a rich perfume from their blossoming boughs. All seemed so sweet and peaceful. My mother's voice reached me. I caught its every word. Set forth my son's repast, said she in soft, mild tones. See that his favorite dishes are kept warm. Choose none but the choicest wine for him, and take good care that his bed be soft and even and his pillow smooth. My breath came only with painful effort as these words rang in my ears. I started up with a bound. In spite of myself, I took a step toward the portal of Benaga's cave. With the last rays of setting sun tipped the angry, jagged, broken rocks with gold. Well, my son, spake the blind hermit, art thou still resolute? Aye, great master, I cried, turning back and drawing near to him. Fear not, though puny in body, yet was I bore with the strength of steel in my limbs, and the willpower of a score of common men. Lead thou on, I will follow thee. A faint smile spread over the noble countenance of the blind hermit as he replied, I have not told thee all, my son. Till we pass from these walls of stone and stand in the open air, thou must not speak a word aloud. Nay, nor in a whisper, either. I will set thy food and drink before thee, and that, he continued, pointing to a projecting shelf of rock, shall be thy bed. On its bare surface, rest thy limbs when nature bids thee sleep. Art thou still resolute? Aye, great master, I replied with loud and buoyant voice. I would do thy bidding. 'Tis well, said Benaga. I like thy brave and steadfast soul. But hold me not hard of heart in condemning thee to this gloom and silence. Temper the bitterness of thy fate by giving thyself over to deep and earnest meditation during the few brief hours that it shall last. Forget the so-called world, a bubble that bursts and thou thinkest to grasp it, a shadow which thou pursuest at eager pace, and yet canst never overtake, a mirage rising before the weary traveler's gaze, with visions of delicious gardens, watered by limpid rills and cooled by sparkling fountains, only to melt away and leave him more weak and fainting than before. Look within thyself. Thou art a temple of an immortal soul. Enter its portals. Fix thine eyes on the mysterious writings there unrolled. Grow not weary and discouraged if thou canst not decipher their meaning as easily as thou wouldst the books of man. And, O my son, should the gloom and silence of Benegus cave weigh too heavily on my young soul, raise thine eyes to some of the many lines which I carved upon these rocky walls. In my hours of recreation, they will guide thee back to sweet contentment, give thee strength to persevere unto the end. And now, my son, farewell. Though with thee, near thee, even by thy side, yet remember, I am far from thee. I, farther than earthly staff can measure. Be hopeful, be strong, and now we'll conquer. Again, farewell. Farewell, great master, farewell, I exclaimed. And, as my words echoed to the vast rocky chamber, the last ray of light fled before the thickening gloom, and all was inky blackness. I had noticed, ere the darkness came, that I was standing near the projecting shelf of rock, which was to serve me as a bed, when nature called me to rest. Turning now softly, I groped my way toward it and stretched myself at full length on its bare surface. For a few moments all went well. Such a confident thought was raging in the chambers of my mind that I took no note of the chill which this couch of stone set creeping through my limbs. I closed my eyes, digging to coax sleep to them, and thus forget the ever-increasing pang. In vain. It seemed as if death itself had seized my feet between its icy palms. Sharp pains leapt from one joint to another, and wherever my body came into contact with that couch of stone, it seemed as if 1,000 needles pricked my flesh. Half crazed by the ever-increasing agony, I tossed from side to side, like one in delirium. At times I sat up to escape from stupefying dizziness which caught me in its swift, encircling whirl. My heated pulse beat at the thin walls of my temple, until it seemed as if I should go mad. A rushing, soughing, gurgling sound of many waters roared in my ears, while strange, fantastic forms, in lines of fire on inky background, flitted to and fro before my eyes, until I began fear I should soon be doomed to sit in eternal gloom like Beneag himself. And now heat and cold held alternate sway within my tired and broken frame. Vainly I strove to wet my parched lip of my tongue. The fever had dried it to a chip. For a few brief moments the torture ceased. I breathed more freely. My limbs, thought I, are getting used to their couch of stone. I shall fall asleep and forget my sufferings. But no, with redoubled fury, they came back to their work. I dared not cry out so soon to Beneaga for mercy, for release from the cruel conditions he had imposed upon me. Rather death than yield so quickly, shrink so like a coward who stands motionless and trembling on the battlefield as a spent bowl strikes his breast. I slept at last, but oh, what broken, fever sleep it was. A sleep with unclosed eyes, full of dark and dismal sights. I could stand no more. I yielded and longed for death. In thought, I kissed my parents' hands and felt their soft caresses on my brow and face. And then, it seemed the gracious Baroness, my mother, caught my hand in hers and pressed it fervently on her lips. The kiss was so warm, so tender, so lifelike, that I started up like one awakening from a long delirium. It cannot be a dream, I murmured. I am awake, tossing my racked form over on its side, so that I could touch my right hand, the one on which I felt to kiss, with my left. The mystery was explained. 'Twas Bulger. He was beside my couch of stone. It was he who had licked my cold, numb hand and turned my thoughts homeward. I caressed his head and ears and sought to make him lie down lest a rustle might disturb the blind hermit. He refused to obey, though I thrice let him know my wishes. It was his first act of disobedience, and for an instant drove all thoughts of pain from my mind. To all my suffering now came this new grief. Aroused from my stupor at last, by his persistent refusal to obey, I collected my thoughts sufficiently to realize that he was bent upon leaping on my rocky couch. His 4 feet were already resting upon its edge. I dared not resist, lest he should break the solemn stillness of Benegus cave by giving vent to some sound of entreaty. No sooner had he sprung upon the rocky shelf than I felt him crouching on its edge, and reaching down, as if in the act of seizing something in his teeth, something so heavy, too, that it called for violent exertion. Whatever it was, I was not slow in discovering that he was endeavoring to drag it upon my rocky couch. Half rising, I stretched out my hand to solve the mystery. Oh, beloved Bulger, In an outburst of affection, I pressed my lips repeatedly upon his body. He took no note of my caresses, but only tugged the harder at the thing he held within his teeth. It was my blanket, taught in his early years to fetch my slippers, my gloves, my cap to me. When he found him lying here or there, he had never forgotten to render me these petty services. And thus, noticing that my blanket had, apparently, been forgotten, he seized it, heavy as it was, and dragged it to his little master's bed, regardless of Benalga's ire. Unmindful of the fact that to accept Bulger's gift was plainly an open breach of the compact between the blind hum and me, I wrapped my bruised and aching body in the thick, warm covering and fell into a long, refreshing sleep. Such was my first night in Benalga's cave. The next day was bright and clear, and the rocky chamber seemed less dismal to me. My eyes were becoming accustomed to the gloom. From morn till night, I shunned that bed of torture, passing my time studying out the hidden meaning of the words which Benalga has carved on the rocky walls. Watching the birds as they flitted in with food for their nestlings, were standing near the blind hermit with my gaze riveted upon his noble features, thick, clustering hair, and far-flowing beard. From this time forth, all went well. I soon forgot the long hours of that terrible night of silence and despair. Indeed, I was astounded to find how swiftly the time sped along when one gave himself up to deep and all-absorbing meditation. Days and nights flitted by like alternate hours of light and darkness. I was startled from a deep sleep by hearing the full round voice of Benalga saying, "Up, up, little traveler, up, my son, the morn is breaking. The appointed hour has come. Today we must enter Pelamartalan, or all thy apprenticeship shall have been in vain." I sprang up and approached Benalga, relating in tones of unfeigned grief how I had disregarded the sacred compact between us, and that, although it cut me to heart to be obliged to turn back when I stood upon the very confines of the great gloomy forest, yet I was not worthy to follow him, and was firmly resolved not to plead for mercy. Oh, I told him all, how my frame had been so racked by pain that I was upon the very point of crying out for release from the terrible compact, when my beloved Bulger came to my relief and saved me from that degradation. He heard me in silence, his noble countenance giving no sign or hint of what was going on within that lofty soul. At last, a sad and almost imperceptible smile spread over his face, and he spake as follows: "Take heart, my son. All is forgiven. Thou art but a child, and I should have lightened the burden of this apprenticeship. Nor can I hold thee worthy of blame for yielding to such a touching proof of thy dog's love for thee. Hadst thou repulsed him, you were lain in wakeful sorrow by that bedside all that night. Dear, faithful soul, would it belong to me?" So saying, Benalga bent his towering form and caressed Bulger's head and ears. Nor was Bulger slow in returning the hermit's caresses. They had become the best of friends. Bulger felt the fascination of Benalga's mysterious power from the very first. When the hour arrived for us to leave the rocky chamber of gloom and silence and step out into the sunlight once more, my heart broke out into its old-time beat. Had I not been in the presence of the venerable Benalga, I should have leapt and danced for joy as we emerged from that dreary abode and felt the warm air fan my cheek once more. But one thing struck me now most forcibly. It was a wonderful change which I noted in the blind hermit himself. Where he stood in the sunlight, and the morning breezes tossed curls his white, silken hair, like April winds making merry with a flock of snowflakes. First, his appearance was quite different from that to which I had become accustomed. A leathern cap crowned his massive head, and held his thick, rebellious hair somewhat in control. His wide flowing beard had entirely disappeared beneath his rude garb, save where it clothed his face and neck. I saw at once he was clad for work, for toilsome progress through Pelamartalan's thick growth. In his right hand he carried a curious rod or wand, long, slender, polished, and extremely flexible. I soon learned to wonder at his extraordinary skill in using the staff to guide his steps or discover the nature of any object not within reach his hands. A rude pouch or leather bag was swung across his shoulder. The change in Benalga's manner was still more noticeable. To me, this change was as pleasing as it was unexpected. In a brief half-hour, he became another man. His deep, rich voice, soft and round as the sound of an organ pipe, took on a mellower tone. A faint smile wreathed his noble features as the sunlight fell upon them. His step became quick and elastic, his movements brisk and agile. So wonderfully keen were his remaining senses that only the closest observer could have guessed that he was blind. Turning the direction of the spot where his dolls were at play, he startled me by breaking out into a joyous, "Yo-ho, my children! Yo-ho, my brothers! Here to me! Here to me!" His dogs, Bulger among them, bounded forward with a loud chorus of barking. Beniardo caught the stranger's voice. "It pains me deeply," he cried, "to rob his playfellows, for I see him gambling and sporting with my children." As the blind hermit stooped, his dogs, with loud cries of sorrow parting, sprang up to lick his face and hands. "Go, my children! Go, my brothers!" said Beniardo. "Content yourselves. I'll come again soon, very soon, with love warmed by absence." All was now ready for start. Beneath the rising sun, I could see a long, dark line, far away, where earth and sky came together. It was Pelemartalan, home of darkness, the great, gloomy forest. Thither Beniardo now directed his footsteps with astonishing rapidity of gait, tapping the ground with his long, polished wand as he hurried along. Awestruck, I followed my blind guide. In comparison with such miraculous powers of hearing, smelling, and feeling, my eyes were worthless. Ever and anon, he called out to me, "Guard thee well, my son." A viper stirred in the grass that I left. "Guard thee well, my son," to touch the leaves of flowering shrub to which we are passing now. "They are poisonous." "Guard thee well, my son," to taste the waters of the rivulet to which we are coming, until I have made trial of its purity. "Guard thee well, my son," to pluck one of the flowers which now delight thy eye, and charm thee with their odor. 'Tis next to death to breathe their perfume close to thy nostrils. "Guard thee well, my son," to crush upon thy skin were the little insects which now fill the air, lest thou spread a subtle poison over thy flesh. As we drew near to the outer edge of the great gloomy forest, a strange joy lit up Beniardo's face. He beat the air with his polished wand in graceful curves and circles as he poured forth, half singing, half reciting, a sort of chant invocation, or mysterious greeting to Pelemartalan, home of darkness. As if charmed by the rich music of his own voice, his spirits ran higher and higher. At times he halted to catch the soft echoes as they came floating back on the wings of the morning air. As nearly as I could remember, Beniardo's chant was something like this. "Oh la 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 la, alle, hail to thee, Pelemartalan, shadowy land. La la, lu la lowly, lu la lowly. We are coming to thee, beloved temple of silence and gloom. Let us into thy dark corridors, Pelemartalan, lo-iola, lo-iola. Thou art victor. Pelemartalan, my beautiful. From thy buckler of darkness fall the sun's arrows, splintered and broken. Oh, la, 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 la. We are coming, king of gloom and stillness. Pelemartalan, O silent domain, let us in from the roar and the glare. Let us in from the ruthless world. We are near at hand, Pelemartalan. Swing open thy black portals. Lift thy veil of gloom. Admit thy children into thy silent chambers. Oh, Pelemartalan, lo-iolo, 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 lo-iole. At last we stood by the very edge of Pelemartalan. Beniardo swept his polished wand against the foliage of one of the low-hanging, far-reaching branches. Then sprang forward and, seizing a handful of leaves, crushed them in his grasp and raised them to his nostrils. "This is not the gateway, my son," he cried. "We must turn farther northward." After about half an hour, he again halted and, reaching out for a handful of leaves, inhaled their odor. "Not yet, not yet," he murmured, "somewhat northward still. Be not troubled, my son. Thou seest Pelemartalan with thine outward eye. Not so Beniardo. He must lay his hand upon the very walls of this temple of silence and gloom ere he can see it." Suddenly the blind hermit paused. His thin nostrils quivered, his massive breast heaved convulsively. "We are almost there," he spoke in measured tones. I catch the perfume of the foliage which closed the two ebon columns of the gateway. I looked and saw before me two towering trees, whose wide-reaching branches swept the very ground. Side by side they stood, alike in size and grandeur. Then Iago passed his hand caressingly over first branch, which brushed his cheek and pressed its leaves to his lips, then broke out into his wild chant once more. I stood looking at the blind hermit and listening to a song of greeting, hardly knowing what to expect next when, suddenly, he threw himself upon his knees and crept under the far-reaching branches of one of these gigantic sentinels of the great gloomy forest. Bulger and I followed him. Thus it was we entered the domain of Pelamar Talon, home of darkness. I shall not try to describe to you the solemn stillness, the mysterious twilight of the great gloomy forest, nor to paint for you the wonderful beauty of the deep green mosses which covered rocks and trees, trailed from the swaying branches, carpeted the floorway, or hung like heavy canopies from tree to tree, above our heads, and increased the gloom caused by the thick, interlacing foliage. I had followed by Gaius' noiseless footsteps about half a mile into the stilly depths of Pelamar Talon, when I began to feel a strange chill creep over me, beginning at my very fingertips and pursuing its insidious way toward my very vitals. So rapidly did it run its benumbing course that I was upon the point of calling out to Beneaga when he halted, and having broken a twig from a tree with foliage of dark green and polished leaves, bade me eat them, saying, "Pelamar Talon does no harm to those that know him." I found the leaves pungent and agreeable to taste. Their effect was magical. My limbs at once forgot their numbness, and my step lost its heaviness. We had now been several hours in a great gloomy forest, and thus far Beneaga had advanced into its ever-increasing gloom, for night was falling without a halt. Had Beneaga had as many eyes as Argus and each a lynx's power, he could not have pursued his way through Pelamar Talon's gloomy corridors more easily and more securely. His polished wand flashed at a thing of life in his miraculously trained hand, touching everything, vibrating, swinging, advancing, retreating, with a rapidity that my eyes could not follow. "Oh, great master," I called out to him, "let me not be presumptuous enough to speak to thee of things which should be left unstirred in the chambers of thy mind, but to be permitted to me to know. Tell me how thy rayless eyes can pierce this gloom and find a path through this trackless forest, wrapped in the gloom and silence of 10,000 years." "It shall be as thou wishest, son," replied the blind hermit. "The little there is to know thou shalt hear. But surely thy young limbs must be weary. First let me make ready a bed for the night, and spread some food and drink." So saying, he swung his leathern bag off his shoulder, took from a rolled dried skin and spread on the ground. Then, wrenching 4 pine boughs from a tree nearby, he thrust them in the earth, one at each corner of the square, and striking a spark with his tinderbox, set fire to the pitch which trickled down the boughs. The flickering flames cast 1,000 weird shadows on the trailing mosses and black-shrouded trees, and filled the air with a grateful warmth. Then Iago now drew forth some dried fruit and berries. We ate in silence. Bulger sniffed at the food, but nothing more. Our frugal repast concluded, the blind hermit took from his leathern pouch a sharp-pointed piece of flint with which he pierced the bark of a tree near our bivouac. Into the hole he thrust a slender reed. I was astonished to see a limpid liquid flow from the end of the reed. He filled a gore with it, and placing the drinking vessel in my hand, sent a low, caressing voice, "Drink, my son. 'Twill refresh and strengthen thee." I raised the gourd to my lips. The liquid was cool and sweet, and very pleasing to the taste. "Drink as deep as thou wilt, my son," cried Benaga, "for Pelamar Talon to slake the thirst of an army." Again I placed the gourd to my lips. This time I drank long and deep. A gentle warmth now coursed through my limbs. My eyelids sank downward, oppressed with most delicious longing for sleep. Pillowing my head on Benedet's pouch, with my hand resting on my faithful Bulger's head, I was soon wrapped in slumber. When I awoke, it was still night. The pine knots had burned nearly out. There sat the blind hermit beside me. I could see that he was keeping watch. His head turned as I stirred. "Thou hast asked me," he began, "to tell thee how I am able to find my way through Pelamar Talon's gloom. Here, in his trackless home of shadow, no outward eyes would avail me aught. Thou hast seen how the floor of this vast temple is everywhere alike. For it, nature has woven a carpet of thick, velvet moss which, in the flight of centuries, takes on no change of hue. 'Tis ever the same. Tear a pathway in it. In a few short days a rent will be made whole. Blaze the trees, the encircling mosses will, in a brief period, hide the marks, and all thy labor will be in vain. Even supposing that thou could succeed in leaving a lasting trail behind thee, the deadly poison which lurks in this damp air would chill thy life-blood ere thou couldst cross from outer wall to outer wall this vast temple, with its roof of interwoven moss and foliage, impenetrable to the noonday sun. Thou hast felt the first touch of that deadly chill, which curdles the warmest blood and sends a sleep of death upon a rash intruder. But to me, oh, my son, Pelimar Town is all light and glow. I cannot see that gloom which strikes such terror to thy soul. And thou must know, my son, that Pelimar Town has no shadows deep enough to hide the North Star from my sight. I always know which way was the sun went down, and which way will be that he will rise. For all the winds are known to me, and whence they blow. To thy cheek the air appears to sleep at times. To mine never. 'Tis no more a task for me to catch the breath like zephyr, unfelt by thee, than it is for thy faithful dog to take up the trail his master's footsteps, and follow to the crowded mart. Then again, thou must bear in mind that for 100 years and more I've been a shadowless figure in this home of shadows, that the trees of Pelimar Town have taken me to their hearts, and I them to mine, that not only do I know how and where they grow, but it have been revealed to me that these towering children of Pelimar Town are not scattered helter-skelter, here and there, in orderless manner, but that in a certain measure they are ranged in lines from the rising toward the setting. Son, each species forming a belt to itself, not like a grove by man's hand planted, but in a wild, yet orderly confusion. To thee, this would be a useless guide, for thou hast seen how the trunks are swathed up in guards of moss, and how the gloom gives all the foliage the same deep dark hue of green. To thine eye here, all these trees seem alike, the countless offspring of a single sire. And yet it is not so, for when in my progress through these lofty corridors of gloom and silence, I sway too far northward or southward, a single handful of leaves crushed in my grasp gives up the secret of my whereabouts. But even this sure guiding string has failed me at times, and I've gone astray in the home of my friend. And yet in such moments, Pelimar Town had no terrors for me. When thus, an aimless wanderer in this trackless wood, I learned to draw aside this garb of green which decks Pelimar Town's breast, and lay my hand upon his very heart. So as kind nature sharpened my sense of feeling that by the simple touch of clay beneath our feet, I can set my erring footsteps right and regain my lost path. Be thou, my son, in coming years, as steadfast in thy search for truth as I have been in my endeavors to change this gloom and silence into living light and speech, and now wilt walk through life's devious paths as easily as I thread my way through the trackless chambers of Pelimar Town. As Ben-Aga ceased speaking, he lifted his song, making the trailing mosses sway with the vigor of his notes, now deep and solemn, now clear and far-reaching. The echoes came back softened down to flute notes. He listened breathlessly. Oh, wonderful man, thought I. Even the sleeping echoes rouse themselves to guide thy footsteps right. Come, my son, he cried in tones of gladness. Our torches go their end. Let's push on, though the sun be not yet high enough to chase the inky darkness out of Pelimar Town's depths. Still, with his guiding string thou canst follow me. Saying this, he placed the end of a leather thorn in my hand, and we set out once more. After an hour or so, the sun's rays began to temper the darkness of the great gloomy forest, and my eyes found some slight use in the task of seeing. The light from my phone cast a soft glow in the room, but here in the forest, it barely pierced the shadows. Ben-Aga broke out in a wild chant, and paused to catch the echo. Ah, murmured the blind hermit, half in soliloquy. That was a greeting from the drowsy waters of Lolpatul. The feeling of utter helplessness washed over me an hour later when, suddenly, I found myself standing on the banks of black streamlet, silent and mysterious, apparently stagnant. This is Lolpatul, said Ben-Aga, as he rested his chin on his hand and seemed to be gazing down on its inky surface. How to cross it, for no bark was moored in sight, was now the bewildering thought that oppressed my mind. Surely it cannot be forded. For the eye it seemed as deep as it was silent and mysterious. While I stood thus, wrapped in a cloud of anxious thought, Ben-Aga seemed scarcely less perplexed. His usual calmness had deserted him. Drawing some pebbles from his leather pouch, he cast them into the stream, bending forward to catch the sound they made with eager, listening ear. Again, he paused and cast some pebbles into the dark and sluggish stream, and bent forward to get their answer. Again, he woke the echoes and listened breathlessly to reply that came, only to take up the march after a brief delay with a somewhat hesitating step. Evidently, he was astray. For an instant, the thought flashed through my mind that possibly Bulger had gone so far astray as to make the discovery of the right course impossible. My lips drew apart, and my heart crept slowly upward into my throat. The thought of a lingering death from starvation in the chill, dark corridors of Pelemartalan set a knife in my heart. I almost tottered as I followed the blind hermit's lead. My tongue was too dry to let me cry out in my sudden despair. While these terrible thoughts chased each other through my mind, Bulger halted, and, resting his staff upon the branches of the nearest tree, broke out into one of his wild invocations. "O Pelemartalan, Bulger calls unto thee. Hear him, he is astray. Set his feet in the right path. Let him not wander aimlessly about in thy gloom and silence. O Pelemartalan, he is thy child. Be kind and loving to him." With these words, Bulger threw himself upon his knees, tore away the thick covering of moss, until he laid bare the forest floor. From this, he took up a handful of soil and pressed it between his fingers as if to test some secret quality. When he arose, I knew that all was well. A radiant glow played about his features. He was himself again. Catching up his wand, he broke away with mad strides, as if pursued by very demons. Only by running could I keep within sight of him. On, we sped along the banks of Lolpatul, mile by mile, Bulger caroling his wild chant of glad thanks, I panting as if bent upon escaping fleshless death itself. Another 100 paces, and I would have fallen headlong to the ground. My feet seemed shod with lead. Bulger set up a most piteous whining as he saw the look of despair settling on my face. Suddenly, the blind hermit halted, and turning toward me, cried out in a joyous tone, "This is the place, my son. It is all over now. Fear nothing. Mount on my shoulders. Thou wilt not add a feather's weight to the burdens which I carry there. Be not troubled about thy dog. Lolpatul has no terrors for him." Such was my confidence in the blind hermit's power to bear me safely across the mysterious stream that I did not wait for a second bidding to mount upon his shoulders. Although, as far as I could see, the waters of Lolpatul looked just as black and deep as ever, I knew we were safe. Advancing to the edge of the stream, Bulger now began, with quick and nervous movement of his staff, to search for hidden stepping stones. In vain I strained my eyes to catch some sign, a resting place for his feet. And yet, they were there. For a giant stride, steady, sure, and rapid, Bulger passed over the drowsy waters of Lolpatul and set me safely down on the other bank. I made an effort to speak my thanks, but wonderment had robbed my tongue of power of utterance. I could only gaze in silence upon that noble face, now clad in all its former serenity, then turn and follow its owner's footsteps. After a few miles further advance, Bulger halted, and bending his gaze upon me, as if his eyes were as full of light as his look was of radiance, spoke as follows: "My son, my task is done. Look, dost thou not see that gleam of light yonder? 'Tis the outer wall of Pelemartalan. Pass it, and thou wilt enter the world of noise and glare once more. Thou hast no further need of me. Go straight on, and in a brief half-hour the sun's rays will greet thee again. Once outside of this pathless wood, thou wilt find thyself upon a lofty parapet, a sheer height of 200 feet above the plain below. Look about thee, and thou wilt see a stairway of solid rock, leading downward to plain, not such as built by hands of man. The steps of even height, hewn regular and smooth, but rude, fantastic flight of stairs left standing there by nature when she cleared away the mass each side. Upon these narrow steps, smoothed by the beating storms of 10,000 years, the waters daily pour a treacherous slime, so that those who have rashly tried to pass to the fair land below now lie among the jagged rocks. No foot is sure enough to tread on the slippery steps of Bulger. To fall means certain death. I cannot counsel thee, my son. Be wary, be wise. Farewell." As these last words fell from Bulger's lips, he flashed out my sight like a spirit form. The pale talon covered him with her darkness. He was gone. The tears gathered in my eyes. Fain would I press his hand to my lips. I knew it was useless for me to try and call him back or to follow him. So, with a heavy heart, I turned and pressed forward in the direction he had indicated. I was soon at the outer edge of Pale Talon and, to tell the truth, I felt my heavy heart grow light again. Bulger, too, showed his delight at being once more in the warm sunshine. Breaking out into the wildest barking, he raced hither and thither with the joyous air of a boy set free from long and irksome tasks. As Benag had described to me, I now found myself standing upon a lofty parapet, overlooking a delightful valley, to which I longed to wander after my long stay in Benag's cave and the gloomy trail through Pale Talon's depths. Walking along the edge of the cliff, I was not long in coming upon the stair of the evil spirit, or Bulger, as it was called. It was jagged, irregular, and tilted here and there, and yet quite even and stair-like when one considered that it was of nature's building. As the blind hermit had warned me, the treacherous slime covered Bulger's entire length, forever renewed by the impure waters which trickled down its steps. To attempt to descend would have been worse than madness. No human foot was sure enough to tread those slippery stones and reach the bottom. Although I was impelled by the strongest desire to hasten forward, I saw that a single rash act might end my life. Ordinary obstacles have no terror for me, but when nature sets a threatening barrier in my way, I halt, but do not surrender. And, therefore, I sat calmly down to ponder over the problem that faced me. For 3 days, I tarried on this parapet, and each day I visited Bulger, gazing long and fixedly upon its far-reaching flight of rocky steps. On the 3rd day, I had solved the problem. Hastily gathering up every fragment of limestone lying near, I piled in a cone-shaped heap, and around it and over it, I laid a mass of dry leaves and billets, and over all, such logs as I could lift. Then, striking fire with my flint and tinder, I set the pile in flames. In the morning, I was rejoiced to find a heap of the purest quicklime beneath the ashes. By means of an empty skull, some animal of the deer family, which I found lying near, I at once began to feed the waters trickling over Bulger's steps with the lime. All that day and up to the noon hour of the next, I kept the water which flowed down the stairway, milk white with the lime. Now, however, came the greatest difficulty. From the size of the stream, I realized that it would be impossible for me to stay its course by means of any dam that I could build, for a longer time than one brief half-hour. But I dared not wait too long, for the coating of lime, which, by this time, I knew must have been deposited on the rocky steps, to harden in sun, the dam might break and undo all my work. At high noon, when the sun was beating down the hottest, I put the last touch to my dam. I was startled to see with what rapidity the waters gathered in the basin I had built. With anxious eyes and a throbbing heart, I stood ahead of Bulger's stair of rock and gazed up and down. I could see no signs of drying on the black and glistening steps. One moment after another glided by. At last, a faint trace of whiteness began to show itself here and there. I turned an anxious glance at the gathering waters. The frail dam seemed about to yield to the ever-increasing pressure. In 1 or 2 places, I caught glimpses of tiny rivulets trickling through. Once more, with a terrible feeling of faintness, I glanced down the long, dark flight of steps. Half blinded by the noonday sun, I nevertheless caught sight of a snow-white crust on the stairway. Now was my time or never. Calling out to Bulger to precede me, I sprang boldly down the stair, which, to that moment, had been black with treacherous slime. The waters broke away and came rushing on my very heels. Down, down, I went in headlong haste, bounding like a deer from step to step. My heart sank within me as I felt the torrent, now mad and raging, spatter its spray on my neck. Another instant, and I'm saved. My feet strike firm. I see the fair country come nearer and nearer. Another leap, and with my faithful Bulger, I've cleared the dreaded stairway of Bulger. Staggering forward, I reached the greensward of the valley in full fainting, after my terrible race for life. Bulger's mingled wailing and caresses roused me after a few moments of clouded brain, and then all was well. And yet, a shudder stole over me as I raised my eyes to take a last look at the rocky stairway of Bulger, now clad once more in its black, glistening, treacherous slime, refreshed by a hearty meal upon the luscious fruit which grew in wonderful profusion on every side, followed by a deep draught of cool, clear spring water, and calling joyfully to my faithful Bulger to follow me, I set out for the distant summit of the ridge which shut in this peaceful little corner of the earth's surface, so well fitted for the home of human beings, and yet so utterly abandoned and tenantless, even by four-footed creatures. While I am a great admirer of nature in all her aspects from wildest grandeur to picture-like delicacy, yet no spot which is not inhabited by man or beast can long hold me content. I must have life, not the dull, spiritless life of tree, shrub, or plant, ever chained to one spot, but the restive, bounding, throbbing life of man or animal to study, contemplate, and reflect upon. Therefore, it was that I determined to pass at once out of this beautiful little valley. I pushed on with eager step, for I was desirous of gaining the high land before nightfall. In this, I was successful, but the twilight had so deepened when I reached the crest of the ridge that any survey of the country lying beyond was impossible. Shortly after I lit a bivouac fire, Bulger came in with a bird of the quail kind, and I proceeded to broil it on the live embers. The faithful animal was delighted to be once more in a country in which he could serve me, and while our supper was cooking, took occasion to go through a number of his old tricks in order to see his little master's face brighten up. Side by side, we lay down for the night in that faraway land, and were soon fast asleep. The morning broke with rare splendor. I hastened to examine the country beneath me. It was dotted here and there by groves and bits of woodland, and seemed unusually green and fruitful. What attracted my attention more than anything else was the fact that, as far as my eye could reach, the region was watered by a perfect network of little rivers, which glistened in the morning sun like bands of burnished silver. I had never seen the like. It occurred to me at once that should these streams prove too deep and rapid to ford, it would force me to change my course entirely, and pass either the north or south, until I reached a clear country. Pretty well towards sundown when I stood upon the confines of the strange land, which I named Polypotamo, or Many Rivers. The streams, which varied from 10 to 20 feet in width, were deep, clear, and swift. As you may readily imagine, such a country was very productive. Fruit and flower-bearing shrubs and trees, all a most beautiful green, grew in a wildest abundance. The air, cold and purified as it was by the numerous streams of limpid water, was at a magic inhalation, carrying a strange feeling of dreamy delight to every part of the body. Said I to myself, if this fair land be not inhabited, then is a monstrous pity, for here kind nature has spread her riches with more than usually lavish hand. Bulger and I stretched ourselves upon the bank of the first stream that we reached, and were preparing for a nap after a long day's tramp, when suddenly the strangest noises reached our ears. He started up a look of mingled alarm and curiosity which, could I see my own face, I would undoubtedly have found pictured there in equally strong lines. Louder and louder grew these curious sounds. I listened with pricked-up ears, as I strained my eyes in the direction whence they came, eager to catch the first glimpse of the beings who uttered them. I had not long to wait. About an eighth of a mile away, my eyes fell upon a sight which, in spite of the possible dangers threatening my life, in case these creatures had proven to be vicious or savage, caused to burst out into a fit of uncontrollable laughter. There, in full view, was a troop of human creatures, dwarfish in stature, not being much over 4 feet in height, who seem incapable using their legs as we do, but move about from one place to another by hopping, as some birds do, or as rabbits do, they move about standing upright on their hind legs. In an instant, they caught the sound of my voice, and, with the swiftness of the wind and with an ease that astounded me, leaped over the 2 intervening streams, each of which was at least 15 feet in width, and came bounding toward us with the same gigantic leaps. The whole thing was done so quickly, and the mode of locomotion was so novel and altogether wonderful, that I was surrounded before I knew what happened to me. It is needless to say that I couldn't understand their language, although I soon mastered it, consisting as it did of pure Aryan roots, no word being of more than 3 letters. The man-hoppers, such was my translation of their name, Omilobas, ranged themselves in a circle round Bulger and me, threw themselves on their faces, so to speak, for their arms were ridiculously out of all proportion to their bodies, and threatened with shrill outcries and menacing movements to kick Bulger and me to death instantly unless we surrendered unconditionally. But first, a word about these strange people. They were, as I've said, small of stature, and let me add that upon their narrow, sloping shoulders were set delicate, doll-like heads, animated by large, lustrous, black eyes with extreme softness in expression. Their arms looked like the arms of a boy on the body of a man, but although so small, for they reached only to their waists and ended in tiny, shapely hands, yet they showed themselves possessed of extraordinary strength and dexterity. Their legs, however, were the most wonderful part of them. In fact, I might almost say that the Omilobos were all legs, so out of all proportion was the development of their limbs. The effect of this disproportion may be easily imagined. It so dwarfed their bodies that they appear like cones set upon two legs. "Miscreant," cried the leader, as I learned 3 days later when I had mastered their language, "if thou dost not instantly admit that His Majesty, Jeru, King of Umilobas, is not the fastest, farthest, and most graceful jump in the world, thou shalt be kicked to death without the least ceremony." I made signs that I was quite willing to admit this, although I didn't understand exactly what it was. Seeing that I was not disposed to attempt any harm, the man-hoppers sprang to their feet and seated themselves in a perfect run around Bulger and me, like so many rabbits when standing on their hind feet to reach something, intent upon getting a good look at us, or at me rather, for Bulger was evidently no great novelty for them. They kept up a perfect rattle remarks in shrill piping tones upon my personal appearance. I too was by no means idle. I kept even pace with their galloping curiosity, studying the expression of their faces and the movements of their bodies. After a few moments, I was given to understand that I must start at once at the palace of their gracious monarch, Jeru, the 1000, for they were a very ancient people. As I rose to my feet and took a few steps toward the water, intending to assure them that I could not leap across the stream, it became their turn to laugh. And laugh they did too, with such spirit, such heartiness, I might almost say such violence, that I never realized till then that they laughed best who laughed last. Again and again their piping, pygmy voices broke out in shrill chorus, or their pretty doll faces were convulsed with merriment. Bulger repeatedly showed his teeth and gave vent to short, spiteful barks as the Umilobos continued their, to him, unseemly behavior. But I knew it would only injure us in the end if I showed any signs of anger, so I simply shrugged my shoulders and waited for them to recover from their fit of merriment. Finally, between the pauses of laughter, I caught such words as pendulum legs, man scissors, man tongs, flip-flop, wiggle-waggle, here she goes, there she goes. Such were a few of the terms expressive of the impression which my poor unoffending legs made upon the minds of the Umilobos. They quieted down at last, and again began to make signs that I should prepare to follow them. When at last I succeeded in making them understand that I was not a jumper, and could no more leap across the stream in front of us than I could hopple the moon, their mirth now gave place to disgust. Such pleasant phrases as lead legs, two-legged snail, little man stuck in the ground, little man tied to his head, etc., etc., were fired at me. After consultation, it was determined to dispatch 2 of their number for a sort of port-chaise in use among the Umilobos, in which to transport Bulger and me to the king's palace. Away went the messengers like the wind, in leaps of 20 feet, seeming scarcely to touch the ground, bounding along in the distance like pit bulls. After a short delay, they reappeared bearing, slung on a sort of yoke resting upon their shoulders, a stout wicker basket. Bulger and I were invited to step into it. The cover was closed and securely fastened by a stout leather thong. Then with a bumpety bumps or a motion, away we went across land and water. Bulger whined piteously and fixed his lustrous eyes upon me, as if to say, "Little master, if thou transport us to torture or death, I'm glad I am with thee." I soon gave him to understand that there was no danger. He returned my caresses, and we both awaited further developments. It seems that the 2 man-hoppers who had been sent for the port-chaise had spread the news of their strange capture, so the whole town was on the watch for our arrival. At last we came to a full stop. The basket was set down on the ground, and the leather thong loosened. To tell the truth, I was as anxious to see as they were. A terrible hubbub was in progress, those in authority having seemingly lost all control of the pushing, pulling, scrambling mass of Umilobos. With such violent outcries and still more violent gestures did they gather about us, that I began to fear that they would overturn our carriage and do Bulger and me some real injury in their mad curiosity. Suddenly, a voice, louder and shriller than all the rest, called out, "Silence! His Majesty, Jiru, the 1000th King of the Umilobas is approaching. Down, down, silence, fall back." One of the attendants now raised a lid of our basket and courteously invited me to step out. Without stop and give a thing a thought, I seized a leather thorn, sprang lightly up and to one of my legs over side of the basket. Instantly, there was an outburst of shrill, ear-piercing exclamations of wonder, fear, surprise, horror, delight, and I don't know how many other emotions. For a moment, I was startled and half inclined to make my way back into my basket again. Suddenly, however, it occurred to me what it all meant. The Umilobas, being able to move her legs only backward and forward, and utterly incapable of moving one leg without the other, were about as much astonished at seeing one of my legs from flopping overside the basket, as I would be if you should throw one of your legs out sidewise and strike your foot against your shoulder. As I sprang lightly to ground and took a few steps towards King Jiru, who stood surrounded by his court officials, a very lean Umiloba on one side of him and a very fat one on the other. A perfect whirlwind of such cries as pendulum legs, walking scissors, measuring man, low man, all head, etc., etc., burst forth. King Jiru received me very pleasantly, requested me to walk, run, hop on one foot, cross my legs, he standing with wide open eyes as I went through my paces to please him. He then asked me my name, my rank at home, my profession, my age, why I like to eat and drink, how much heavy my head was in my body, etc., etc. I made such a good impression on the king of the Umilobas that he turned and invited me to spend some time at his palace. I was delighted, for I was very desirous of studying the manners and customs of these strange people and of conversing with their learned men. Suddenly, there was a great change manifest in the king's manner toward me. He listened with knitted brows and compressed lips, first to his fat counselor and then to his lean one, his lean minister. So lean that he appeared to me be an animated steel spring snapping apart, was named Medizauto or Great Jumper, the Nikkei himself no one being able to leap across a broader stream. His fat minister, so fat that he was able to advance only by little hops of a few inches at a time, was named Microzauto or Small Jumper, and as he had for many years been unable to race about the country like the other Umilobas and had consequently had much time on his hands, which he'd use to improve his mind reading and studying, until he had acquired great wisdom. Hence King Jiru's choice of him as royal minister and court advisor. I was again ordered to stand in front of His Majesty, the ruler of all the Umilobas. "Sir Pendulum Legs," said he, "upon reflection, I am persuaded that thy visit to my dominions bodes no good. Thou must know that I have 2 privy councillors, to whose advice I always listen, and then do as I see fit. His Excellency Megazalto," continued King Jiru, point his lean minister, "counsels me command that thou be stamped and kicked to death at once, saying that thou wilt work great injury among my people. Thou being a foreigner of a faraway land, they will endeavor to imitate thy manner of walking. Our good old-fashioned ways of walking will be sneered at, and my people's legs will soon lose their wonderful strength and activity. My other counselor, who is a very learned man and loves to discuss questions of race, manners, and customs with strangers, advises me to let thee live for several weeks, at least, until he has had an opportunity to get some valuable information from thee. Now, I am a quiet and peace-loving king, for nature by surrounding my dominions with such a network of rivers, and giving us the power to leap over them, makes it next to impossible for an enemy to follow us. Therefore, low man all head, it is my royal will that for the present no harm come to thee." "Thanks, most powerful and graceful jumper in this or any other world," said I with a very low bow. "I accept my life at thy hands in order to use it to make known thy goodness and greatness in every land I shall pass through." My delicate flattery touched King Jiru very perceptibly. He smiled and nodded his little dull head in the friendliest manner, but Megazauto's fierce little face was screwed up in 1,000 wrinkles. I felt within me that he was firmly resolved to do me injury. Now, there was another interruption. A shrill, piping baby voice suddenly rang out in a series of angry screams. while a score of other voices in soft, soothing tones could be heard, as if endeavoring to comfort the screamer. I turned my eyes in the direction of the voices. To my surprise and delight, I saw coming toward me were the female Umalobas, advancing timidly with light and graceful hops, like a sparrow on the greensward. Her head and face looked for all the world like some of the wax dolls I had seen in Paris. Only she was a trifle paler than they. It was a beautiful princess, Hopper Hopper. She seemed to be in a very fretful and petulant humor, and showed her peevishness in every movement. Nothing pleased her. She pouted, hung her head, and threw her baby arms about upon the most trivial provocation. As I learned afterwards, this all proceeded from her unwillingness to marry the lean, bony Megasalto, who was violently in love with her, and whom the king, in a moment of some great contentment, had rashly promised a princess in marriage, and as King dread in doing so taken the Umiloba's vow. May I never be able to jump farther than the link to my nose if I break my vow. He dared not break his word, and of course the old, thin, bony, wrinkled Megasalto insisted upon his sticking to the bargain. The effect of all this was to throw the beautiful princess Hopper Hopper into a deep melancholy. In fact, she refused absolutely to take of any food for so long a while that everybody said sadly, "She will die." King Giru was beside himself with grief, but as Megasalto had no blood, he couldn't feel any pity for either father or daughter, and insisted that the king should stick to his bargain with him. Led on at last by the rich reward offered by King Giru to any physician who could succeed in making Princess Hopper Hopper partake of food, one of the court physicians hit upon the following plan. The attendants were directed to set a table in the princess's apartment and load it down with her favorite dishes. Then the lady-in-waiting was instructed to bind a silk band around the Princess Hopper Hopper's body when the latter retired for night, so arranged that it should press gently, but continuously, on the sympathetic nerve and cause her to walk in her sleep. The plan worked successfully. Every night about midnight, Princess Hopper Hopper would rise from her bed, while in the deepest sleep, sit down to table and partake of a hearty meal, after which she returned to bed, when one of the ladies of the bedchamber immediately loosened the silken band, lest she might arise the second time and overeat herself. Princess Hopper Hopper advanced toward me, hopping along with a timid air, until she was close enough to get a good look at me. I was then desired to go through my paces once more, which I did with a great deal of vigor, concluding the performance by sitting down and crossing my legs. Hopper Hopper smiled faintly at first, but when it came to the leg-crossing feat, she clapped her little doll hands and broke out in a laugh about as loud as the low notes of a flute. King Giru was crazed with joy. It was the first time Hopper Hopper had laughed for a year. I could see that there was a hurried consultation going on between King Giru and his fat and lean ministers. I knew only too well what it all meant, but Princess Hopper Hopper interrupted the consultation and solved the whole question herself by crying out like a spoilt child clamoring for a toy, "I want him!" King Giru burst forth into a loud laugh, in which everyone joined, save a lean, rattle-jointed Megasalto, who scowled fiercely at me, screwing his little face up like a dried apple. "He is thine. Take him, beloved daughter," exclaimed King Giru gaily, "and if he can cure thy melancholy and make thee once more the joy and sunshine of our court, no one of the glorious gems which deck our royal diadem shall be too good for him." Amid great rejoicing and loud huzzas, a silk cord was tied about my body, and I was led away by the beautiful Princess Hopper Hopper. Bulger resented the indignity of tying a cord around my waist, and came within an ace of setting his teeth in the thick leg of the attendant who performed that service for me. Growling and showing his teeth right and left, the poor, puzzled animal followed me prison. I say to prison, for that was what it proved to be. Night and day, a guard surrounded my apartments and kept within respectful distance when I was summoned to divert the gentle princess by running, hopping on one foot, walking with my toes turned out or in, or with my feet stretched far apart. But the one thing which delighted the princess and chased a melancholy from the pretty doll face was my ability to cross my legs. This wonderful feat I was obliged to repeat and repeat until my limbs fairly ached, but no matter how often repeated to the gentle Hopper Hopper, it was ever new and wonderful, and she invariably rewarded me by smiling and clapping her baby hands. About this time it was that my beloved brother Bulger gave me another proof of his deep affection and most extraordinary intelligence. I had no sooner begun to prepare for bed than I noticed that something was the matter with him. He fixed his lustrous black eyes pleadingly upon me, bit my shoe playfully, tugged at my clothing, sprang upon me, then bounded off toward the bed, snuffed at it, growled in unfeigned anger, and then making his way back to me, began to tease and worry me once more. I was half inclined to get provoked. By turns I scolded and petted him, all to no purpose. He continued his strange actions, growing, if anything, more and more violent in his manner. At last I was ready for bed. Striving with all my power to quiet and console him, I made an effort to throw myself on my bed, so that he might leap up and lie down beside me. But no, it was impossible. With grip of iron he laid hold of my nightrobe and held me firmly fast, whining and crying most piteously as if to say, "Oh, loved little master, why is it that thou canst not understand me?" Suddenly a strange thought flashed across my mind. I stooped and glanced under my couch. Nothing seemed amiss. Then, as if urged on by some unseen hand, I seized the bed clothing and hurled on the floor. Lo, the mystery was solved. There, hidden beneath the drapery, shone the tips of a dozen or more tiny blades, each sharper than a needle's point, and as I found upon examination, stained with poison so subtle that the slightest prick would have robbed me of life. Need that I tell you how the tears burst forth, how I flung myself upon my knees and caught that beloved animal in my arms, covered him with kisses? He was satisfied. Again, had he added to that long list of debts due him from me, debts only to be discharged in coin fresh and bright from the heart's met. As you have doubtlessly guessed, this cowardly and cruel attempt on my life was the work of that living coil of steel springs, Megazalto, who had determined to put away the hated foreigner, whose monstrous deformities were so pleasing to the being he loved. King Jeru was greatly incensed when, upon Bulger's recognition of the would-be murderer in the presence of the whole court, the miserable wretch made a clean breast of it, and related how he had arranged the knives with his own hands. "Out of my sight, thou unworthy servant, if I do not command that thy vile heart and viler head be parted by the executioner's axe, it is because thy father rendered mine priceless services. Go, come not again until I summon thee." King Jeru now took me into special favor. In the first place, he was delighted to see how successful my efforts had been to amuse the Princess Hopper Hopper, on whose baby cheeks the roses glowed once more, and whose child voice rang out again as of old, like a flute note or a tiny silver bell. His Majesty ordered that the court painter should forthwith make a portrait of Bulger for the royal gallery, and that a plaster cast of my head should be taken for the royal museum. I was much pleased with all this attention, but I noticed that the very moment I hinted at the necessity of my speedy return home, King Jeru skillfully turned the conversation to some other subject. The fact of the matter was, he feared to have me leave the palace lest the beloved Hopper Hopper should miss my daily performances and fall back again into her melancholy. The little princess herself was not slow in exerting her power over me, snapping the ground with her feet like a rabbit when I failed to be quite as entertaining as usual, and even going so far as to threaten me with a dose of that living coil of steel spring called Megazalto when I refused to cross my legs and uncross them quickly enough to please her ladyship. One day, being in a sort of brown study over my position and revolving in my mind several different ways of making my escape from King Jeru's dominions, I unwittingly paid little attention to Hopper Hopper's commands. In vain she stormed, snapping the ground with her little feet, shaking her baby hand at me, piping out in shrill and angry tones of my negligence. I didn't quicken my pace one jot. A heavy load of thoughts oppressed my mind. My heart was full of sorrow. All that day I had been thinking of home, of the dear old Baron and the gentle Baroness, my mother, and wondering whether they missed me at the castle. Suddenly came a messenger from King Jeru summoning me at once to go to the audience chamber. With a bound I came to myself. The little Princess Hopper Hopper had gone to her apartments. I started to call her back. Every instant I expected to hear that little bundle of bones and malevolence jump out at me like a venomous toad. With fear and trembling, I betook me to the king's chamber. To my unspeakable delight, His Majesty, the ruler of the Omilobas, was in the rosiest of humors. He met me with outstretched hands, poured out a beaker of wine for me and bade me sit down at the very foot of the throne. I strove in vain to stammer out my thanks. He would not hear a word of them, said that the stream should flow the other way, meaning that I was the one to be thanked. "Now, little man old head," began the king, after I'd finished my wine, "I have sent for thee to try and make thee happy, in the same measure as thou hast contributed to my happiness. This day I speak to thee from a father's heart. Thou hast restored my darling child to health and contentment, and remembering from my conversations with thee that thou art a great lover of rare and useful books, I have had copies made of every book on the shelves of the royal library, and I now beg thee to accept them as a very slight token of my gratitude." I was speechless. The blood rushed fast and hot to my cheeks. I stammered out a few senseless words of protest, thanks, surprise, and what not. The plan seemed to me only too plainly a scheme to tie me in King Jeru's service. To load me with several thousand volumes was out of no possible means of carrying with me, and which to leave behind would be such an insult that arrest and imprisonment would most surely follow. At last I succeeded in getting myself together in some shape and spake as follows: "O most powerful, wonderful and graceful jumper of all the Omolobas, Jeru, thousand of thy line, I implore thee do not load me down with such a vast and priceless treasure. Thou knowest I am but sojourner for a brief term in thy kingdom. I have no caravan. When I go hence to transport this vast accumulation of wisdom, stored in so many thousands of thick and bulky volumes, steel-clasped and iron-hinged, thy gift is far too princely for so humble a visitor as I. Therefore, most gracious King Jeru, bestowed upon some wealthy noble thy land, in whose spacious castle halls these books may find a safe resting place, shelf rising on shelf, a very fortress of learning, impregnable to the cold of ignorance." King Jeru smiled. Then, turning to an attendant, he said, "Summon Polydoro to attend before me, and bid him bring a library with him." I was more puzzled than ever by this command. In a few moments the door swung open, and an aged Omiloba, well bed with years, with long tufts of white hair growing to his ears, for these people do not permit hair to grow upon their faces, plucking it out and destroying its roots in early life, and carrying a single volume of goodly size under his arm, he advanced with feeble hops, steadying himself upon a staff. His voice brought a smile to my face in spite of myself, for it was like a flute, unskillfully stopped, and ever and anon broke out into a funny squeak. But although infirm of body, Polydoro was a perfect wonder of mind and memory. I was fairly startled to find that Polydoro could understand my language with perfect ease. Not a thing startled one, either, when we start to think that all our European tongues originated in this part of the world. Polydoro hopped forward, made an attempt to bend his body more than it was, thrust a long, white tuft of hair growing from his ears into the bosom of his guard, and placed a book he had brought with him into King Jeru's hands. His Majesty returned the salutation of the aged sage, and then, bending a look upon me, beckoned to me to draw near. I obeyed. "Receive, Sir Pendulum Lads," cried King Jeru, "as a mark of my affection and a proof of my gratitude, this complete and perfect transcript of the entire royal library, from many centuries prior to the kings of the Omilobas." I glanced at King Jeru, then at the back of the book, thinking that it was merely the catalogue of the books contained in the royal library. But no, there was a title, complete transcript, etc. I opened the book. Its pages were thinner than the finest tissue I had ever seen. I turned to the last page. 20,000 pages. My astonishment was redoubled. With some difficulty, on account of my unskilled fingers, I turned over some pages here and there. They were all closely filled with minute dots and strokes. To my eye, one page seemed like another, a bewildering repetition of these same little dots and strokes. I looked up at King Jeru and Polydoro. They were both much amused over my confusion. Like a flash, the truth burst upon me. It seemed to me like waking from a dream. Yes, there was no doubt of it. I was that moment in the land of the original shorthand writers. Here had arisen that mysterious system of recording language by means of dots and strokes, of which so many men, in so many different countries, in different centuries, had claimed to be the inventors. In my readings of ancient peoples, I had often seen it darkly hinted at, that far, far back in remote ages, There existed a race of beings with short arms and tiny hands who had invented a written language to suit their wants, in which absolutely no letters at all were used, the words being represented by dots and strokes placed at different heights to denote different sounds. With a sort of breathless delight, I now sat down and began to examine the book anew, pausing every now and then to repeat a few words of thanks to the king of the Umilobas. "Inform little man all head, most learned Polydotto," cried the king, how many volumes he hold in his hand. Polydotto caressed the white tufts hanging from his ears and spoke as follows. "The royal library which thou holdest in thy hand contains 8,000 volumes, all rare and valuable, and only be found in the library of our royal master. These volumes treat of astrology, alchemy, divination, chirosophy, medicine, mathematics, law, politics, philosophy, pastimes, warfare, 50 volumes of poetry, 50 history, 50 wonder stories, besides several hundred treatises on theosophy, altruism, positivism, hypnotism, mind reading, transmigration of souls, art of flying, embalming, etc., etc. Oh, wonderful, most wonderful, was my ejaculation. But I beseech thee, O learned Polydotto," I continued, "impart to me the secret of all this. Unfold to me the origin of this most wonderful system of writing, whereby the wisdom of ages may be recorded in one small volume." Polydotto glanced at the king, who bowed his head in sign of his royal consent that the aged sage might speak. "Where we now stand," began Polydotto, tossing back the long tufts of white hair which reached from his ears to his shoulders, "was once a rugged and mountainous country. In those days, now some 30,000 years ago, our people were more like thine than at present. To climb the rocky sides of these mountains required long, sinewy arms and strong hands of great grasping power, and flexible legs, moving quite independently of each other, like mountaineers in all lands. But all of a sudden, these rock-crested heights began to sink and the valleys to rise. True, very slowly and gradually, but yet uninterruptedly, so that in a few years, what had been a rough, broken country, ridged and wrinkled, began to take on the aspect of a perfectly level land. With these changes, our people began to change. Having no longer any use for hands of iron grip and arms of tireless muscles, they were not long in finding out that this strength was leaving them, that their great breadth of shoulder and depth of chest was slowly but surely disappearing in their sons and grandsons. By a strange fatality, about this time, a terrible flood passed over a luckless land. Our panic-stricken people had just time enough to escape. For several months, the regions once inhabited by a contented little nation were covered by water many fathoms deep. When, at last, the waters had subsided and our ancestors are permitted to set foot again on their native soil, what a change met their eyes! This vast domain of our gracious master, King Drew the Thousand, had become, as you now see it, a perfectly level plain, networked by the countless narrow but deep and swift rolling streams. But the soil brought in the arms, so to speak, of these raging waters and cast upon our houses, burying them far beneath, was a most extraordinary fertility, just as you see it now. Every manner of plant, fruit, flower, vegetable, and grain grows here without cultivation when once planted. Our people were not slow to take advantage of nature's kindness and build up once more the happy homes destroyed by the flood. But now we were brought face to face with a most wonderful state of things. Here we were shut in, surrounded by a vast network of streams, and yet taught by our terrible experience so to dread water, that not even to escape from death itself could our people be induced to swim across one of these little rivers or pass over it in any sort of boat. Time went on. It was either a question of living on these long, narrow necks of land and walking scores of miles to pass around the bends and curves of streams, or else jump over them. Our wise men issued instructions to our forefathers, telling them how from early childhood they must train their little ones to leap, encouraging them by rewards to keep up the practice, until leaping became as easy to them as walking and running had been. The royal ancestors of our most gracious master enacted most stringent laws against walking and running. In a few generations, great changes took place. It was not an unusual thing to see a child of 8 or 10 leap 6 or 8 feet over rivulets while playing some game like your hide and seek. As these child hoppers increase in years, Their power of leaping soon let them see that they could advance much more rapidly by jumping them by the ancient, toilsome way of setting first one and then the other foot forward. The streams now widened, putting the leaping powers of our people to severe tests. But we overcame every obstacle, and in a few generations, it became a rare thing indeed to see a Omelobo moving about in the ancient manner. As you may easily imagine, nature could not furnish vigor enough to enable our people to transform themselves in this manner, and at the same time preserve their length, strength, and power of shoulders, arms, and hands. A most astonishing result showed itself. What was gained below was lost above. Our people's arms began to grow flabby. Their hands took on a delicate and nervous appearance, as if a long illness had bleached and softened them. Then the wise men of our nation noticed another change. After a certain age, the arms of our children ceased growing entirely, and although our physicians made extraordinary efforts to overcome the sudden stoppage of growth, which usually occur when our children reach their 10th year, yet all their exertions were of no avail. Our king, to his great dismay, saw growing about a race of young men whose arms were so short and whose hands were so small and delicate that they could no longer wield the spears and bows and arrows of our forefathers. Even the knives and forks and drinking cups had been made smaller and smaller as these wonderful changes came about. And not long, too, was it before our wise men found it utterly impossible to hold and guide the long, heavy pens of their ancestors, or to let the ponderous volumes in which our fathers had kept the records of our nation. With smaller pens came smaller books and finer writing, until at last when my ancestors, in a moment of happy inspiration, conceived the idea of giving it the ancient way of writing by means of 20 or more letters, so large that only a few of them could be written upon one line, and of which 2 or 3 were necessary in order to record one simple sound, and of using little dots and strokes as fine as hairs to represent the sound of our words. Our children were delighted. Their short arms and tiny hands were well fitted for such work. In a few years, the new system of writing was taught in all our schools, and by royal edict became the only lawful method of writing throughout the kingdom. Later, another of my ancestors greatly improved the system. So simplified, the whole sentences could be recorded by a single tiny dot or hair stroke. By means of this wonderful system, we are enabled to compress a whole library into one single book, as you have seen, and to make it possible for our royal master to carry about with him on his journeys the assorted wisdom of ages, in so compact a form that it may be placed under the royal pillow and yet not wrinkle it. Thou knowest full well, continued Polydotto with a smile, as he raised one of his baby hands and pointed a tiny finger at the book I held in my hands, and upon whose pages my eyes were fixed in wide-open astonishment, that in thy country a story writer could not possibly squeeze a single one of his tales between those covers. King Juru laughed heartily at this speech. After a few moments more pleasant chat, I was dismissed by His Majesty with promises of continued favor. As I was backing out of the audience chamber, King Drew cried out gaily as he shook a tiny finger at me, "Look well after Princess Hoppa Hoppa, little man old head." While seated in my apartment, the day following my reception at court and presentation of the royal library to me, whiling away the time as best I could by dipping into the early history of the Umilobas, I suddenly heard a great wheezing and whistling noise, as if someone suffering from the asthma were approaching. Bulger gave a low growl. I sprang up, and upon going to the door was not a low surprise to see Mike Rosalto coming toward me with very short hops, everyone which drew forth a grunt. However, he finally reached a seat in my apartment, and after half an hour's rest, addressed me as follows: "I bring thee good news, little man old head. His Majesty, King Drew, has graciously resolved to appoint thee one of his ministers of state. Polydotto has informed him that your head is exactly 3 times larger than the largest Umilobas, and that, consequently, you must be at least 3 times as wise as any of his counselors. He is, quite naturally, unwilling that any other monarch should have use of the vast treasure of wisdom stored in thy head. His design is to treat thee like a son, to surround thee with everything thy gold can buy or cunning hands fashion, for thy comfort and amusement. In a word, so to shower honors upon thee, that thou shalt soon forget thy home and kinspeople." The effect of Mike Rosalto's words upon me was indescribable. I felt as if my heart were about to beat its last. It was only by the greatest effort that I could pull myself together stammer out my thanks to His Majesty, King Jeru, and save myself and betray my utterly disconsolate condition. Behold me now a prisoner for life. For in spite of all these honeyed words, King Jeru now proceeded to double the number of guards set to watch my movements, and thus head off any attempted escape. I, of course, pretended not to notice this extra precaution. In fact, I put a smiling face over my sad heart and pretended to be perfectly contented, to have given up all thought of ever returning home. I took good care to let my Grisalto know that I now intended to begin studying the ancient history of his people, with the Princess Hoppa Hoppa. Too, I was all kindness and sympathy. But while I was thus engaged in throwing my keepers off their guard, I was diving deep into the folklore of the Umilobas, the books of the royal library, so graciously bestowed upon me by King Jeru, stood me in good service. I determined to get all the weaknesses of the Umilobas, in order to see if I could not discover some way to elude their vigilance. It was all dark to me for the first few days, but at length I caught a glimmer of hope. It came about this way. The Umilobas dread water. My own observation, as well as Polydato's words, had directed my attention to this strange fact. Provided by nature with limbs of such extraordinary strength that they can leap over streams, even 30 feet in width, they have a superstition that nature intended them to avoid touching the surface of a stream. For the first, I now observed that they had no boats of any kind, and that their children, unlike other children, never played upon the banks of the beautiful streamlets which flowed in every direction around their homes. A boat is the thing I need, said I to myself, every pulse beating with suppressed excitement. But where to get it? It were idle to attempt to build a boat, or even a raft, without attracting the attention of my watchers and raising an outcry. I must abandon that idea. By a strange fatality, my bitterest enemy now came to my assistance. You doubtless remember how the animated coil of steel spring, Megazalto, tried to kill me by placing tiny poisoned knife blades in my bed. Well, after that, I never laid down at night, dying first pull off the cushions, drapery, and coverings of my couch in search of any more the same kind. I never found any, for Megazalto was still in disgrace and forbidden, under penalty of instant death, to approach the royal palace. But I did find something else. It was this. I discovered that my bedstead, emptied of its cushions and clothes, was exactly the shape of a old boat. In fact, so fine a model as to give infinite pleasure to my sailor's eye, and, most astonishing discovery of all, that was already fitted with staunch and shapely mast, the staff which supported the hangings. All I needed was a couple of thin, straight sticks or booms, and I would be able to take one of my sheets and rig a square sail in a few moments. Here again I found myself face to face with an appalling difficulty. Even admitting that I could elude the vigilance of my keepers, how was I, all alone by myself, to transport the heavy bedstead to the water's edge, a quarter of a mile away? I was upon the point of giving up the whole scheme. The more I turned it over in my mind, the more its dangers and difficulties increased. I paced the floor with quick and anxious step, scarcely aware of Bulger's solicitude. He was at my heels with vain coaxings, trying to quiet me down. At last, in blank despair, I threw myself in a chair. Bulger raised himself on his hind legs and gazed inquiringly into my face. His tongue was out. He was suffering from the heat. For the first time, I became aware of my condition. The perspiration was streaming down my face. Suddenly, a new idea flashed to my mind and helped out the old one. Said I to myself, I'll complain to the king of the heat. I'll tell him how accustomed I am to outdoor life and sleeping in the open air with no covering, save the blue sky and twinkling stars, that I shall most surely pine away with inward wasting unless I be permitted to move my bed during the midsummer heat down by the riverside, where the air is coolest and purest. King Jeru listened to my request without the slightest suspicion that any idea of escaping from his domain was flitting through my mind. In fact, he would have as soon expected to see one of his royal bed spread its drapery for wings and fly away to the mountains as to see go flashing down the river with one of the sheets set for a sail. So my request was granted at once. My bed was moved down to the river's edge, where one tent was raised to house me in case of a rainstorm, and another to shelter the troop of guards which always kept at a respectable distance from me, and yet near enough to hop down upon me in about 3 seconds. So far, all had gone well. At first, My plan was to launch my bow to make my escape in the night, but I was obliged to give this up, for I discovered that the Garos always doubled at nightfall. Escape. If I escape at all, then must be in the broad daylight. 6 of the Umilobas soldiers stood sentry about my quarters from sunrise to sunset. That they were armed it is needless to say, but their tiny swords and pikes had no terror for me. With a stout club, I could have beaten them down in a few moments. Their terrible legs and feet, however, were quite another thing. One blow from the feet of a vigorous Umiloba would have laid me dead on the ground. I have often seen these guards amuse themselves by striking deep holes in ground or by breaking stone slabs an inch thick with single blow of their heels. I must choose a different mode of eluding such dangerous pursuers. They must be drugged, but how to accomplish it? To offer them all food at the same moment would most surely arouse their suspicions. Then again, they did not all eat together. So, too, it would be worse than folly to attempt to drug their drink. What was to be done? Again, my heart grew sick and faint within me. I sat down to collect my scattered thoughts. At that moment, the attendant began to serve my midday repast. I glanced at the tempting dishes and sparkling wines. It was a feast fit for a king. "Sir Pendulum Lades," said the serving man with a low bow. "This is the season for all Lulu eggs. The first find was made today. The nest held 6. His Majesty sends thee 2 and wishes thee a pleasant dream." Now let me tell you what this strange speech all meant. The Olulu bird is about the size of a quail and lays from 6 to a dozen eggs of a jet black hue. But as the bird, whose plumage is as black as a bat's wing, makes its nest in the wilderness among the rank growth of a heather-like plant, of so dark green a foliage as to seem almost black, the eggs are invisible to hunter's eye, and the nest can only be found by posting sentinels to mark the spots where the birds alight. As you may imagine, all the Lu eggs are worth their weight in gold. Nay more, the people are forbidden to eat one, such as a king's command. They all belong to him, and the finder must straightway bear his prize to the royal palace, where a rich reward waits him. But the most mysterious thing about them is yet to be told. Not only are these eggs of most delicious flavor, but 2 of them are sufficient to throw the eater into a deep sleep, during which the most delightful dreams steal over him. Visions of exquisite loveliness flit before his eyes, and life seems so sweet and satisfactory that waking is really the keenest pain. The cause of the strange effect was for many centuries a mystery, and the ancestors of the Umilobas were wont to worship the Olu bird as a sort of sacred creature. But the mystery was solved at last. It was found that these birds fed upon seed of the poppy plant, and hence the power of their eggs to cause sleep in those partaking of them. I ate the 2 Olu eggs to test the matter, and in a few moments found myself sinking into a most delicious slumber. When I awoke, I saw a light where darkness had lately reigned. The way to escape from King Jeru's guards was now clear to me. I at once proceeded to save up my Olu eggs. In a few days, they became more plentiful. It was not long before I had accumulated 24 of them. And now, thought I, if I offer them to my keepers as a feast, their suspicions would be aroused. They will refuse to partake of them, and the whole matter will be laid before the king, and I shall be sure of the little liberty I have. Therefore, I must use my knowledge of human nature. As each man passed on his rounds, I called unto me and showing him 4 the old Luade, said, "I like thee, thou art my favorite. Couldst thou be very close-mouthed?" The fellow's eyes sparkled with delight, and I could see that his mouth was watering at the sight of the dainty morsels. Upon his assuring me that he would take good care that no one should know how kind I had been to him, I gave him 4 the eggs, enough to make him sleep like a log for 3 hours. He bolted them, shells and all. I was much pleased with the working of my plan. The next sentinel, who made his appearance a few moments after the first, was served in the same way, and so on with all the others. Each promised most solemnly never to reveal his good fortune to his comrades. My plan thus far had worked splendidly. In about a quarter of an hour, I had the supreme satisfaction of seeing all 6 of them begin to rub their eyes, then yawn, then stretch their little arms above their heads in the sleepiest manner possible. In less than half an hour, they were all stretched out on the greensward, snoring like good fellows. Now was my time to act. I sprang toward my bed to empty it of its contents and launch on a little river, which flowed nearby, when to my horror, I heard the Princess Hopper Hopper calling, "Little man, all head, little man, all head." A cold chill crept over me. There she came, hopping toward me like the wind, calling out for me to come and make her laugh. What was I to do? Strike her down? Smother her? Oh no! I could not have harmed that innocent little dull-faced being, had it been to save myself from lifelong imprisonment. Suddenly, like a flash of lightning, a bright thought flitted through my brain. I have run, hopped, and stood on one foot, kicked 1 foot high in the air, crossed my legs, etc., to amuse a low princess, but I have never danced for her. If she can find it amusing enough to laugh heartily at such plain old-fashioned antics, she will surely go into convulsions when she sees me dancing a quick-timed jig with heels flying in the air. So, calling out to her in my gayest manner, I said, "Come, lo princess, come little Omi Loba, hop this way. Be quick, I've something very funny to show you." She didn't wait for a second bidding. With 2 bounds she was beside me. Bidding her be seated, I began to dance, and she began to laugh. In half a moment, I quickened my step, and she broke out into the wildest merriment. "Oh, do stop, low man all head," she gasped. "Oh, do stop, or I shall die." I did want her to die, but I did want her to fall down into a swoon. So now I let myself out. My legs flashed like sunbeams dancing on the water. Bulger looked on in dignified astonishment. He failed utterly to make out what his little master meant by these furious antics. Indeed, they were furious. Faster and faster my nimble feet beat the ground. Wilder and more uncontrollable became the laughter of the little Princess Hopper Hopper. The tears coursed down her pretty face. She rocked from side to side. She bent forward and back, adding still more speed to my movements. I kept my eyes fixed upon her. Victory! The end came at last. She rolled over on the greensward in a swoon. Now or never, I murmured to myself, in quicker time than it takes to tell it. Aided by my faithful Bulger, I emptied the bed of its contents, set my shoulder to one end of it, while Bulger fastened his teeth in some fringe that hung from the other. Then, he pulling with might and main, pushing with all the desperation of battle for freedom, the wooden structure was slowly brought to bank of the river. It was a hard task for us, but we did it. Now down the slippery bank it glided with a rush, striking the water and floating like a duck. In an instant, Bulger and I sprang on board the little craft. To rig up one of the sheets as a square sail and set on the pull which held the curtains was only the work of a few seconds. A stout long-handled fan served me for a rudder. Away, away, I was off at last. The wind was fresh and strong, and my square sail worked to a charm. At that moment, a shrill, piping voice reached my ear. "Little man, old head, little man, old head, where art thou? Come to me." The shrill, far-reaching tones of her voice attracted 100 attendants. They seemed fairly to spring up out of ground, pell-mell, with a wild rush, the stronger ones leaping over the heads of the less vigorous ones. They made for the river banks. Alarm bells now sounded on every side. Gongs and strangely sounding horns and rattles called the people to the spot where the little princess had been found lying half unconscious on the greensward. The sight of a half-dozen sentinels stretched out here and there in the deepest sleep, the scattered drapery of my couch, the bed itself missing, all told too plainly the story of my escape. All this time, my snug little craft was making good headway down the river, which grew wider at every 100 feet. With one wild outburst of shrill, angry voices, the Omilobas turned to pursue the fugitive. Bulger whined piteously as he saw them swarming on the banks. In another moment, they began leaping from one bank to another, passing over our heads in perfect clouds. I knew full well that they would not dare to leap into my boat, by fear that they might overwhelm us with showers of their little spears. However, I determined to try the effect of one of my pistols on them if their spears annoyed me. King Jeru, beside himself with spiteful anger, now arrived upon the scene and took command of his assembled troops and serving men. First, he tried entreaty upon me, offer me princely sums and royal honors if I would only turn back. But I was deaf to his honeyed words. Whereupon he fell into a towering passion. He ordered his soldiers to recapture me dead or alive. A shower of spears now whistled through the air. Most of them fell far short of their mark, for the river had now widened so that I was at least 30 feet from the shore, whereon they were standing. But a few of these spearlets fell dangerously near me. Fearing that their points might be poisoned, I determined to try the effect of a pistol shot in the air. The loud report of the firearm and the puff of smoke which followed it filled the Omilobas with the most abject fear. They threw themselves on their faces and cried out that I was an evil spirit. I could now see that King Jeru had given orders to let me sail away in peace. They made no further attempts to molest me, and yet it was very plain that they were loath to part with a little man all head, for whom their king and the Princess Hopper Hopper had conceived so warm an affection. I, too, felt a wrinkle in my heart as my little boat bore Bulger and me away on the rippling waters, the beautiful river now grown so wide that I was at least 100 feet from bank, and the palace of King Jeru began to fade away in the distance. For several miles, they followed the banks of the stream, keeping opposite me and ever and anon sending me goodbye in a soft and plaintive voice. Straining my eyes, I could see the little Princess Hopper Hopper, borne aloft on the shoulders of a group of serving men and waving me a last adieu. Then once more I caught the sound of that shrill baby voice. Goodbye, goodbye, little man all head. Hopper Hopper says goodbye forever. And so I sailed away from the land of the Omilobas, the land of the manhoppers. In a few days, the river began to broaden out, and the land of the Omilobas was left far behind. The moment I caught sight of any sign to human beings on the river banks, I steered my staunch little boat into a broad cove, whose sloping shores led to lofty tablelands. Here, with tear-moistened eyes, I moored the little craft which had snatched me from the life of keen, though silent sorrow, and followed by faithful Bulger, struck out boldly for the interior. After a few weeks' journeying, I entered a country which was now and then traversed by traders. They were astonished to find me traveling all alone by myself, but readily accepted my statement that I had become separated from a troop of traders, and that my horse had died. I now made haste to recross India and gain the shores of the Mediterranean, whence I took passage for home, with a joyous heart and a memory well stored with quaint facts and curious recollections. Chapter 8. In the bustling streets of Constantinople, I meandered to the labyrinth of narrow lanes, lost in thought, until I found myself in front of the bustling bazaars. There, amidst cacophony of vendors and the sweet aroma of exotic spices, I stumbled upon an Armenian merchant. His eyes were alight with tales of far-off lands and ancient wonders. He greeted me with a warm smile, his voice a melodic blend of Eastern and Western tones. "Ah, young adventurer, you have a keen intellect and a sharp wit. I have been on many journeys, but none as enriching as this one. My packs are full of stories, but today I bring something more substantial." We sat down at a small cafe. The steaming cups of coffee and the chivalry treats brought us closer. He was a man of varied attainments, his stories as vast as the world itself. We spoke of lands unknown and the mysteries of the ancient past. Days passed, and as we grew more comfortable with each other, he shared a secret that would change everything. He reached into the corner of his chest, loosening the leather thongs that held down the lid of a strange-looking chest. From within, he extracted a roll book, ancient and weathered, with figures inlays of several colors. "This is no ordinary book," he said, his voice tinged with excitement. "It is a palimpsest over 6,000 years old." My eyes widened as he carefully unrolled the manuscript. "It is a treasure of wisdom, little baron," he said, his smile widening. "It speaks of the human soul and claims to have unraveled its greatest enigma. It suggests that the essence of a soul could be taken out of one body and placed in another, reforming the world by eliminating evil and promoting good." I was skeptical but intrigued. "How can such a thing be possible?" I asked, my voice tingling with curiosity. He chuckled, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "It's feasible, little baron. Imagine if we could transplant a good soul into a bad body. The bad would be forever opposed by the good, and vice versa. This book is a valuable treasure, but I offer it to you, asking only that if I'm right, you share this secret with the fathers of the church." I gave him my promise, feeling a strange mix of excitement and trepidation. "It's a valuable gift, little baron," he said, his thanks almost overwhelming. We parted ways, and I tucked the ancient volume away in my chest, its musty scent lingering in my memory. Days turned into weeks, and one fine day, Bulger, drawn by the book's pungent aroma, plucked it from his hiding place. "What is this, little master?" he asked, his eyes wide. Determined to unroll the book, I prepare a wooden panel coated with strong glue. After hours of painstaking effort, the manuscript was finally unrolled, held firmly by the sticky surface. As I began to examine the writing, I was overjoyed to discover that it was a palimpsest. I instinctively knew that this dissertation was a dream of a sick, superstitious mind. I washed away the ferment writings with hot water and soap, restoring the ancient ink to its original blackness. With the aid of several dictionaries, I translated the Phoenician script into modern language, passing through Aramaic, Greek, and finally into my own tongue. When I finally deciphered the descriptions, I was beside myself with joy. The book detailed the journey of a venturesome navigator 6,000 years ago, when the earth was still hot and inhospitable. The captain had pushed off on the shores of Arabia, heading towards a rising sun, only to discover something astonishing. The waters grew warmer and warmer as he sailed, and his men were reluctant to continue. But by threats, persuasion, and gifts, the captain pressed on. He entered a vast body of water, the China Sea, but further progress was impossible. Waves of heated water, always from the same direction, drove his craft backward. He climbed to a lofty promontory, wearing thick felt shoes and gloves to protect his skin from the heated rocks. Below him, a fearful yet sublimely beautiful sight met his gaze. The tension builds as a narrative reaches its climax, leaving the listener on the edge of their seat. In the bustling streets of Constantinople, I meandered to the labyrinth of narrow lanes, lost in thought, until I found myself in front of the bustling bazaars. There, amidst the cacophony of vendors and the sweet aroma of exotic spices, I stumbled upon an Armenian merchant. His eyes were alight with tales of far-off lands and ancient wonders. He greeted me with a warm smile, his voice a melodic blend of Eastern and Western tones. "Ah, young adventurer, you have a keen intellect and a sharp wit. I've been on many journeys, but none as enriching as this one. My packs are full of stories, but today I bring something more substantial." We sat down at a small cafe. The steaming cups of coffee and the sugary treats brought us closer. He was a man of varied attainments, his stories as vast as the world itself. We spoke of lands unknown and the mysteries of the ancient past. Days passed, and as we grew more comfortable with each other, he shared a secret that would change everything. He reached into the corner of his chest, loosening the leather thongs that held down the lid of a strange-looking chest. From within, he extracted a roll book, ancient and weathered, with figures inlays of several colors. "This is no ordinary book," he said, his voice tinged with excitement. "It is a palimpsest over 6,000 years old." My eyes widened as he carefully unrolled a manuscript. "It is a treasure of wisdom, little baron," he said, his smile widening. "It speaks of the human soul and claims to have unraveled its greatest enigma. It suggests that the essence of a soul could be taken out of one body and placed in another, reforming the world by eliminating evil and promoting good." I was skeptical but intrigued. "How can such a thing be possible?" I asked, my voice tingling with curiosity. He chuckled, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "It's feasible, little baron. Imagine if we could transplant a good soul into a bad body. The bad would be forever opposed to the good, and vice versa. This book is a valuable treasure, but I offer it to you, asking only that if I'm right, you share this secret with the fathers of the church." I gave to my promise, feeling a strange mix of excitement and trepidation. "It's a valuable gift, little baron," he said, his thanks almost overwhelming. We parted ways, and I tucked the ancient volume away in my chest, its musty scent lingering in my memory. Days turned into weeks, and one fine day, Bulger, drawn by the book's pungent aroma, plucked it from its hiding place. "What is this, little master?" he asked, his eyes wide. Determined to unroll the book, I prepared a wooden panel coated with strong glue. After hours of painstaking effort, the manuscript was finally unrolled, held firmly by the sticky surface. As I began to examine the writing, I was overjoyed to discover that it was a palimpsest. I instinctively knew that this dissertation was a dream of a sick, superstitious mind. I washed away the fervent writings with hot water and soap, restoring the ancient ink to its original blackness. With the aid of several dictionaries, I translated the Phoenician script into modern language, passing through Aramaic, Greek, and finally into my own tongue. When I finally deciphered the descriptions, I was beside myself with joy. The book detailed the journey of a venturesome navigator 6,000 years ago, when the earth was still hot and inhospitable. The captain had pushed off on the shores of Arabia, heading toward the rising sun, only to discover something astonishing. The waters grew warmer and warmer as he sailed, and his men were reluctant to continue. But by threats, persuasion, and gifts, the captain pressed on. He entered a vast body of water, the China Sea, but further progress was impossible. Waves of heated water, always in the same direction, drove his craft backward. He climbed to a lofty promontory, wearing thick felt shoes and gloves to protect his skin from the heated rocks. Below him, a fearful yet sublimely beautiful sight met his gaze. The tension builds as the narrative reaches its climax, leaving a listener on the edge of their seat. For hundreds and hundreds of miles, the waters were in a state of most violent boiling, springing and leaping into the air as if a legion of giant demons were beneath, forcing their hot breath upward from vast cavernous lurking places. Upon reading of this boiling sea, I was seized with an uncontrollable desire to go in search of it. True, the waters might have cooled down in all these centuries, and yet I was confident I should find some trace of this once terrible cauldron of seething waters. The China Sea was only slightly known to navigators of my day and generation. It had often been darkly hinted that this vast body of water was studded with wonderful isles and filled with rare monsters. I had no time to lose. Hastily penning a letter of adieu to my father and mother, I joined my ship, accompanied by my ever-faithful Bulger, and turned her prow towards the rising sun. So well were the waters of the East known to me, from my long and close study of the most reliable charts, that I found I could almost steer my craft through them blindfolded. It was not many days ere I entered this beautiful expanse of water, which, in the youth of the world, was filled with such marvelous creatures swimming on it and in it, onward, ever onward, through its dark blue waves, now mounting their foam-crested heights, now rocking like a thing of life upon this billowy highway. My trusty little vessel plowed her way. 10 times a day, under plea of wishing to cool my brow in a basin of sea water, I called out to some of my men to let down a bucket, but only to find, to my deep disappointment, that its temperature was no higher than as usual in those latitudes. I began to grow low-spirited. My crew noticed my dejection, and at times my attentive ear caught murmurs of discontent. To restore my men to their usual good spirits, I offered a reward of 1,000 ducats to the one who should first discover that the water was growing warmer. 1,000 ducats. It was a goodly sum, but I was growing desperate. The large reward, however, had one good effect. It put new life into my men. All day long buckets rattled against the ship's side. 3 of the more venturesome men hit upon a plan to earn the reward and divided among them, lashing themselves together. They then lowered themselves down over the side of the vessel until their feet just touched the water. Here they determined to stay, so that they might be the first to announce the increase of warmth in the water, and in this way make sure of the 1,000 ducats. Suddenly a fearful outcry, accompanied by the most piteous whining on the part of Bulger, caused me to rush up on deck. A sea monster, a third as long as our ship, had risen directly under them. Motionless with fright, they fell an easy prey to this terrible foe. Opening his vast cavernous jaws, he swallowed the whole 3 at a single gulp. My men were wild with grief. They heaped mad words of reproach upon me. I had great difficulty in restoring anything like order or a discipline. My commands fell upon deaf ears. At last I succeeded in quieting the raging, weeping crowd, knowing from my experience with such dread inhabitants of the deep that this monster had only whetted his appetite by these morsels of human flesh. I directed my men to make haste and construct a straw man, using clothes the same color as those worn by the 3 unfortunates. Into the bosom of this effigy I stored away a 1/4 quintal of ipecacuanha of prime quality, which by good luck I found in my stock of medicines. The dummy was now lowered to the water's edge, at exactly the same spot where the monster had made his luncheon on my 3 excellent seamen. We had not long to wait. He rose to the bait in a few moments, and, opening his huge jaws, thrust out a tongue as large and as red as a roasted ox, and gulped down the savory morsel I provided for him. With a rumbling gurgle which made my blood run cold, recovering myself, I sprang up in his shrouds and kept my eyes fixed upon this rare monster, who floated away lazily a ship's length and then came to a dead halt. Ever and anon a quiver shot through the entire length of his body. Evidently he was having no little difficulty in swallowing this last morsel. Huge ridges formed about his neck and rolled backward till they were lost beneath the waters. A certain uneasiness now marked his movements. He rolled from side to side, opening and shutting his jaws with snap that sound like a bang of 2 great oaken doors. The dainty quarter quintal of Ipecacuanha was manifestly beginning to distress him. His rocking and rolling motion increased in violence. At one moment his huge body turned upon its side, bent itself until head and tail met. At another it arched itself in the air until its black back spanned the waters like a bow. I now felt that it was time to act. Stand by the starboard launch. I called out to my men. Avast that blubbering. All ready? Aye, came back from a gang. Lower away then. I was not a whit too quick with my orders. The launch had no sooner struck the water than the sea monster, after a series of terrible contortions, during which it almost seemed as if his huge body would be snapped in twain, began to disgorge the very contents of his stomach. First, shower after shower of many-colored fishes of all sizes, from a hand's length to 3 cubits, filled the air. As they fell into the water, they calmly swam away, no doubt well pleased to find themselves in more agreeable surroundings. Thousands of shellfish, all kinds, sizes and colors, then came flying forth, rattling their claws together as they fell into water, as if in defiance of their huge foe that had been so unceremoniously called upon to give up the results of many a long hour's hunt. The living was followed by the dead, for now came forth several wooden buckets, 3 old blankets, numerous bits of plank, rope ends, shreds of sail, paint pots, bundles of oakum and wads of cotton, all which he had picked up while following the wake of our vessel. At last a man of straw was cast out high into the air with a deep grunt of satisfaction. After him came number 1 of the lost seamen. Numbers 2 and 3 were not slow in arriving. The launch made haste to pick them up, leaving the sick monster to recover his health and spirits as well he might. Bulger received the rescued men with the wildest manifestations of delight, and clapping on all sail, away we bounded before a rattling breeze. To my infinite joy, the water now began to increase in warmth. Hour by hour the rise in temperature, although slow, was steady. At length my men cried out to my crew, "We are on the right track. Be patient. I promise you that before the sun has quenched his fire in the western seas, we shall cast anchor in Neptune's cauldron." My predictions came true to the very letter. Just as the last rays of sunlight were gilding the foam-crested waves of this mysterious sea, a long, low line of shore was sighted dead ahead, ending in a precipitous headland. Bearing away, we rounded this and found ourselves the entrance of a large landlocked bay or gulf, from different points in which huge columns of snow-white steam floated lazily skyward, twisting themselves in most fantastic shapes ere they vanished in the purple twilight. My men sent up a loud, long, lusty cheer as we sailed into Neptune's cauldron. As we drew near shore, to my great bewilderment, for I had not dared to think that living creatures could exist in these heated waters, I caught sight of moving things in cauldron. Nay, there could be no doubt, for these heated waters were as limpid as a mountain spring, and the bottom plainly visible 10 fathoms below. Fish of all colors and sizes floated hither and thither, while myriads of crabs, lobsters, and other queerly shaped crustaceans crawled about on the snow-white sands, following their leaders in long lines, like a procession of cardinals, over the white marble pavement of some great city in the Western world. I say crimson lines, for the heat of the water had clothed them all in suits of richest red. As I sat in the ship's launch on my way to the shore, gazing dreamily down into the waters, half dazed by these marvelous sights, a shoal of fish rose near the boat and turned their beautiful tinted sides for an instant to the cool air. To my amazement, I saw that their eyes were sightless. The extreme heat of the waters had clouded their limpid orbs milk white and shut out the light forever. A cold chill crept over me. For, to me, the spectacle was as uncanny as if the carp had sprung from the elder baron's table and begun to swim about in their native element once more. But the list of strange things was not yet exhausted, for as I drew nearer to the beach, you may imagine my mingled wonder and amusement at seeing scores of fish with their backs planted against the sand furrows, calmly fanning themselves with their broad, flat tails. Upon setting foot upon the shore, I was astonished to find the land, for far as the eye could reach, covered deep with millions and millions of eggs of different sizes, varying from that of a pigeon to that of an albatross or wild goose. In places these eggs lay in heaps far higher than my head. In others they were ranged in long lines, like white furrows turned by some gigantic plow. Suddenly the truth dawned upon me. To these shores vast flocks of seabirds came to lay their eggs year after year, attracted by the warmth of the atmosphere. Though they build their rude nests and fill them with eggs and enter upon the task of hatching out their young, when suddenly the heated waters hurled by some gale or resistless current rise upon their resting places and spread death where life was just beginning, by cooking the countless thousands of eggs which fill their nests, and so on from year to year, until now I behold the work of 1,000 floods, which have in turn added their contribution to this vast stock. While standing on the shores of this wonderland one morning, gazing out across the steaming surface of Neptune's cauldron, several of my crew came running toward me with startled mien and great outcry, all pointing skyward. I turned and looked in the direction indicated. A vast cloud, black and threatening, hung in the heavens. As I stood watching it, it broadened and widened until it fairly darkened the light of day. My men were now on their knees, uttering the most piteous lamentations, for they imagined the end of the world was at hand. I commanded them sternly to leave off their wailing and groaning, for I saw that the great black cloud was simply an enormous flock of birds, of what species I could not then tell. Nearer and nearer they came, with a sound like the rushing of wild winds. They covered the whole sky like an inky pall. It was evident to me that they intended alighting upon the shore of the cauldron, and fearing lest their immense numbers, in settling down, might smother us, I called out to my men to stand by the ship's launch. There was no time to lose, for as we pushed out from the shore, tens of thousands of these birds, a species of crow, but twice the size of those at home, began to settle down in long rows as far as the eye could reach. For the first, now I noticed that every crow held something in its claws. I looked again and saw that each of these birds carried an immense mollusk, fully as large as a watchman's club and something the same shape. Imagine my mingled surprise and amusement upon observing that those in the first row were now making for the water's edge, approaching cautiously. Each crow thrust his mollusk into shoal waters of the cauldron and stood by, with eyes sparkling with joyful anticipation, to watch for results. He had not long to wait. Unaccustomed to the great heat of the water, the mollusk soon began to open its shell, first cautiously, but as the hot water poured upon it, with great precipitation, fairly with a snap. Waiting for a moment or so until the hot water had curled the animal quite free from its shell, the fastidious birds then partook of the savory contents, gave a few caws of grateful acknowledgement, and withdrew to make room for the next row. This changing places, cooking of provisions, and feasting lasted for half a day. By that time, the entire flock had exhausted its raw material. Then with deafening cries and loud flapping of pinions, these feathered epicures rose into the air and disappeared as they had come. Fain would I prolong my stay upon the shores of Neptune's cauldron, but I observed that the steam from the waters was disagreeable to Bulger. With speaking eyes, he implored me to hoist sail and seek some, to him, pleasanter land. I could not withstand that appeal, so I made a farewell survey of the egg mounds, gazed my last at the red-shell crustaceans and chalky-eyed fish of the cauldron, and went aboard of my staunch vessel. Heading now westward, I crowded sail, intending to hug the China coast pretty closely on my homeward voyage. All went well for the first few days after leaving Neptune's cauldron. Bulger ranged the deck, playing the matters capers. Thoughts of home now began to occupy my mind. The elder baron was growing old. I felt that I ought not to prolong my voyage. He might be in need of my counsels. Suddenly, one day at high noon, the skies darkened, the wind sprang up. I thought nothing of it. It will only be a mad romp, which will serve right well to blow us along homeward. But, oh, what a short-sighted creature is vain man, who thinks to read the signs of the skies, the winds, and the waves. The merry whistling of the wind soon gave place to the dismal howl of the blast. The storm fiend was stalking abroad. The startled waters now leaped wildly up in their beds, rolled tumultuously onward, whipped into foam and fury by 10,000 lashes of the blast, till, in their mad efforts to escape, they dashed themselves against the very clouds. The scene was terrible. 'Twas useless to command, for not a throat of steel could have drowned the wild yells of the tempest. To my horror, I discovered that we had sprung a leak. The pitch and tar, softened by the heat of the water in Neptune's cauldron, had bulged from the ship's joints and allowed the caulking to escape. Like a sheet of cardboard, our rudder was now torn from its place and whirled away on the crest of a giant billow. Behold us now at the very most of the storm, the plating of wind and wave, a cockle shell fallen on the battleground in nature's waning elements. Bulger, lashed the rigging by my side, uttered no plaint, no cry of fear, no sound of distrust. I could see that his speaking eyes were following me about as much as to say, "I am not afraid, little master, so long as you are by me." I could feel my heart dump out aloud, "Thank thee, dear, faithful little friend." From time to time, I passed my hand caressingly over his head and neck. His tail moved sadly, but I knew its meaning. It meant, "Lo, master, I am ready to die. I, most willing to die, if I can die with you by my side." It really seemed as if his Lo was about to be put to a final test of the dreadful cry of "Breakers ahead!" was passed from man to man till it reached my ears. It was only too true. Their roar now broke upon my ears, faint, low but deep, terrible, half like distant thunder of the growls of gigantic beasts of prey. In a few brief moments, we were on the reef. With a terrible crash, our staunch low vessel leaped upon the rocks and wedged herself in, tight and fast, between two jagged ledges. The relentless sea now broke over and over us. "Oh, if the day would only break," I murmured. "Possibly we might find some means to reach the mainland. To stay here simply means destruction, after hours of severest suffering, for every sea which broke over us seemed as if bent upon the fell purpose of tearing our limbs from their lashings. Day came at last. I discovered now that we were about a quarter of a mile from the mainland. With my glass, I could distinguish great crowds of people running hither and thither on shore. But they made no effort to send us succor or to encourage us to cling to the wreck until the storm should abate. What was to be done? With a fearful crash, our masts now were by the board. Our ship was showing signs of breaking up. Neither threat nor reward could move any of my men to attempt to swim ashore with a line. The sun now burst forth in a blaze of golden light. I could feel the tears gather in my eyes as I looked about and saw the sad ravages of wind and wave. Although the storm had abated somewhat of its fury, there was no time to be lost. Dread creakings of the ship's timbers warned me to leave the wreck ere I should be crushed against the rocks. Only disorder and confusion seemed to characterize the movements of the crowds gathered on shore. While apparently aware of the terrible import of our signals of distress, they showed no inclination to risk their lives in trying to save ours. Turning to Bulger, I cried out, "Oh, dearest Bulger, thou tried and true friend, companion of my sorrows and sharer of my every joy, thou alone canst save us. Thou alone canst rescue thy loving master and these poor wretched creatures from impending death. I know thy courage, I know thy affection. In thy radiant eyes I read thy willingness to do or die. From his earliest youth, I had trained Bulger to be a bold and skillful swimmer. No eddy, current, undertow, or whirlpool was angry or wild enough to strike any fear at his stout heart. No, he would dive 2 fathoms deep and bring the smallest coin from the bottom. Our vessel might go to pieces at any moment, for she had wrenched herself loose from the rocky ledge and was pounding on the jagged, flinty edges of the reef with a wild and ungovernable fury. Every fleeting moment became more precious than its predecessor. Making a superhuman effort, I caught in a reel twine and, having fastened to Bulger's collar, bade him leap into the bubbling, boiling, seething, swirling, madly rolling waters, storm-lashed, whipped into foam, till billow broke on billow and all seemed but one mingled mass of fury, rage, and fright. With a rapid succession of anxious, whining cries followed by a series of quick, loud, sharp barks, Bulger gave me one last look, and, placing his paws on a taffrail, sprang lightly over and disappeared. My heart stood still for a moment. But look, he rises. He strikes out for shore, now tossed like a bit of cork on the arched backs of storm-affrighted billow, now sunken out of sight into the foam-flecked trough of the sea. Look again. Hark! I can catch the faint sound of that sharp, joyous bark sent back to cheer his little master's heart. And now he is gone. I see him not. But as the twine runs in my hands, I can almost feel every throb of that dear, stout heart. Steadily he keeps at his work, for steadily and rapidly the reel spins round. Crack! There goes our keel in twain. Quick, good Bulger, the end is near. But look, what means that commotion on shore? See the crowd, how it presses down to the very breaker's edge. Now they fall back. Hark! Did you not hear that shout? Saved! Saved! Bulger has landed. The men on shore have hold of the twine. The reel whirls swiftly around. My men, ashamed of their cowardice, crawl from their hiding places and set to work with a will. Already they have fastened a line to the end of the twine, and it is moving briskly over the rail. There could be no doubt now. Bulger has saved us. Springing into the main shrouds and shielding my mouth and gale with my hands, I called out to my men, "Stand by the hawser! Make fast a line! Now heave! Oh, let go all!" With an angry splash, the hawser fell into the sea and was soon on its way shorewards. And this was the way Bulger saved the life of master, mate, and 12 seamen. I was the last man to leave the ship. As I did so, she shook herself loose, drew back, ran hard on the rocks with such a terrific blow that she broke into pieces, as if struck by a lightning bolt or some gigantic hammer wielded by an unseen Thor. With a wild cry of joy, Bulger met me as I was drawn through the breakers. I threw myself on my knees and covered him with kisses, while tears rolled hot and fast down my cheeks. The people of the land gathered group-wise about us and watched our interchanging of caresses in deepest silence, agitating their thumbs and twitching the corners of their mouths. "What land is this? Where are we, good people?" I inquired, after this first outpouring of love and gratitude had spent its fervor. "Bull barbarians," replied one of the nearest group, whose richer dress bespoke the man of rank and authority. "Thou standest on the shores of the mighty dominion of Kublai, child of the sun, lord of the imperial yellow garb, knight of all the buttons, man of the sacred countenance, successor to all the glories as ancestors, now guests of heaven, source of all law and equity, and chevalier of all the orders, and we are as wretched, miserable, unworthy, good-for-nothing slaves." Whereupon an entire multitude performed a kowtow. "So then," I cried, "most pious and noble and altogether delightful sir, performing the kowtow of that grace which only the genuine citizens of the world can command, I stand upon the sacred soil of the mighty Chinese Empire." "I, Bull Barbarian," answered the speaker, "in the province of Kwangtung, in the district of Yongjiang, of which I, so too, Mander of the White Glass Button, am imperial superintendent." Hearing this, I begged So too to give me leave to speak, which he granted with a most gracious smile. In a brief but eloquent speech, well lauded with all those savory epithets so sweet to the ears of an official in that land, I told him of my illustrious family, my strange desire to scour the remotest seas and least visited lands for marvelous things, how I had sailed in search of Neptune's cauldron, of the strange things seen there, of my setting out on my voyage homeward, my encounter with the storm fiend, and last of all, my shipwreck on the shores of the boundless dominions of the child of the sun. And now, all that I craved from the servant of the man of the sacred countenance was such aid and assistance as would enable me and my men to reach the nearest seaport where foreign ships cast anchor, so that we might go down to the sea once more and reach our loved ones. To all this, So too gave a response with a most gracious smile, and then invited me to pass beneath his roof, lay off my wet clothes, drink some warm tea, and have his rubber smooth the wrinkles out of my tired flesh. My seamen were not forgotten. His retainers were ordered to look well after their wants. Just as we were about to set out for So too's residence, Several of his bodyguards struck their gongs a furious blow. The din was ear-splitting. With a loud bark, Bulger rushed towards me, and laying one ear against my leg, closed his other with his paw. So too and his retainers had seen this laughable sight, looked grave, agitated their thumbs, and twitched the corners of their mouths. Just as I was about to cross So too's threshold, to my inexpressible chagrin, I discovered that I had lost my purse containing a large sum of money. In a desperate hope that I might have dropped on the seashore, I bounded away in that direction, but I had not gone 100 paces ere I met Bulger, carrying the purse in his mouth. I had in truth dropped it while kneeling on the beach and caressing my beloved rescuer. Noting that in my eagerness to follow my gracious host, I had not missed a lost treasure, Bulger had driven away several of So too's retainers, who manifested desire to appropriate the pouch of gold to their own use, and picking up at his teeth, had raced after me as fast as his burden would permit. As we crossed So too's threshold, several small, woolly dogs sprang out and gathered about Bulger. They were apparently delighted to meet with one of their race, so distinguished in appearance and dignified in carriage. Fain would they have exchanged the usual canine civilities with Bulger, but he absolutely declined to enter into any conversation with them or to express any surprise at these extraordinary-looking cousins of his, which seemed like so many animated bundles of freshly ginned cotton. Keeping close at my heels, he skillfully avoided their advances, and gave a low growl of relief when the door of the antechamber was closed upon them. After a warm bath, my stiffened limbs were limbered up by the stroking, patting, and rubbing of So too's bad assistants. I was then invited to encase my body in a rich suit of embroidered silk, and this done, was conducted into the presence of the amiable So too, who received me with a smile that was as persistent as it was broad. Several hours were now consumed in drinking tea, eating dainty little sugar cakes, and telling each other the most extravagant and shameless fibs in the shape of compliments. Compliments about everything: voice, eyes, ears, chin, mouth, hands, feet, etc. Although I only reached the So too's shoulder, he regretted in a piteous tone his lack of stature and praised my tall, stately, noble, commanding height. Overcome at last by sheer exhaustion, So too closed his eyes and appeared to have dropped off in a little nap. Seizing upon the opportunity, I raised my voice and began to urge upon him the necessity of immediate action with regard to me and my man. Whereupon he arose and backed out of the room for the purpose of holding another consultation. The broad smile played around his wide mouth and small, kindly black eyes. It was quite dark when So too re-entered the room. Bulger and I, during his absence, had slept most soundly. No wonder, for we were both tired to the bone. Orders were now given to illuminate the halls and apartments. In a few moments, thousands of most brilliantly colored and quaintly decorated lanterns shed a delightfully soft glow over every body and everything. Again we took our places around a superbly decorated table, which held a paraphernalia for brewing tea and the exquisitely painted cups and saucers of eggshell thinness, and the tea drinking and cake eating were resumed. Again I skillfully turned the conversation to the subject of my departure for the nearest seaport. Again So too arose and backed out a room for the purpose of holding another consultation. By this time, my stock of patience had dwindled considerably. Every moment I could feel my blood grow warmer and warmer. After a delay of half an hour or so, a retainer entered to inform me that So too had fallen asleep in the council room, and that no one save a mandarin in opaque blue, transparent blue, flowered red, or plain red button could presume to awaken him, and that there was no mandarin of so exalted a dignity within 50 miles of that spot. At these words, my blood fairly boiled over. I sprang to my feet and began to pace the floor like a caged animal. Coming to a halt in front of a tall lacquer cabinet loaded down with costly porcelain cups and vases, I raised my foot and kicked out vigorously, toppling the thing over on the floor. The crash was terrible. I was really startled, for I was afraid I had knocked half the house down, but I had the satisfaction of seeing the mandarin come rushing into the room, followed by assistants, sub-assistants, gong beaters, sword bearers, head shavers, ear ticklers, tongue scrapers, nail polishers, and skin rubbers, besides many others as retainers whose offices and callings were unknown to me. You had deliberated, now decide. I exclaimed in a tone of voice that for depth and value would have done credit to a hero of a blood-curdling drama. At the same moment, I placed a sole of my foot against another cabinet, quite as lofty as the one I just toppled over, and quite as richly laden with curios, vases, and ivories. So too was now wide awake, and not at all anxious to see the second cabinet share the fate of the first. "Thy foot to its place," he called out, waving me to a seat and placing himself between me and the threatened cabinet. "Thy foot to its place, my gracious benefactor." After he had seen me safely seated, he continued thus: "Know, then, my gentle guest, that I so too, Imperial Mandarin of the White Glass Button, after mature deliberation with my most honorable counsel, do order and decree that thou and thy servant shall be, as thou hast prayed, forthwith conducted to the city of Canton, and there be delivered into the keeping and custody of the officers of him of the sacred countenance, until opportunity shall present itself to procure means of sending thee and thy servants back to your native land. Here I bet my body in token of my profound gratitude." The Mandarin likewise made a low obeisance and then continued: "I do further decree that the evil spirit which attends thee in shape of a dog shall be at once bound with chains and cast into prison there to await his trial for witchcraft." Had so too plunged a two-edged knife into my vitals, I could not have felt a more agonizing hurt. Bulger, my beloved, arrested? Witchcraft? Chains? Prison? I stammered out. "I have so decreed," calmly replied So too. "Oh, no, no, no," I cried. It must not be. He is no evil spirit. No evil dwells in him. He is but a simple, loving, intelligent dog. I crave suspension of this terrible decree. What hath he done? O beloved Bulger, is this thy reward for saving 14 human lives? Is this the way in which thou art to be repaid for all thy courage, thy love, thy devotion? Oh no, no, kill me if you will, cruel stranger, thrust me into a prison cell, but spare Bulger, spare him." I could say no more. It grew black before me. A fit of vertigo came upon me, and I staggered, reeled, and fell lifeless to the floor. When I came to my senses, So two servants were busy rubbing and chafing my hands and feet and burning pungent wax beneath my nostrils. Bulger, uttering the most piteous and anxious cries, was hastening from one side to the other, pausing now and then for an instant to lick my hand or face. I sat upright to collect my senses, then clasped Bulger in my arms, patted, smoothed, kissed, and caressed him amid 100 sighs and groans, heart-rending enough to melt a breast of stone. Then throwing myself on my knees in front of So too, I implored him to be merciful, to spare a faithful, loving being whose heart was as free from guile as a flinty rock from tenderness, whose life had but one thought: to serve, guard, defend, and save his master. "Rise, unfortunate stranger," was So too's reply, in a tone of deep commiseration, taking me by the hand and gently compelling me to be seated by his side. "List, if thou shouldst slice my body into 10,000 pieces, I could not revoke this decree. Know that in this land of the child's son, a magistrate may not unsay his words. Mercy belongs to him who dwells in higher places. This creature which thou lovest so, hath been adjudged to be an evil spirit. It is a favorite form of theirs. For as a dog is man's close and trusted companion, malevolent spirits are most likely to assume that form, when desirous of obtaining admission to his house and heart in order to work his ruin. This wild and unreasoning affection for thy dog proves only too clearly that the evil spirit which dwells within him has already drawn the black lines of his mysterious art thrice around thy soul. Thrice 3 times will complete his dread purpose. Thou wilt then be lost forever. 'Tis well that some good spirit of the air or water hath delivered thee into the keeping the child of the sun. For now, upon the trial in imperial chamber of perfect justice, thine eyes will be opened. Thou wilt be fully persuaded that an evil spirit of tremendous size and fearful power is squeezed into that small creature." "Never," I exclaimed with flashing eye and glowing cheek. So too smiled faintly and laying his hand upon my arm continued: "Soft, illustrious guest, thou forgettest that perfect justice dwells in the bosom of our gracious monarch. His ministers and judges of tongues, but they are not their own. They only utter the thought of the imperial mind. Therefore, what they decree must be right. And if the court," I inquired with bated breath, "should decree that some evil spirit hath taken up its abode, as thou claimest, in the body of my faithful Bulger, what would be the penalty?" "Death," whispered So too. And is this thy boasted justice? I cried, with tear-bedimmed eyes, to condemn a dumb creature to death with no voice to plead for him? Nay, interpose so too. Thou shalt speak for him, thou shalt be heard in behalf, thou shalt be his advocate. For this mercy, said I, my heart empties its thanks at thy feet, and if my words, my pleading prove not powerful enough to avert the fearful penalty thou hast named, the executioner shall whet his axe on that small neck, for I shall lay my head beside his dearer head than shoulders ever bore. Blow out the spark that illumines those loving eyes, and all this great world could not light a fire bright enough to cast the gloom out of my life. So too shook his head mournfully, but made no reply. Calling my men to me, I spoke as follows. Go, honest souls, I cannot be one of you. Return to your homes and firesides. An imperial escort will conduct you to the port of Canton. There, beneath some friendly flag, you'll find means to reach your native land. Peace and good fortune go with you. Then, turn to my first mate, I added, seek out my father, the elder baron. Impart unto him the story of my shipwreck, the arrest of Bulger, and my firm determination to save him from the terrible fate now impending, or to die with him. The elder baron knows my love for Bulger. He would deem me a degenerate son of his illustrious house. Were I to abandon this faithful companion of my dangers and sufferings to so unmerited a fate? Go, place this signet ring on thy finger. Deliver it to my mother, with my most dutiful and humble greeting. Be wise, be brave, be honest. My men now formed in single file, and as they passed in front of me, each one paused and pressed my hand to his lips. Bulger, too, was ready for the leave-taking. Mounted upon a chair at my side, he extended his right paw to each seaman. Tears streamed down their weather-beaten faces, and they invoked blessings on the head of their brave low companion, who had saved them from a deep grave in the briny waters. Scarcely were they out of my sight, when a deafening beating of gongs announced the arrival to guard. My heart slipped from its resting place. A cold sweat gathered in beads on my temples. It was only with the greatest effort that I could draw breath enough to keep me from sinking lifeless to the floor. So too murmured a word of sympathy. At the sight of the gaolers and sound of chains, I uttered a piercing cry and threw myself on my knees with Bulger clasped tightly in my arms. Poor innocent beast! He was utterly unable to comprehend the actions of those about him. He shall be well treated, murmured so too. Fear not for his safety or comfort. The gaolers now advanced and, stooping down, clasped the delicate manacles, which were polished silver, upon Bulger's feet. He looked up at me with eyes so speaking, so full of love and so trusting that I could not bear their gaze. It meant, I submit without a murmur, for I know that thou wouldst not let any harm come to me. Then one of the guards lifted him gently and placed him in a silk-lined hamper, slung upon two poles. The lid was quickly adjusted and fastened, and ere I could collect my senses to speak a last farewell, they hurried away with their prisoner, for it was plain to be seen their hearts were deeply moved by my woeful countenance and grief-shaken voice. At so too solicitation, I now went to rest. Rest? Alas! How could sleep get into my tearful eyes? All night long I lay awake, bemoaning the sad fate which had overtaken me. Had accusation and arrest fallen upon me, I could have bore it like a man, but that Bulger's loving heart should have been singled out to bear a blow so undeserved was almost death to me. As the hours dragged wearily along, I thought of reversing my order, sending my men away, and of attempting a rescue. I thought of schemes to bribe the gaolers. I thought of demands for the interference of my government. I thought of an appeal for mercy direct to the emperor himself. When day dawned, I was utterly exhausted and sank back upon my pillow with a groan, anticipating my inability to get any rest from my throbbing brow and fever-heated limbs. So too was early at my chamber door with his attendants. Under his directions, they bathed me in cooling lotions, patted, rubbed, and chafed my limbs, fair me, stroked my wrists and temples, gave me draughts of quieting powders, and gently pressed my eyelids down, until gradually I sank into a deep sleep, which lasted until high noon. I awoke with a strong heart. Now I was myself again. My sorrow had not grown less, but for the time being I was master of it. So too met me with a broad smile. I kowtowed profoundly. He expressed the hope that his tall, graceful, broad-shouldered, handsome-visaged guest of knightly bearing had slept well. As for me, he added, my miserable little crooked frame was full of pangs and tortures all night long. To look at him, it was hard to see any effects of all these pangs and tortures. He seemed the very picture of good health and spirits. His broad face was as smooth as a baby's, and his little eyes sparkled with suppressed humor and mischief. We grew quite merry over our morning meal. I was playing a part. I determined to let him think that by degrees I was becoming cured of my extravagant affection for Bulger. With every cup of tea he drank, his cold exterior kept melting off. I felt that if I left him quite to himself, he would give me a clearer view of his inside nature than if I attempted to draw him out by leading questions. I called into use all my wit and imagination. I buried him beneath compliments and fine speeches. I told him some of my most diverting stories. At last, I was successful. The servants were directed to a drawer. So too now assured me in the name of all his ancestors that I was the most delightful guest that had ever sipped tea beneath his roof. He entreated me to honor him by rising and placing my tall, graceful, knightly form alongside of his miserable, puny low rack of bones. I made haste to accept the invitation, protesting, however, that I was quite overcome by the honors showered upon me. He maintained with equal pertinacity that he was utterly unfit to occupy a seat by my side, so we continued our war of compliments. Suddenly, So too thrust his right hand under his richly embroidered tunic and drew forth a small case of tablets, which folded upon each other in a curious way. He gave it a slight jerk, and it flew open and unfolded itself. "I've been thinking," he began, "of the approaching trial that I dawdled on the charge of witchcraft." A lump arose in my throat at these words, but I gulped it down and simply bowed my head as a sign of my attention. "Thou art a stranger in our land," continued So too. "Perchance thou will be pleased to know the things which I am about to tell thee. Nowhere else in the great world can perfect justice be found save in the dominions of our gracious emperor, him of the sacred countenance. While thy nation and the rest of the Western world knew no other law than force or fraud, we had already received from our ancestors thousands of volumes filled with the rules of perfect justice. Happy indeed should be that criminal whose good fortune leads him to commit his crime in our favored land. His punishment will be exactly what he deserves. Thou, as the advocate of this fortunate prisoner who is so dear to thee, are allowed to choose a yeoman before whom he shall be tried. I, So too, thy friend, do here set before thee the list of yeomans, so thou mayst choose thine own arbiter." Saying this, So too placed the unfolded tablets in my head, and then dropped off into a gentle doze. I scanned the list with mingled awe and curiosity. They read as follows: 1. Ling Boss, a just judge. 2. Quan Chong, a just judge. 3. Pu Pu, a just judge. 4. Wasat, a just judge. 5. Lung Tang, a just judge. 6. Keen Chop, a just judge. Thinking that So too was sleeping soundly, I half unconsciously murmured to myself as I glanced at the first name on the list, Ling Boss, a just judge. When to my great surprise, which however I was careful not to show, So too, without opening his eyes, spoke as follows: "I, a just judge, a very just judge, but a dangerous one. Neck too short, too much blood, hence brain too hot, never willing to hear both sides. A good judge for him who speaks first before blood begins to press upon his brain. A bad judge for a long cause." Quan Chong, I repeated inquiringly. "A just judge," replied So too. "An extremely just judge, but too tall and thin, not blood enough for his long body, brain too far away from heart, cold and merciless, does not eat enough, only a little fish. A good judge for a very bad man." "Pooh, pooh," I suggested in a low tone. "A just judge, a thoroughly just judge," continued So too, "but not to be trusted, laughs too easily, too much given to making puns, always ready to deal out death to a solemn-visaged man, only too happy to send the man to death if he can make a pun with his name and the axe or block or something belonging to the executioner." "What's that?" I asked timorously. "A just judge, an entirely just judge," said So too, apparently half overcome with sleep, "but a judge to be avoided, too much given to asking questions, never weary of turning round and round like an augur until he strikes bottom, a good judge for a hard and knotty cause, slow but sure, eating away falsehood bit by bit. Not a good judge for a plain case. Long tongue. I questioned, half in despair, glancing at number 5. They just judge, and undoubtedly just judge. So too gave answer, in the same sleepy tone, but a dangerous judge, too fond of hearing himself talk, too liable to use up the criminal's time and then condemn him to death for not having defended himself within the hour allotted to him. Here my heart sank within me, but I drew myself together. There was still one name left. I glanced at it despairingly. Keen Chop. I murmured, "A just judge, a perfectly just judge," remarked so too with a slight increase of animation. "A flower, a pearl the judge, eats well, drinks well, digests well, fond of good things of life, a great lover of beautiful vases and statues and screens and embroideries, always willing to hear both sides." And here so too came to a halt and fell into such a sound slumber that he snored loudly. I waited patiently for him to finish his nap. He resumed exactly at the point where he had left off, very anxious to build a larger and finer house, and to fill it with rich and rare ornaments. Again so too dropped off, not to be outdone by him in apparent indifference at the matters on the discussion. I likewise gave way to a feeling of drowsiness and was soon fast asleep. How long we slept I know not, but when we awoke, my mind was perfectly clear on one point. I turned to so too and said, "I am resolved. Keen Chop is a just judge. Let him decide Bulger's fate." 3 days, long and anxious ones for me, went by before I was accorded a hearing in the Hall of Justice. So too made great efforts to amuse me and turn my thoughts away from the poor innocent captive, but all in vain. Those dark, lustrous eyes were always fixed upon me. Day and night they kept repeating the same question, "Dear little master, what does it all mean? I know you will not desert me, but why must I be so long separated from you?" At last, the long-wished-for hour arrived. I was escorted to the Hall of Justice by a band of so too's retainers. A seat was assigned me in front of the platform, which the judge and the suite would occupy. The vast chamber was crowded with clerks, officers, gong beaters, accused and accusers, but a deep silence rested upon them all. As I walked to my seat, a subdued murmur ran over the multitude, for Bulger's case was in everyone's mouth, and I could see that my youthful appearance excited great surprise. Suddenly, a beating of gongs announced the arrival of the judge. Keen Chop entered the Hall of Justice with majestic tread and solemn air. Partly the effect of a pair of huge spectacles, which were held astride his nose by heavy silken cords and tassels passed over his ears. He was followed by a vast array of clerks, servants, and attendants. There were ink bearers and pen bearers. There were fan bearers and book bearers. There were foot rubbers to chafe his feet in case they got asleep from long sitting. There were nose ticklers on with long feathers, whose office was to arouse Keen Chop she dropped off into too long a nap. There were eraser bearers whose duty it was to blot out from the tablets all the judge had said when he resolved to change his mind. Let the vile, miserable, wretched accused be brought into the august presence of Keen Chop, the just judge, cried one court officers in a loud voice. After a few moments' delay, the wicker hamper was contained my faithful Bulger, was carried into the chamber through a side entrance, set down in front of the judge, and Bulger lifted gently therefrom and placed on a table at my side. The silver manacles were still attached to his feet. My heart stood motionless as I heard the rattling of the chains which ran from leg to leg. I had steeled myself to appear calm, but in spite of my efforts, the tears trickled down my cheeks. Bulger gave a start as his dark, lustrous eyes fell upon me, and he uttered a long, low whine as if to ask, "What does all this mean, dear low master?" And then he raised his right paw as high as the chain would permit, and held out for me to shake, as was his custom when craving forgiveness for some mischievous act which had displeased me. I pressed the outstretched paw long and tenderly. "Doth the prisoner confess his guilt and humbly beg for mercy at our hands?" inquired Keen Chop, turning his huge eyeglasses full upon Bulger. Whether it was a disagreeably shrill and creaking tone of the judge's voice or the glitter of the large glass discs set in front of his eyes, which displeased Bulger, I know not. Certain it is he made answer for himself with a single loud and angry bark. Keen Chop was so startled that he dropped his smelling salts and motioned to his fan bearers to cool his heated face. "Silence!" roared one of the gong beaters, giving a deafening thump upon a gong to inspire respect, and at the same time fiercely agitating his bristling eyebrows and mustachios. "My lord judge," said I, performing the kowtow, "I crave consent to speak for the prisoner. He is not guilty of witchcraft, nor does any manner or kind of evil spirit dwell within his body. He is a true and faithful servant and companion of mine, perchance with somewhat more than the usual intelligence of his kind. As his defender, I call off the proofs of this most unmerited accusation." Keen Chop now fell asleep, but after a few moments, his nose tickler succeeded in arousing him. "Let the proofs be read," spake Keen Chop in slow and measured tones. One of the clerks arose and, unfolding a huge sheet of paper with wooden rollers fastened at the top and bottom, like a window shade, began to read in a drawling, sing-song voice as follows. "Proof first asterisk that the prisoner did, without any command, upon reaching shore from a wreck, proceed to bite the twine attached to his collar in twain, and, taking up the end of his mouth, pass by a group of imperial officers and a group of merchants and a group of artisans and a group of idlers, and make for a group of sailors, at whose feet he laid down the end of the twine. Proof second asterisk that the prisoner did, at the sound of the official gong, unlike the animals of his race dwelling among us, manifest great displeasure and ill humor, rush towards his master, lay one ear against his mastiff body, and close the other with his paw. Proof third asterisk that the prisoner did, on the same day, in the presence of imperial officers, without any command, pick up a purse of gold dropped by his master and restore it to him. Proof fourth asterisk that the prisoner did, on the same day, in the presence of imperial officers, upon crossing threshold of the lower high mandarin, so too, unlike animals of his kind, contemptuously and disdainfully reject the kindly welcome and friendly greetings given him by his excellency's dogs." I confess that, as the clerk of the court finished reading these proofs, my heart rose slowly into my throat. They were in good earnest proofs of far more than usual intelligence of animals of his race. I was staggered by the amount of proof they had collected, while I felt I should have difficulty in persuading Keen Chop that all this was only the result of careful training, aided by a special aptitude on Bulger's part. I was very careful not to betray any nervousness or lack of confidence. I called for some tea, on a plea of needing refreshment, but really to gain time to collect my thoughts and get myself together after such a staggering blow. Meanwhile, Keen Chop dropped off into a calm doze. I finished my tea and sat waiting patiently for the nose tickler to arouse him. When I saw that Keen Chop was wide awake again, I arose with great dignity and, placing myself beside Bulger, who was watching my every movement and listening to my words with an almost painfully anxious expression, which meant only too plainly, "What does it all mean, dear little master?" I began as follows. "My lord judge, most ancient, antique, and venerable patriarch, stricken in full 50 honorable years, thy snow-white locks bespeak thy wisdom. The fact of the matter is, Keen Chop was quite a young man, and so far as I could see had no hair at all on his face or head save a scanty pigtail. But I knew how flattering it was so magistrate to be called old and venerable, and hence my desire made a good impression at the very outset. My mother's breast knows no other child of me, and I no other brother than this faithful creature whom heaven, for its own good reasons, has set upon 4 feet, but who, if the strength of love could lift him up, would walk beside me. Our 2 hearts on the same level. Oh, venerable judge, whose wisdom, like fair fruit red ripe in the autumn season, is now so ennobled by the flight of time, thou knowest what love can do. Thou knowest full well how it can so steal the thin beat of the mother bird that the merciless talons of the hawk have no terror for her. Thou knowest, better than this poor bit of humanity which now pleads before thee, that man's spear hath not point sharp enough to drive the bear from her cub. Thou knowest how the timorous sparrow, to shield her nestlings, will face the viper's horrid crest, forked tongue and stony eye. And what shall I say of this faithful creature's race? When lived there one of his kind that was known to desert a poor and humble master for a richer one, or to refuse forgiveness for a rash and undeserved blow? Where else can human hearts invest their love and draw such usurers' rates as here? We were babes together. The same sunbeams that danced a welcome on my awakening to life found him, too, just arrived, of quicker growth, He was his brother's keeper. I gave him all my love, for no other playmate was there to share it. I planted better than I knew, for on the thankful soil is true heart. That love of mine struck such deep and vigorous root that it gave of its strength and power to his brain. Love hath so sharpened thought that it hath grown wondrous strong. The spirit, thou callest evil, is, as a learn know, a reasoning being, and although it may go upon 4 feet and whine and yelp and growl and bark, this is but the mask it wears. O age judge, in the vast storehouse of whose mind experience of piled wisdom many stories high, thou wilt ere long believe me, for I shall make it most plain to thee that this faithful, loving animal is not gifted with a mysterious power of reason. True, most true, nature hath widened his vision, but not removed its boundaries. Mark now, O learned patriarch, how easy a thing is for truth to pierce the armor falsehood wears. For gird she ne'er so tightly, there are always some joints that will not come together. If my poor, weak mind be not strong enough to brush away the so-called proofs of this evil spirit, then let me be withered by the flame of thy just indignation. This creature loves me. Not the vigor of 10,000 human hearts blended in one could yield a warmer love than is for me. And yet behold how short its vision is. This curious firearm was given me by a Turkish merchant whose life I save in a brawl. I have so set it that a feather's weight would discharge it. But first, I smeared some sugar paste upon its trigger. Lo, I turn it toward my breast. If this creature now hath but the faintest glimmer of impending harm to his beloved master, he will refuse to lick away the sugar paste. A death-like silence fell upon the assembly. I held the firearm out towards Bulger. In an instant, he scented the sweet odor of the paste and thrust his tongue out in several unsuccessful efforts to reach it. A sharp explosion rang through the great hall. I stooped and picked up the bowl, which had flattened itself upon a steel plate hidden beneath my robe. Under the dim glow of the city lights, I stared at the edge of the rooftop, the wind whispering secrets in my ear. The night is alive, a symphony of shadows and whispers. I closed my eyes, letting the cool breeze carry me back to that fateful day. Bulger's amazement was not so great as Keen Chop's. He made sign for refreshment. Tea was hurriedly served. 100 fans wafted the sulphurous vapor away from his nostrils. My gaze shifts to the tray, where a salver holds some toasted bits of coxcombs, daintiest morsels at nature and arcady night. Bulger's eyes widen, his hands trembling. The air fills with his frantic barking, the chains jingling as he strains against them. He pleads, he threatens, his voice a mix of desperation and longing. Most venerable judge, I resume, as thou well knowest, evil spirits hold in great repugnance and dread all subtle and mysterious brews and poisonous compounds of which man strives to display or destroy them. Look now, I sprinkle this coveted dish before his very eyes with a powder so deadly and direful in its effect on life that this weak hand of mine holds power enough to change this mighty hall filled with light and life into one vast charnel house. The powder dances across the food, a dark shadow spreading over the hall. Bulger's cries intensify, a symphony of rage and fear. Cover now the blade with its sheath. I command, and the dagger is hidden again. Bulger's eyes dart, his snarls turning to frantic barks. He falls upon a plate of glass, his paws raking across the surface as if trying to scratch away the glass barrier. I command him to be silent and uncover the dish. Place it within reach of several dogs tied near. Their eyes widen in horror as they fall to ground, struck by a thunderbolt. Again, most sapient and venerable judge, let me add proof to proof that naught of reason dwells within a mind this faithful creature. Bulger's cries continue, a cacophony of rage and despair. Bid now a retainer turn a dagger toward my breast. The dagger is shown, then covered. Bulger's mad attempts to break free grow more desperate. Cover away the heft blade and raise the empty sheath against my breast. No matter position or covering, Bulger's cries are fierce. His efforts to protect me are relentless. Keen Chop, now to several things. He sips his tea, his gaze distant. A servant tickles his ear, and he removes his spectacles, handing them to an attendant who polishes them. Then he attempts to fall asleep, but as sign from me, Bulger barks furiously. his cries a sharp echo in the hall. I stride up, fixing my gaze upon Keen Chop. Most ancient magistrate, I crave your gracious consent to add another plea to my defense of this dumb creature. I would be the veriest ingrate, whom any wretched outcast might with justice spurn and revile, were I not to offend this devoted being with all my mind's cunning and heart's love. I catch Keen Chop's fan, and as he lays down his tea, I spring up the steps. Now, venerable judge, for a last, and I trust overwhelming, proof that no evil spirit dwells within that creature's body, I cast the 2 fans at his feet. Bulger looks puzzled at first, but his mind is made up. He picks up my fan, lays it tenderly in my lap, wagging his tail. Then, with an outburst of barking and growling, he attacks Keen Chop's fan, tearing to shreds and scattering the pieces. But this is not all. He turns his back, kicks the sticks in a shower flying close to Keen Chop's head. One strikes a glass in front of his eye, and a guard, who had fallen asleep, is struck in the nostrils. Keen Chop's face twists into a comical grimace, and he twists his head to keep from laughing. But Bulger is beside himself with joy. Keen Chop moves his thumb, signaling he will speak. A deep silence falls. I am summoned to approach the steps. When thou art taller, thou wilt be stronger. When thou art older, thou wilt be wiser. Know then that, as the abject slave of the child of the sun, him of the sacred countenance, Lord of all the orders, I had intended to dismiss this charge against thy dog, cast off his manacles, and set him free. But it may not now be done. Thy pleading hath convinced me that he doth deserve to die. A just cause needeth no other defense than words. But thou hast pleaded with hands and legs and feet. Thou hast been over-earnest. 'Tis proof thou knewest the weakness of thy cause. Hadst thou not spoken at all, and had thy dog himself but opted his mouth at the very outset, would fallen therefore to freedom from his shackles. Now he must die. Let him be delivered to the public executioner. And then, with a motion of his hand, he orders the gongs to beat. The great chamber erupts into the wildest hubbub. Guards crowd around, fearing I might sacrifice my life to rescue Bulger. Poor Bulger is quickly lifted into his wicker cage and borne out of the courtroom. My heart hammers my chest, but I give no sign of emotion. I can hear those terrible words, "public executioner," ringing in my ears. I move neither hand nor foot, waiting for hope. The gongs cease, the throng departs, and the guards kowtowing back out. I stand alone in that vast, silent chamber. A messenger from Keen Chop approaches. The wretched little, misshapen Keen Chop humbly begs a tall and stately stranger to drink tea with him in his private apartment. Mechanically, I follow, through long and winding corridors. Keen Chop lays off his huge spectacles and receives me most graciously. We sip our tea in silence. At length, rising and stepping behind screen, he returns, bearing a huge volume, the record of Bulger's trial. I turn the leaves, each one a revelation. Not only are my words set down with perfect accuracy, but correct drawings of the various scenes fill the margins. On the last page, a blank space remains. "'Tis miraculous!" exclaims Keen Chop, starting up and rubbing his eyes. "What a wonderful creature is thy dog! As I slept, I dreamt that he opened his mouth, and what fell therefrom convinced me of his innocence. Let him be brought into your august presence, O just judge." I reply, in moments, Bulger's wicker house is deposited on the floor, and he is lifted gently out. I can only keep back the tears as his large, speaking eyes turn full upon me. No sooner are the attendants out of the apartment than I take the purse of gold, place at his mouth, and make a sign for him to carry it to Keen Chop, who is poring over the pages of the record. Bulger does not wait for a second bidding. He makes straight for Keen Chop, raises himself on his hind feet, and drops the purse in his lap. "'Tis wonderful. 'Tis very wonderful," cries Keen Chop, testing away the purse with a pleased expression. "Thy speech was silvern, but his silence is golden. 'Twere a crime to part two such faithful hearts. Go in peace." "But the record of the trial?" I asked. Keen Chop speaks not, but turns to the last page, laying his finger on the place where the blank spaces had been left. They are now filled. The word "not" is written in each of them. The guards are summoned. and in moments, the shackles are loosened from Bulger's feet. Upon finding himself free once more, he leaps into my lap with a wild cry of joy, covering my hands and face with caresses. I can no longer keep the tears back. Clasping the faithful animal convulsively in my arms, I weep like a child. But a cloud comes over our joy. Keen Chop, upon my request for a safe conduct to the nearest seaport, informs me that he is powerless to grant my requests, that I must apply to Slim Lim, the Tadai or imperial governor of the province, lower the peacock feather, nigh the plain red button, etc., etc. "'Tis well," I exclaim, "deign to send one of thy servants to conduct me into the presence of his honor, the Tautai." I pine to set foot once more on my native strand. I long to put an end to the sorrowful anxiety of my parents. Keen Chop shakes his head and smiles sadly. "When will this journey end, little master? Will we find solace and embrace a home?" Under the dim glow of the city lights, I stand at the edge of the rooftop, the wind whispering secrets in my ear. The night is alive, a symphony of shadows and whispers. I close my eyes, letting the cold breeze carry me back to that fateful day. "Know, O honored guest," said he, "that no one may approach the Tatai, Lord of the Peacock Feather, unless in answer to most humble petition of 20 pages length, his high and mighty lordship deigns to accord an audience. To attempt to do otherwise might mean death at the hands of the guards, but would most surely mean imprisonment in the deepest dungeon of the imperial fortress." "So be it," I replied. "Come death, come imprisonment. I stand this day in the presence of Slim Lim the Tatai, nigh the plain red button and Lord of the Peacock Feather." Keen Chop groaned loud and deep, but seeing that I was resolved to set out at once for the governor's palace, he sent one of his attendants to conduct me to the gate, instructing him, in case the guards raise their swords to slay me, to cry out in a loud voice that I was a harmless lunatic and had escaped from my keepers. To end all opposition, I consented to this, whereupon Keen Chop bade me an affectionate adieu, and, followed by my faithful Bulger, I turned my steps toward the palace of the Tautai. To tell the truth, chaos reigned within my mind. In as many seconds, 20 different plans of action occupied my thoughts. How shall Bulger and I overcome the opposition of armed guards? It will be madness to provoke them to use their weapons upon us. If I am fated to stand in the presence of the Lord to die, it must be accomplished by ruse and stratagem. Luckily for me, the shades of night now began to fall, for although the gateway and corridors of the governor's palace might be illumined by 10,000 lanterns, as in truth I found them to be, when I reached them, yet the light they shed was soft and uncertain. Counting upon the almost lightning celerity of my movements and the utterly noiselessness of my footsteps, I succeeded quite easily in flitting by the group of sentries who were stationed at the outer gate. Delighted with my good fortune, I sprang lightly up the steps of the portico, and, closely followed by Bulger, strolled into main corridor with a dignified mien and stately air. 8 towering fellows, armed with savage-looking pikes. Men for whom spitting me and tossing me out a window would be no more trouble than for a boy to impale a frog on the end of a stick, now blocked my advance. So noiseless had been my step that I had approached within a few feet of them before they became aware of my presence. Had I dropped from the clouds, their astonishment could not have been greater and more ludicrous to behold. They clutched each other by the arm, leveled their index fingers at me, and whispered in a hoarse voice as one man, "A little devil." "Nay, my good men," I replied with most gracious smile, "not a little devil, but a soldier like yourselves, one who has fought neath many skies, knows what a good sword is, what good wine is, would rather fight than run, can tell a good story, and loves war as a hunter loves a chase." The 8 men looked at each other, tapped their foreheads significantly, and then fixed their gaze upon me as if they were in doubt whether my next move would be to jump down their throats, vanish into thin air, or expand into an awful ogre and gulp them all down without pepper or salt. "Come, comrades," I called out in a careless tone, "lay aside your pikes, and I'll show you something that I picked up on a battlefield in a war against the Aldrines. Something so curious that if you had not slept a wink for 3 months and a day, you would still be willing to keep awake and examine it." Saying this, I drew my musical snuff box out of my pocket and, tapping its lid mysteriously, tiptoed my way toward the outside entrance of corridor and beckoned them to follow me. They did so, with the most comical expression of half wonder and half curiosity depicted on their faces. But first they quietly set their grim-looking pikes in a rack against the wall, motioning them to lay their heads together and bend down so that they could see and hear. For I reached about up to their girdles, I touched the spring of the snuff box, and it began to play. It is impossible for me to give you any idea of the delight which shone upon their great, round, smooth faces. Their mouths fell open, their fingers twitched nervously, as if they longed to touch the little wonder, and yet dared not. I felt now that the moment had arrived for me to act. Winding up the snuff box to its utmost limit, I thrust it into the hands of one of the guards, who seemed beside himself with joy, and showed him how to touch the secret spring. As the music began again, they closed at their groups so tightly that even if I had wished to remain more the circle, it would have been an impossibility. To my infinite satisfaction, they now seemed to dismiss me most unceremoniously from their society, more quickly than it takes to tell it. I drew a ball of strong twine from my pocket and fastened the ends of their pikes securely together. I retreated to the outside entrance of the palace and placed the other end of string between Bulger's teeth, with a motion that meant, "Stand fast and pull hard." In another instant, I had passed a group of guards and was making for the door of the audience chamber. Suddenly, the enormity of their negligence dawns upon them. They look up, they see me already at the end of the corridor. They drop the enchanted box which has decoyed them from the path of duty. They start toward their pikes. Some mysterious force holds them chained to the floor. Bulger is doing splendid work. My hand is on the door of the audience chamber. Smitten with a superstitious dread of some unseen power, the guards stand rooted to the spot. A low whistle tells Bulger that his task is complete. He flashes through the corridor like a spirit. We enter the vestibule of the audience chamber, pass through an outer apartment, and stand in the presence of Slim Lim, Lord of the Peacock Feather. Slim Lim was at home. He was seated in the center of the spacious apartment, sipping a cup of very fragrant tea, the aroma which was so fascinating that I paused and inhaled it with all the gusto of a fine taster. Two ladies, clad in robes of great beauty and richness, were busy brewing tea and spreading before the Lord Tautite an infinite number of delicate vines and toothsome tidbits. But he ate nothing. He was evidently somewhat disturbed by my sudden appearance, and I could see that one thought, to the exclusion of all others, was occupying his mind. It was, how did this stranger pass the guards? True, he is small, but he can calmly walk into my apartment. Why may not an evil-disposed person do likewise? Determined to convince Slim Lim and the ladies of his household of my noble lineage and refined manners, I kowtowed with all the grace of a veteran courtier and began the enumeration of their various virtues, excellencies, and charms of body and mind. When I had reached number 117, the victory was complete. They smiled, but Slim Lim remained obdurate. He gazed into vacancy for several moments and then pretended to fall asleep. I recited the purpose of my visit and waited patiently for the Lord of the Peacock Feather to deign to reply. He did so at last, but without opening his eyes, speaking as if half in a dream. "Barbarian, son of a barbarian, grandson of a barbarian, great-grandson of a barbarian, great-great-grandson of a barbarian, great-great-great-grandson of a barbarian." Well, knowing that this was a mere ruse to waste a night in words, I resolved to put an end to it at once. I sat down and interrupted Slim Lim's long and dreary list by pretending to snore with that regularity which proves the accomplished sleeper. He came to a sudden halt. A deep silence now settled upon the scene, only broken by the nervous rattle of the ladies' fans. Slim Lim now began to realize that he had no ordinary mortal before him. For the first time, he looked me squarely in the face. The ladies grew alarmed at the dark cloud gathering on the brow of their liege lord and withdrew to the other end of the room. The Taotai was now wide awake. So was I. "Bold, thoughtless, and ill-counseled stranger," he cried out, "by the decree of the child of the sun, him of the sacred countenance, it is not lawful to punish a rash petitioner like thee, provide his prayer be one that may be granted. But what thou askest is impossible, for at this hour there is neither paper, ink, nor brush within the palace. Thou must suffer for thy rash conduct. Thou hast been cunning enough to pass the guards in coming hither, but already a score of pikes are leveled at thy breast. Escape is impossible. prepare for death or imprisonment in dungeon cell, which knows neither light nor warmth. To speak the truth, my legs bent beneath the weight of my body as these cruel words made clear to me the danger I was in. I could see that tears had gathered in the eyes of the two gracious ladies, standing near me. "Paper, ink, brush," I murmured, half dazed. "Brush, paper, ink, or death? It must not be." I glanced about me. I closed my eyes. I fixed my gaze on Bulger, but all in vain. No help came to me. A cold perspiration stood on my brow. Suddenly, a huge parrot which was perched on a bamboo cage at one end of the room uttered a harsh cry. Quicker than it takes to tell it, I called Bulger to my side and set him teasing the bird. He was not averse to enter upon the sport. When it was well underway, I approached the bird from the rear, and as he bent forward to repel Bulger's familiarity, I deftly laid hold of one of his longest tail feathers and pulled it out. An ear-splitting yell went up, and the two ladies threw themselves towards their pet with 1,000 tearful expressions of pity and endearment. I now turned my attentions to Slim Lim. Drawing a pair of tiny shears from my pocket, I caught the inner's cue and snipped off an inch of it. My audacity struck him dumb. He could only stare at me with wide-open mouth. I set to work now in good earnest. Drawing some silk threads from my sleeve, I fitted the hair into the quill with such nimble, cunning fingers that Slim Lim looked on quite awestruck. "The brush is ready, Laura the peacock feather," I cried, laying it down in front of him. "And the paper too," I continued, drawing out a paper map from under a curio and turning up the white underside. He followed my movements as a child with those of a necromancer. Ink now was only lacking. With one of my most winning smiles, I drew near the ladies and thus addressed them. "Fasten forever the images of your beautiful faces upon the pages of my memory by lending me the jar of ebon pigment with which you add luster to those matchless arches that shade your eyes." They returned my smile with entrancing grace and sweetness. But what was more pleasing still, they granted my request. Halting for a moment at the cage of my friend, the parrot, who ruffled his feathers and eyed me most suspiciously, to moisten the pigment from his drinking vessel, I then strode with an air of triumph back to the table, where Slim Lim sat nervously fanning himself, and said, "Most noble Lord the peacock feather, thy dull-witted, misshapen, and worthless slave had prepared brush, ink, and paper. Deign to set thy most honorable sign manual to this paper, so that he may withdraw his poor, miserable body and limbs from beneath thy sacred roof." So saying, I held out the brush to Slim Lim. With trembling hand, he took hold of it and rapidly traced the mysterious characters which were destined to open every gate and unbar every door until I stood once more on shipboard, bound for my native land. Folding up the precious document, I thrust it into my sailor's pouch. But while I was flushed with victory, Slim Lim showed only too plainly that he was nearly beside himself with chagrin and vexation. "How will this end, little master? Will we finally find a path to our freedom?" Under the dim glow of the city lights, I stand at the edge of the rooftop, the wind whispering secrets in my ear. The night is alive, a symphony of shadows and whispers. I close my eyes, letting the cool breeze carry me back to that fateful day. The ladies of his household approached him with most profound obeisances, and with loud and deep-drawn sighs at every step. But Slim Lim repulsed them in the rudest manner. He would have none of their sympathy, none of their pity or tender offices. They redoubled their efforts. Their sighs became more tender and louder. It was all in vain. Slim Lim was determined not to be propitiated. Turning to me, he cried out, "Let the barbarian, the son of a barbarian, the grandson of a barbarian, the great-grandson of a barbarian, the great-great-grandson of a barbarian, the great-great-great-grandson of a barbarian, the great-great-great-great-grandson of a barbarian, inscribe his wretched, worthless, mean, common, ordinary, insignificant, and despicable name upon a sheet of paper ere he goes forth, so that I and my children and my children's children and my children's children's children and my children's 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 children may speak it with contempt." And then, in order to prove to me that he considered himself disgraced to sit in my presence, he threw himself full length upon the floor. Bulger got into his head that this strange proceeding was in some way a menace to me, for he walked cautiously around Slim Lim, sniffing at him and growling in a threatening way as if to say, "Don't play any tricks on my little master, or it will go hard with you." The ladies of Slim Lim's household were nearly crazed with grief and anxiety. I assured them of my protection, but this only seemed to increase their solicitation. To tell the truth, however, I was not half so calm as I appeared to be. Cruel fate seemed to have woven her meshes about me once again. Slim Lim, with deep cunning, had set another task for me which seemed so impossible performance that he doubtless was already congratulating himself and applauding his own skillfully devised plan for holding me prisoner. He had demanded that I should write my name before going forth. He had been most careful to use a word, "write," so that I should not be permitted to use a brush after the manner of his people, but must have recourse to a pen after the manner of my own. Feeling pretty confident in his mind that I would not have a pen in my possession, he had ground for flattering himself that I was still in his power. Bulger caught a glimpse of the shadow that had settled upon my face, and whined nervously. A thought struck me. A quill will save me. I looked toward the parrot. Deep-laid plan to rob me of my liberty. The bird had been removed from a room. The brush I had fashioned, the pigment, too, were gone. I could feel my knees grow weak. My breath came short and quick. A cold chill crept over me. There lay the lord of the peacock feather flat on his back, but as I turned my glance quickly upon him, I was sure that one of his eyes was half open and fixed upon me, while a faint ripple of smile played in the corners of his mouth most maliciously. "Ah, man of guile," thought I, "thou shalt not triumph, for I am about to shatter this last from thy fetters, which thou dost think is already so firmly riveted upon my wrists. Thou art wise and thou art subtle, but not so wise and not so subtle as a little baron who stands beside thee." "To me, Bulger," I cried. With a single bound, he reached my side. "Take thy place there," I continued, pointing to Slim Lim's breast, "and if my enemy moves but the poor space of a narrow inch, do thy duty." Bulger sprang lightly upon Slim Lim's breast, and with a low growl gave an understand that there must be no trifling. Then my turn came to act. Whipping my pocket knife out, I laid hold of Slim Lim's hand, and in less than a minute's time, I cut a fine pen on the end of the long nail of his little finger. Bulger looked on very much interested, giving a low growl every time Slim Lim showed the slightest indication of resenting the treatment to which I was subjecting him. My ink? That was a simple matter. Pricking my thumb with the point of my knife, I let a few drops of the crimson fluid collect on the palm of my hand. Then, reaching out for one of the paper mats, I dipped the pen which now graced a little finger the lore of the peacock feather and set my signature on the uncolored side mat in a neat, round hand. Bidding Bulger descend from his post of honor, I now held out my hand to His Excellency, the Tautai, with these words, "Rise, Sir Knight of the plain red button. Be generous as thou art noble. I have triumphed. Forgive my audacity. In my place, thou wouldst have done likewise. Let thy enemy become thy friend. In birth noble, in letters learned, in arts skilled, he is more worthy of thy friendship than deserving of thy enmity." Slim Lim seized my hand and sprang to his feet with a good-humored smile on his broad face. "By the sacred countenance of the child of the sun, lord of all the orders, thou art very clever for thy size," he exclaimed as he conducted me to a seat. The ladies of the Tautai's household, who had retreated horror-stricken to their apartments, were now summoned to appear. Tea was brewed, and the lord of the peacock feather insisted upon serving me with his own hands. I was almost crazed with joy at the thought of setting out for home under such happy auspices. Bulger made friends with Slim Lim, and everybody forgave everybody. His Excellency, the Tautai, prevailed upon me to pass the night under his roof, assuring me that in the morning I should have a special escort, his own port chaise, and hampers packed in his own kitchen for my refreshment while on my journey to the seaport. Until a late hour, Slim Lim, the ladies of his household, Bulger, and I gave ourselves up to feasting and merrymaking. In the morning, I took my leave of the Tautai and his household in the happiest frame of mind. A short week found me on board of a good staunch vessel bound for home again. As the sails filled and we sped out of harbor, I drew Bulger in my breast, and the tears fell thick and fast. He licked my hands and face, and fixed his large, lustrous eyes full upon me. He could not, and I would not, speak. What will our journey home be like, little master? Will the path be clear and unobstructed? Chapter 9. Under the dim glow of the city lights, I stand at the edge of the rooftop, the wind whispering secrets in my ear. The night is alive, a symphony of shadows and whispers. I close my eyes, letting the cold breeze carry me back to that fateful day. How I grew weary of travel and resolved to settle down for a long rest. A quiet life, however, soon tires me, and I desire to sound again. Bulger's opposition. How I deceive him. We take our departure, encounter a terrible storm, are shipwrecked on a beautiful island, made prisoners by the round bodies. Description of the strange people. We are condemned to die. Saved by Rollerbola, the round body princess. More about the strange beings. The princess falls in love with me. Preparation for marriage. The ceremony on the Great Plain. The sudden storm. Consternation of the round bodies. I lash Bulger and myself to a platform. The Storm King catches up the wooden structure and bears it away. Transported to the mainland on the wings of the wind. We are gently dropped in a grain field not 1,000 miles from home. Our unspeakable joy. At this period of my life, I had firmly resolved to settle down and enjoy a good, long rest. Bulger and I both needed it. We were tired of strange sights, strange lands, and strange people. Why should we not, thought I, enjoy our worldwide fame? From the very ends of the earth, visitors flocked in thousands to my house to see my treasures, my extraordinary curiosities, and above all, my remarkable dog Bulger, the sole companion of my strange and eventful life, my guide, my friend, my counselor, my all. But the very moment the valleys greened again after a long and bitterly cold winter, my thoughts turned to pleasures and dangers, a roving life. I longed to be up and off again in quest of new adventures. As I roused myself from my reverie, I found Bulger sitting at my feet with his kind, lustrous eyes fixed full upon my face. He had read my thoughts as correctly and easily as I might the words of a child's primer, and as he saw that I was wide awake and in full possession of my faculties, he seized hold of my sleeve and whined most piteously. Dear, faithful animal, oh, that I had heeded thy remonstrance. But no, it was not to be. Unwilling to fret and worry good Bulger, I now resolved to make use of faculty which had no place in his nature, namely hypocrisy. When he was in my presence, I pretended to be perfectly happy and contented, going about laughing, singing, and dancing. But the very moment he had quitted the room, I set to work making ready for another journey. At last all was ready. When Bulger entered the house and set eyes upon boxes and packages, he lifted his head and gave one long, dismal howl of entreaty. But seeing that my purpose was fixed, like a true and faithful servitor, he bounded to my side and licked my outstretched hand, as much as to say, "Thy road is my road, thy fate is my fate." In a few hours, we were on our way to the seaboard. My heart was light, my spirits buoyant and gay. What is life? I cried. Am I a worm to vegetate in mold and darkness? Nay, I am a creature of intelligence, of mind, of soul. The air, the sunlight, the boundless universe are mine. I will enjoy them. Luckily, I had not long to wait in the seaport, for a good, staunch vessel was nearly loaded. Learning that she was bound for the Southern Ocean, I at once ordered my effects to be set on board, and before the new moon had lost its crescent, I was on the high seas with my faithful Bulger by my side and a bounding heart beating joyful music in my breast. For a while, all went well. Bulger seemed to have gotten over his strange resentment of evil and romped about the deck with all his old-time love of mirth and jollity. But upon me, however, after our good vessel was a few days out, there came a strange feeling never experienced before. In my dreams, light and darkness alternately oppressed me, the one more dazzling than the electric flash, the other deeper than earthly night. Our 7th day out at high noon, suddenly it seemed as if some mighty hand had drawn a vast and impenetrable curtain of inky blackness over the entire sky. It almost appeared as if some terrible demon of the skies had suddenly blown out the very sun itself. Bulger, with one bound, gained my side, and, fastening his teeth to my sash, moaned piteously, as was his custom when he thought my life in danger. I stooped and stroked his head. The palm of my hand felt the hot tears that were streaming from his eyes. Just then the vessel gave a lurch, and Bulger's weight tore his teeth from their hold of my sash, and in an instant he was separated from me. I heard his supplicating bark in a distant part of the ship. "Bulger, Bulger," I cried. "Here, here, this way, to me." And in my desperation at thought of losing my low companion, I darted in direction of barking, regardless of the black night which enveloped us, and stumbling over some object fell headlong on the deck. My fall stunned me. I rose upon my elbow and passed my hand over my eyes like a person just waking from a deep sleep. Sulphurous flames now darted from the four quarters of the heavens, and crash upon crash of deafening thunder rattled and pealed over our heads. A terrific blast of wind caught up our ship like a cockle shell and hurled it along to the seething, bubbling, maddened waters at such a fearful rate that every instant it seemed as if she must go to the bottom. I know not how long we were driven along at this furious speed, for I was half dazed by the roar of the warring elements and blinded by the continuous flashing of the lightning. To my horror, the sound of terrible blows, dull but awful in their energy, now fell upon my ears. We had struck upon the rocks, and our ship was pounding out her own life beneath my very feet. Instinctively, I called upon my faithful Bulger, but not the voice of brazen throat and lungs could overcome the din of that tempest. The intense darkness was now dissipated by showers of meteoric fire, which fell like 10 times 10,000 bursting rockets as far as the eye could reach, and then deep rifts broke in the inky mantle of the heavens, and showers of hailstones, each as large as a goose egg, rattled with the fury of musketry upon the deck. At that moment, a lurch of the vessel had rolled me under a huge copper kettle, and my life would have been beaten out of me. "Farewell, dear Bulger," I cried in a tear-strangled voice. "This terrible discharge from heaven's frozen artillery will surely end my life. Farewell, faithful Dodd, a long farewell." Gradually, this terrifying shower of huge hailstones lessened its fury, and strange to say, in doing so, the falling stones drew most wonderful music from the great copper kettle, which covered me like a huge buckler. The wind moaned a deep bass, and the pounding of the vessel kept time like some gigantic drum. Although half dead with fear, I listened with ecstatic pleasure to this awful concert played by the warring forces of nature. When it had ceased, I looked out from my hiding place. Not a living soul was in sight. Every seaman and officer had perished beneath the strokes of the lightning, been crushed by the full hail, or swept by the resistless gale into the seething ocean. So calm did it grow that I was beginning to take heart, when with a terrific swish and whir, as if slipped by some gigantic knife, the clouds parted, and from the rent rushed blinding drifts of snow with such a wild and startling sweep and whirl that my knees shook together, and I fell upon my face in utter despair. But look, had heaven slain the monster of the storm? The snow was blood red. The sight froze the very marrow of my bones. I rolled over upon my back. My senses fled. Death seemed to have overtaken me. How long I lay in the stupor, I know not, but when I woke, the storm had spent its fury. The sun was sending down its brightest rays, and the air was pleasantly cool and bracing. Slowly my strength came back to me, and I emerged from my hiding place, crawling on my hands and feet, for I was too weak to stand upright at first. Little by little, however, I took heart, and as I felt my blood tingling to my veins, I made an effort and rose to my feet. Yes, my worst fears had been realized. Now living being had survived the storm. As I walked upon the blood-red snow, every footfall brought forth most piteous sighs and groans. What dread warning, thought I, does this mysterious murmuring give me? What is the meaning of these sobs and moans which issue from these crimson crystals beneath the pressure of my feet? Am I walking upon the blood of my ancestors? Clinging to the frozen sheets, I crept slowly along the red-encrusted deck. But stay, hark! Are my ears playing me still more fantastic tricks? No, I'm wholly and entirely myself now. And as sure as the blood of the trumps courses through my veins, that bark came from my faithful dog. Bulger lives. Bulger lives. I cried out in accents of the wildest joy, and breaking away from the hold of fear and trepidation, I rushed boldly forward, calling out, "I'm coming, Bulger, I'm coming!" With reckless courage, I sprang from one frozen plank to another. until I stood upon the quarter deck. There, upon the hatch, sat, or rather lay, Bulger, for his life was almost extinct. His teeth were locked upon the straps of a life-preserver which he, ever thoughtful of my safety, was about to bring to me at the first outbreak of the storm, when its fury forced him to seek refuge under a water-cast, as his tracks on the snow indicated. As quickly as my stiffened limbs would permit, I bounded forward and threw myself on my knees in a crimson snow, which sent forth most heart-rending groans and sighs at the pressure of my body upon its blood-red surface. I clasped Bulger in my arms, and our cries of joy mingled, our tears ran together. All my suffering was forgotten in that moment, for Bulger was alive, his head clasped to my breast. The winds had now fallen. The sea had grown calm again, and I determined at once to quit the wreck if possible. The setting sun revealed me the shores of a beautiful land, the mouth of a small but extremely picturesque river, whose banks were rich in palm trees, fruit trees, and flowering shrubs. I lost no time in lowering one of the boats which had happily escaped with slight injuries, and being expert seaman, I found no difficulty in rigging a tackle and lowering first Bulger and then myself into boat and paddling leisurely towards the shore. Here, I drew the boat high and dry on the beach, and calling out gaily to faithful Bulger to follow me, I clambered at the bank and pushed boldly forward to survey the fair land upon which a strange fate had set our feet. Now, for the first time, I became conscious of the terrible hunger that was gnawing my vitals, a fact which proved to me that I must have lain in an unconscious state beneath the huge kettle for at least 2 days, if not more. Bulger raised his kind eyes to me, and then bounding off to one of the fruit trees, ran around it, barking joyfully, under the dim glow of the city lights. I stand at the edge of the rooftop, the wind whispering secrets in my ear. The night is alive, a symphony of shadows and whispers. I closed my eyes, letting the cold breeze carry me back to that fateful day. I shook one of the branches, and the ripe fruit fell in abundance to the ground. Its odor was so delicious that although it was unknown to me, I had no hesitation in partaking of it most freely. Bulger followed my example, a fact which convinced me that it could not be otherwise than wholesome. A long, deep draught from a limpid spring refreshed us both greatly. But as the sun was sinking rapidly, and as I now began to feel the effect of the rack, strain, and weariness resulting from the terrible experience of the past day or so, I called out to Bulger, "Come, dear, faithful fellow, let us seek out a fit place to pass the night. Some nook shielded by wide-spreading branches, where there was plenty of soft boughs to make a bed with." As the country was quite level, I sighted a grove at some distance, and thither we directed our steps. It had now grown quite dark. We quickened our pace, for I was too prudent a traveler to care to expose myself to the night dew. As we drew near the grove, there appeared to be a low wall on one side of it. "This way, Bulger," said I. "This long line of boulders will protect us from the night winds, if any should rise. Let us creep under its edge and lay our tired limbs down on the soft grass." He looked up with a softened gaze and gave 1 or 2 consenting wags to his tail. Nestling close under the edges of several of the largest of the boulders, at a point where they formed a sort of sheltered nook, we soon fell into a deep sleep, I sitting half upright and Bulger pillowing his head upon my lap. Once or twice in the course of the night, I awoke to find my brow beaded with perspiration. I put my hand on Bulger. He too was awake, and his tongue was lolling from his mouth. Both of us seemed to have been seized with a strange fever. The direst forebodings took possession of me. Had we landed upon a shore along which lurked some deadly miasm? Possibly we might not live to see the light of another day. It required all my self-control to banish such terrible thoughts from my mind. But so tired was I to the very bone that I soon fell asleep again, reassured as I was by the example set me by Bulger. It was, however, a fitful slumber, for the heat of our bodies had now become so great that the very ground upon which we were lying felt warm to my touch. At length, to my joy, I caught the first faint glimpse of the dawn. I was now in a perfect glow from head to foot, and so was Bulger. Suddenly it burst upon my mind that possibly we might have lain down in a volcanic region, that mayhap fierce subterranean fires were raging beneath our very heads. I rose to my knees with a bound and placed both of my hands upon the nearest boulder. Fancy my horror upon feeling that its surface was not only hot, but that it yielded to pressure my hands, and gave forth groans, hissings, and rumblings. In an instant I was on my feet. Bulger did not wait to be called, determined to verify my suspicions. For discretion was always a reasonable part of my valor. I hastened from one boulder to another within the circle where we had been lying, and pressed my hand upon them with all my strength. Deep rumbling and hissing sounds came forth from the ground everywhere about me, and seemed to awaken responsive cries far and near, as if one giant tossing to sleep disturbed the slumbers of his fellows. "Bulger," I cried, "we stand upon a ground of death. This is the outer walled crater. It is aglow with subterranean heat. Only the merest shell, so thin that it yields to my pressure, is between us and destruction. Fly, fly, faithful dog." The morning sun now burst forth with a flood of golden light. As far as my eye could reach, extended this same boulder-like parapet, shutting out my gaze in the abyss to which the volcano was now about to spout its liquid fire. For all at once the boulder began to rock from side to side, giving forth such dreadful rumblings that I knew the eruption was to be preceded by an earthquake. A sickening fear seized hold of me. My legs bent like pipe stems beneath the weight of my body. Bulger saw that his loved master was chained to the ground. He refused to abandon me. The whole wall, as far as my eye could reach, now trembled and rocked, threatening to engulf us every instant. With a mighty effort, I pulled myself together and, followed by Bulger, darted away. The measure of my horror was not complete. With terrific rumblings, gurglings, hissing, and groaning, the whole row of rocks now danced in violent agitation, and then, like so many gigantic bowls, rolled by huge monsters at play. These boulders, propelled with fearful violence by the outburst of the volcano, came thundering down after our retreating forms, threatening us with terrible death. Bulger, running at my side, ever and anon sent out a mournful whine, as if to bid me an eternal farewell. "Fly, Bulger! Faster, faster, good Bulger!" I called to him, as the roar and rumble of the advancing wall increased. Now each and every boulder seemed urged on its course by some mysterious force of its own. As I glanced over my shoulder, I could see that they were gaining in velocity, bounding, springing, now in single file, now three abreast, while a frightful and unearthly din and rumble went ever on increasing. They were gaining upon us. My legs again threatened to bend under the weight of my body and topple it over to certain and awful death, when a last glance revealed to me the terrible truth. "Bulger, they are alive." A sharp, despairing yelp came from my poor dog. "They're alive, I tell you. Some legion of monsters, devils, for all I know, escaped from the depth of Tartarus, intent to roll over us and crush the life from our puny bodies." Again we redoubled our efforts. "For your life, Bulger," I gasped. "For your life? Look, the wood, the wood." He caught my meaning and gave a sharp, encouraging bark. But no, it was useless. My strength had been used to its last poor throb. It grew dark before my eyes. A palsying fear laid hold of my heart. My limbs stiffened. I threw one last glance upon Bulger. He answered me with a look of most tender affection, and then we both tripped, staggered, stumbled, fell headlong, side by side, while seemingly 10,000 living boulders, with awful shrieks, groans, and gurgling sounds, hung like a shadow over us for an instant, and all was black as night. I felt my protuberant brow ground into the earth, and a last bit of life crushed out of me. My last thought was, "Bulger, oh, Bulger, what a terrible death! But oh, what a kind providence to let us die together. Rise, stunted, misshapen thing, rise, thou wafer man, thou slice of humanity with cleft edges." It was not so much the thundering tones of the strange human monster which caused me sit bolt upright, rub my eyes, and make a superhuman effort to collect my sadly scattered senses, as it was the caresses of my faithful Bulger, who was running from one side of me to the other, showering kisses upon my face and hands and whining piteously. After a horrid struggle, the shadows were lifted from my eyes. My heart sank within me at sight of that wall of living boulders encircling us, with their fierce visages turned, half in wonder, half in rage, upon to them. Two funny beings as utterly unlike themselves as each other. But love is always stronger than fear. Stretching out my arms and drawing Bulger close to my breast, I cried out, "Oh, Bulger, do I really live? Am I not still the object of some demon sport of malice?" At the sound of my voice, the round-bodied monsters broke out into a hideous chorus of deep, rumbling laughter, during which their bodies rolled from side to side. Then, as they pressed wildly forward, with fierce ejaculations of anger or impatience, it seemed as if Bulger and I had been only saved from one death to be set face to face with another. Alas, is there no power, thought I, to save us in the furious impatience of these reckless monsters? Suddenly a terrible voice sounded loud above the din. "Roll backward, round bodies. What meaneth this unseemly impatience in the presence of your king?" In an instant, the round-bodied monsters rolled silently backwards. All was calm again. Turning to his neighbor, the king exclaimed with a gurgling laugh, "Why, by my royal girth, its voice is all the world like one of the toy pipes of our baby prince. Why, Sir Monster, that I am not a thing, but perfect man, a baron by birth, a scholar by profession, a traveler by choice," I replied, with fire flashing from my upturned eyes. At this outburst on my part, the crowd of living balls again sent up a deep, rumbling peal of laughter. "Silence," commanded the king, and then he continued, Well then, Baron, whatever that may be, but I think I ought to say little Baron, for by my royal roundness, thou art a wee, puny being. Let it be as thou sayest, but tell me, I implore thee, what is this walking box on 4 legs, which nature seems to have left unfinished?" And so saying, he raised his terrible hand with fingers strong enough to crush me, as I might a puffball, and waved it toward Bulger. This contemptuous sneer did not escape Bulger. He broke out into a volume of sharp, angry barks and showed his white teeth in the most threatening manner, upon which the monsters rolled back in mock terror and consternation, crying out, "The king! The king! Save the king! The walking box is filled with explosives. It may fly into pieces." When the hubbub was over, and the king had commanded silence, I stepped boldly forward and exclaimed, "Unfinished! What meanest thou globe-shaped monster?" The term globe seemed to please His Majesty very much. A great, wrinkled smile overran his huge countenance. "Mean," he ejaculated with a deep, gurgling, chuckling laugh. "Mean? Why, little Baron, whatever that may be, see for thyself. Has not nature left useless flaps at one end of the box, and a still more useless bit of rope hanging down from the other?" This insulting allusion to Bulger's ears and tail seemed to be perfectly understood by him, for he fairly bristled with rage and advanced upon a round-bodied monster, snapping, snarling, and showing his teeth, whereupon the deep, rumbling laughter again broke forth, and the cry, "Save the king! Save the king!" went up in mock earnestness. Having succeeded in appeasing Bulger's anger by means of few affectionate words and tender caresses, I determined to make inquiry as to our whereabouts, and ascertain who the strange beings were among whom capricious fate had so unceremoniously cast Bulger and me. "Where are we, ball-shaped giant?" I inquired in my strongest voice. "And who are you?" Again the monster screwed his leathery face up in a deep, wrinkled smile. The reason of his goodwill, as I afterwards learned, arose in the fact that I bestowed the terms globe, round, ball-shaped, etc. upon him. For it seemed that these wonderfully formed beings were extremely vain of their roundness, and had nothing to be uttered more pleasing and complimented to them than to make use of such words and expressions as ball, orb, sphere, round-bodied, bullet-shaped, etc. That in their land, the greatest dignities, honors, and titles of nobility were awarded those whose bodies showed most perfect roundness, that in proportion as one's body deviated from the shape of a true sphere, he became degraded and excluded from society. To such wretched subjects, the king assigned performance of all mean labor. They were the squares or outcasts, whom anybody might insult or even enslave with impunity. The richer ones were sometimes able to hide their deformity by means of padding, and in this manner conceal their uneven motion and rolling from the keen eyes of king, but the poor ones, by their inability to correct their physical defects, at once attracted the king's attention. When he caused his people to roll up and down before him, while he kept up a searching lookout for wobblers or uneven rollers. "Well, little Baron, Whatever that may be, replied the king. Or shall I call thee wafer man with cleft edges? Know then that I am King Bulger, monarch of the round bodies, that these are some of my subjects. Under the dim glow of the city lights, I stand at the edge of the rooftop, the wind whispering secrets in my ear. The night is alive, a symphony of shadows and whispers. I close my eyes, letting the cool breeze carry me back to that fateful day. No, furthermore, little baron, wherever that may be, that this island is my kingdom, in which no one rules saving me, and that unless it may please my royal daughter Rolabula to keep thee and I attended, the walking box with core and flaps, as curiosities to amuse her, thou and thy companion perish at sundown, for little baron, wherever that may be, it is my royal will, and so is my father's and his father's, and so back 1,000 years, that no living creature shall set foot upon the shores of my domain and not pay for his temerity by being crushed to death, literally ground into the soil, until he becomes a very part of it. Bulger appeared to grasp the meaning of this fierce speech, which was delivered in thundering tones, and accompanied by hideous contortions of the speaker's great, round visage, flaming as a crimson disk of a tropical sun in the western sky, and followed by an outburst of grunts, groans, and gurglings from the assembled round bodies. And, in spite of his inborn courage, his tail fell between his legs, and he slunk nearer to me with a low, anxious whine. But when good Bulger saw the calm expression of my countenance, he quickly recovered himself. His tail resumed its graceful curl, and as I faced King Bulger with an unruffled exterior to make reply to the latter's horrible threat, Bulger, too, placed himself at my side with defiant air. Most gracious sphere, most royal globe, roundest monarch of the great round world. True, I have set foot on the shores of that domain, but it was not most majestic ferocity, through choice. A fearful storm, in which the warring elements seemed bent upon the destruction of the universe. There was the great ocean hurled itself against the walls of heaven, as if to beat out the very stars, while the wide-mouthed gales sweep down upon this petty earth with seeming intent to swallow it and all it contained. I could speak no further. The round bodies broken upon me with such dismal groans and cries that I stood as if rooted to the earth. Ah, thought I, they too felt the terrible blows of that storm demon which so nearly beat out the life from mine and from Bulger's bodies. Waving my hand as a signal for silence, I proceeded. I bow before the will of thy spherical majesty, whatever it may be. At the same time, I would beg to call the attention of your imperial roundness to the fact that, in the systems of law of all the nations of the globe, a man may not be held responsible for an act which he is made to commit by a force or strength greater than his own. I saw that my flattery was telling upon King Bulger, so I proceeded to make a still further application of the same remedy. However, most royal globe and perfect sphere of strength and beauty, if, in thy great wisdom, thou dost decide that we must die, crushed beneath the weight of thy people's bodies, so be it, great ball-shaped monarch. I am but a bit and shred of humanity, and how may I dare to oppose a will of your right royal sphericity? King Bulger smiled till his huge double teeth could be seen glittering in his cavernous mouth, like white rocks in a half-lighted pit, and his body swayed from one side to another in his gigantic glee. "Stand for the royal princess," he roared. In a few seconds, in answer to his command, a round body came rolling across the plain with the swiftness of the wind. The crowd of retainers fell back, and the newcomer arrested her flight by the side of King Bulger. I could not see that she was a bit more beautiful than those about her, although she was a royal princess. True, she was aglow with smaller girth, her face was somewhat less repellent, and beneath a long and heavy fringe of lashes, I caught glimpses of a pair of good-natured, roguish eyes, and my perfect knowledge of human and brute nature told me at a glance that if I could gain the goodwill of that strange being, Bulger and I would be safe. "My dear little round papa," cried Rolabula, for such proved to be her name, "where did those funny things come from? Are they really alive? Won't they bite or sting? What do they eat? What shall I keep them in? Will you make me a cage for them? Oh, I am so glad." And she bounded about, now this way, now that, now into the air like an animated rubber ball, drumming like a partridge all the while. Behold us, then, Bulger and me, prisoners in a land of the round bodies, with the Princess Rollerbulla as our keeper. Hope sank low within our poor hearts. I dared not breathe a word in opposition to the will of King Bulger or the caprice of Rollerbulla, lest the order should be revoked. At least, in the keeping of the Princess Rollerbulla, we would be more likely to receive gentle treatment, and, what was almost a matter of life and death, we should have great chances of making our escape from the island of King Bogugu. We were commanded to follow the princess. As Bulger and I started after Rollerbulla, with a brisk gait, the very clouds fairly snapped asunder. So great was a shout of laughter which the round body sent up. Seemingly, it had not occurred to them until that moment how ridiculously different our mode of locomotion was from theirs. "Look, look, oh king," they cried. "He can neither roll nor hop. See how he edges along, leaning first on one foot and then on the other. He walks on his toenails. Mark his companion. 2. What monsters of clumsiness! How they rock and wobble! Why doth he not spring? Why doth he pound the earth as if he were beating flax?" To all this mocking and jeering, Bulger and I turned a deaf ear, following our mistress, who ever and anon turned her soft, black, mischievous eyes encouragingly upon us, as her head came uppermost. Imagine our surprise when Rollerbulla halted at the beginning of a path having a gentle descent and said, "This is the entrance to the royal habitation. Follow me and fear nothing." In a few moments, we found ourselves in the outer room of a vast underground dwelling, consisting of corridors, chambers, dormitories, banquet halls, and arenas. All the habitations of the round bodies are subterranean. Why? This you shall know anon. Bulger and I were conducted to very pleasant quarters, well lighted, as were all the rooms of the palace, by means of vast slabs of rock crystal, of which the roof was made by a square or labo, as he is called in the language of the round bodies, that is, one not perfectly round in form, and hence degraded to the position of serving man. Doubtless, long before this, the reader has grown impatient at my silence concerning the strange beings among whom Bulger and I now found ourselves prisoners. Who were the round bodies? Know then, gentle reader, that they were, mark well my words, the sole living creatures on the island of Gogula, upon which a strange fate had cast us. Whether or not any other beings had ever inhabited the island was unknown to them. I found, upon conversing with their learned men, that there was a legend in existence among them, dim and shadowy in its details from a long flight of centuries that had come down through, that many thousands of years ago they've been quite like human beings who walk upright, with bodies almost, if not quite, as long as mine, but that owing to the unvarying recurrence of terrible storms of wind, rain, hail, and snow, accompanied by the bursting of deafening thunderbolts, in fact, such as I had experienced, which swept over the island 12 times in a year, coming and go with regularity as astonishing as their force is terrific, everything upright had long ago been swept from the land, that their ancestors, yielding to the irresistible forces of nature, had gradually bent their bodies before these resistless winds, until even a time when they walked upright had been forgotten. This was but the first change wrought by the forces which surrounded them. When overtaken by these wild winds, they soon learned that their only safety lay in rolling themselves up as much into the shape of balls as possible, so that the tornado would be powerless to pick them up and hurl them to destruction. Another transformation now began to make itself apparent. Their bodies, as centuries came and went, little by little, took on the rounded form they then had. Still clinging to the desperate chance for life on these storm-swept plains, they drew down their heads and pressed in their limbs until these had made recesses for them, as some tortoises draw their legs so closely to their bodies that the eye fails to distinguish even the outline of the limb. The last change that came upon these globe-shaped people was a very natural one. Their arms took on a greater development of superhuman strength, while their legs grew shorter and shorter until they consisted of little more than 2 broad, flexible feet, which they made use of mainly to propel their round bodies like huge balls across the vast plains of their island home. Now, while they still dread the terrible blasts, yet is it rather an inherited fear, for at last they become the true children of the gale. If it should happen to blow in the direction of their homes, they simply allow to help them on their way by rolling themselves across the plain, while now and then a labo or square round body, so to speak, will be blown into the ocean. Yet for nearly a century not a single genuine round body been caught up in the pitiless blast. As well might the wind attempt to pick up the round stones of the ocean strand. One of the things which early attracted my attention in King Bulger's palace was the hangings, apparently of the softest leather, worked in mosaic patterns of transcendent beauty. Imagine my surprise when told by the gentle Princess Rollerbola that they were simply the natural leaves from the various trees growing on the island, untouched by dye or stain of any kind. They were so tough that my strength sufficed not to tear one in two. Noticing my wide-open eyes turn inquiringly upon her, the gentle Rollerbola cried out with soft, low gurgle, "Go into the royal garden, Tutelo, that is little flute man, and see for thyself." Now, for the first, I learned the secret of the presence of such beautiful trees and shrubs upon the storm-swept land. Every leaf was as thick and as strong as leather, and the trunks and boughs were exactly the nature of India rubber, so that, with a small bit which I brought home with me in one of my pockets, I could erase pencil marks with the greatest ease. To such foliage as this, a tornado had no terrors. When the storm struck these trees, they went to the ground until it spent its fury. In a few hours, the tropical sun lifted them again, and the beauty of their foliage was quite unharmed. To return to the poor Princess Rollerbola, Bulger began to fret and worry beneath the strain of our captivity. I was constantly on the alert for a chance to escape, but none offered. In fact, I began to fear, prisoner for life. True, it was a pleasant captivity, for the gentle Rollerbola almost killed us with dainty feeding, and our only toil was dancing, singing, and capering for her amusement. Night and day, the sole gateway of the royal habitation was guarded by a triple row of round-bodied sentinels, so fierce-visaged, so mighty-handed, that my heart grew sick as I gazed upon them. To add to my despair, I now made discovery which seemed to seal my fate forever. The Princess Rollerbola had become enamored of me. What to me at first had seemed but a playful trick, to wit, her pinch of my little toe ever and anon had, as I was casually informed by one of learned round bodies, in a course of discussion with him, a terrible significance. It was a solemn declaration of love. Oh, miserable me! And a declaration, too, which, coming from a woman to a man, it was certain, sure, inevitable death to ignore. And yet I might be saved. I stood there, heart pounding, the cold night air biting at my skin, the shadows dance around me, the elongating and shortening with each passing second. The city lights flickered like distant stars, casting an eerie glow on the cracked pavement below. Every creak of a door, every rustle of leaves was amplified, a symphony of fear. The darkness was alive, shifting and moving, as if it knew I was here. I could hear my own breath, harsh and heavy, mingling with the distant hum of a passing car. The sound echoed to the empty streets, a hollow whisper that seemed to mock my presence. In the distance, the distant roar of a storm, like a distant train, was building. The wind picked up, carrying with the scent of rain and decay. I took a deep breath, the cold air seeping into my lungs, and began to move. Each step was deliberate, calculated, a dance of survival. The world seemed to slow, the seconds stretching into minutes. The sound of my footsteps echoed, a constant reminder of my vulnerability. My hands trembled slightly as I fumbled for the door handle, the cold metal biting into my skin. I pushed through the door, the slam echoing in the silent hall. The light from my phone illuminated the empty corridor, casting long, ominous shadows. I walked, my heart pounding, the walls closing in around me. I could feel the eyes watching, the whispers of the night. The Princess Rollerbola bounded through a spacious salon like a great ball, her laughter echoing through the halls. She wept, laughed, scolded, and threatened, but it was clear she was determined to marry Tutelo. King Bogugu sent the most beautiful presents, but she scattered them on the floor. The king was horrified to find her losing weight and her round shape, just as she had been famous for. I watched her, my heart aching. She met me with wild delight, laughing, singing, bounding like a mad thing. She rolled against me, sending me flying like a little 10-pin. I lay there, breathing hard, the light from the window casting a golden glow on my face. The question hung in the air, a reminder of the night that was just. Did I make it? Preparations for the wedding were underway. but I was lost in my thoughts. Was I simply lending my aid and forging my own fetters, I wondered, in laying chains upon my neck, which would render impossible for Bulger and me ever to set eyes again upon our beloved home? The time drew near, and I became nervous. Finding it impossible to catch a wink of sleep, I had to postpone my fate. I would explain to Rollerbulla how impossible it was to pinch her toe while she rolled swiftly. I would hold her foot, pinching her toe repeatedly to gain a day. Our wedding day dawned at last. The skies were cloudless, the air balmy, filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers. The crowds at the round bodies covered the plain, children rolling like marbles after their parents. I stood on a scaffold, a terrible tightening sensation in my heart. I gasped like a fish thrown on dry land. "Let the marriage ceremony begin this instant and move apace," roared the king. With head and shoulders thrust through the opening, I awaited her, but she flashed beneath me and disappeared into the crowd, like a ball from a cannon. I hadn't felt her body at all, and pinching her toe was out of question. In an instant, I was on my legs, and I raised my hand to be heard. "Oh, king with a globe-shaped body, hearken unto me. I have been wronged. There's vile treachery here. The judges a land ago had been corrupted." A deep, rumbling noise cut short my words, setting the air into violent vibration. The round bodies were thrown into confusion, the wildest groans and sighs rolling over plains. King Bulger commanded silence, but the storm was upon them. Rollerbulla's voice echoed, "Tootalo, tootalo." In that moment, the Storm King galloped amain. I swung myself down, encircling Bulger with my left arm, and made my way back. The good dog was delighted, trembling like an aspen leaf. The sun was gone, the air affrighted. A terrifying tremor caused the ground to prickle beneath us. "Tootalo, tootalo," she called, her voice filled with piteous longing. The platform was constructed with hempen cords, and I loosened one to secure us to the wooden structure. The round bodies watched in amazement, their faces blanched with fear. When they could find their tongues, they motioned fiercely, "Poo-dog, poo-dog." But I was not mad. The Storm King was coming, a greater monarch than Bulger. He lifted the platform, and we rode on its bosom. The roar was deafening, the darkness overwhelming. I died, and yet I lived, as the Storm King's roar drowned every sound. I lifted my head, and something tickled my cheek. I raised my head, and joy unutterable filled my heart. It was grain, golden grain, wheat ready for the sickle. We were saved, and we were not 1,000 miles away from home. A mightier king had caught us and brought us away from Golgula. And here I am, my story. You just heard travels and adventures of little Baron Trump and his wonderful dog Bulger, here on Audible Archives. From hidden kingdoms to the edge of imagination, Baron and Bulger remind us that wonder lives in those who never stop exploring. I'm Rob, your host, and if this story carried you to worlds unseen, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Because the best adventures never end, they simply wait for the next dreamer to begin again.